stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat, we hear that full load. SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
a trophy worthy of champions is now here at the MPL Arena. Good afternoon, Superfans. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi at tama ka, Hans. Grabe nga ang hype na dala-dala ng trophy.
Presenting the MPL Immortal Cup. A new era and a new look for Season 15 that bridges the trophies within the past seasons is now here at the arena, showcasing the new and fiery era of MLBB.
Sigurado ako nagmamanifest na ang ating mga playoffs teams. Ika nga ng Director of Creative Development of Moonton Games, it represents the boundless potential of MPL. It is a legacy in the making and a symbol of opportunities that awaits.
The hype for the new era is real. We cannot find out who is gonna be taking this bad boy home among all of the 6 playoff teams that we still have here in the league. Dahil kumpleto na ang ating mga playoff teams at pagkatapos ng linggong ito, makukumpleto na rin ang ating playoff brackets.
With AP Bren's win yesterday versus Smart Omega, it brings us the plot twist of the season. Coach Bon did it again. Pero Hans, hindi pa tapos ang karera with the upper bracket slot still up for grabs.
Hindi pa talaga dahil ang buena manong laban natin ay sa pagitan ng Team Liquid Philippines kontra sa Aurora, and this is gonna be a chance for them para maipakita kung sino nga ba ang makakakuha niyan. This is the final lap, Superfans, the most epic rival matchup that we will be seeing all throughout the season.
Pero of course, all in pa rin tayo sa Naruto x MLBB collab. Kaya mamaya mag-spin ulit tayo para makuha natin ang ating mga paboritong characters. Tama, Hans?
I am sure of that, pero wag na rin natin patagalin pa to, Kalusi. Dalhin na natin sa Land of Dawn dahil ipapakita na natin ang lakas ng Pinas dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 15!
Konnichiwa and welcome to our Super Saturday, the triple header. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here with Ingan-san and Renmar-san. How we feeling?
Ikuzo minasan! That's about it.
What does that mean?
Let's go, everyone.
Okay.
I think so. Is it right?
I'm so sad that no one refuses to acknowledge my actual moniker for the weekend, Sushi Senpai.
Sushi-san.
But you know what? It's fine. We can't get everything that we want. You know, I'm okay with Renmar-san, even though that's almost just like completing my name.
Nope, Renmar-san, I will let your dreams come true. You are now Sushi Senpai.
I appreciate it.
As long as you're on the desk with me, you're Sushi Senpai, and that's how I'm going to refer you today. And so we hope you guys have been joining the fun, especially with the Naruto collab coming out. And I hope you guys have gotten some of the skins that you have been after. I'll tell you what, I haven't gotten any yet because I don't have any diamonds. I'm still feeling the hurt from getting the alpha. But I know you guys got some, right?
Yeah. For me, I'm just still waiting for the diamonds as well. I really want to get that Lucas and even that Kalea skin so I can continue to spam Kalea.
Yeah, I was waiting for this moment after you told us you spent so much just like a month ago.
Yeah.
And then you realize afterwards, wait, when's the Naruto skins coming out? Wait, that soon? Like yesterday, I got mine on broadcast. I got Lucas and Sakura.
Is that all you? Are you done? Are you stopping there?
No, I even got the 2 statues for Naruto and Sakura as well. That changes the picture of the tower
portrait,
itself.
the tower.
Yeah.
Man, there's a whole lot to grab, so hopefully you guys can join in on that. But real quick, we got to thank our sponsors, of course, and it's Infinix. You can play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
You can grab yours now and use the voucher code NFMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
With GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro. That is the power of play, by the way.
Power of play. And there is more because, hey, to our X fans, get ready to win your own Infinix GT20 Pro by joining the hashtag LaCasalaro Challenge.
You get to take home not just the GT20 Pro, but we also be announcing one lucky winner every Monday to take home Lakas sa Laro merch.
Infinix, just in case you forgot who we're talking about here. So just make sure your posts are creative and they are always using the hashtags. Hashtag Lakas sa Laro with Infinix at hashtag MPL official tournament phone. As always, hashtags are on your screen right now. The lucky winner of the brand new phone, in case you did not hear what we said, it's a phone contest giveaway. The winner will be announced on May 31, 2025.
that's plenty of time for you guys to go ahead and join, and of course, get a chance to win a great Infinix phone for you. And also, you guys can level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
You can open up a hashtag Save Up account today via the BPI app. One ID, and in just 5 minutes, you already have your own account.
Plus,
Plus.
you have a chance to win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save, and your in-game experience will be just as epic as your life. Sometimes our in-game experience not as epic as our life, or vice versa. But with BPI, you get a chance to have both.
Yeah. That's 2 draws for the Naruto skin, by the way. 2 draws.
That
2
is
10 extra
Sure,
draws.
yes.
That's
yes.
probably not enough. But it does get you somewhere.
Yeah.
That's what's important, you know. And speaking of, I love the new map effects, and I know you were talking about the border and the tower that you can change to. So there's a whole lot. I wish we had a chance where we get to keep that. You know what I mean? Like once this event is over.
Yeah.
I hope we do. I hope we get the option where we can just keep our map like
just
that.
Permanently have the tower, the map, the whole aesthetic of the game right now.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I would love that. This is also beautiful. This is our Infinix standings right now. As you guys see, we've already got our teams locked in for the playoffs, especially after what happened yesterday, where now Twisted Minds ends up locking in their spot because of the results of yesterday's games. And so you might be wondering, what are we still looking for here in these last 2 days of the regular season? Well, that is who are going to be the top seeds, where the placement's going to be once we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking of top seed, we're going to witness that today. And we'll see between the top 2 teams of TLPH and RORA who will remain on top for 8 weeks.
Whoever wins that secures top 1. Whoever loses the first match today between Team Liquid and Aurora is going to be going up against Onic in terms of chasing that second upper bracket slot. So the very first match already determines who's going to be top 1 in the standings by the end of the regular season.
Yep, so that means we're opening up with a very important, intense match, and I'm expecting 3 games. And of course, we have Smart Omega for the second match versus Onic, and then AP Bren with Team Falcons later on to finish our triple header. And, you know, so that's the thing. When you look at even the remaining matches for this regular season, of course, this might be a time for some of the teams to go ahead and try some things out. We don't know. Obviously, the meta is still ever changing, I feel like, where we currently are. But one thing's for sure, teams like TLPH and Aurora and even Onic to an extent and Team Falcons, you know, those top teams that have been up there in the standings have been pretty dominant with the shifting metas on the patches that we've had. And I think still, by the time we get to the playoffs, which is going to be sometime, you know, after this weekend concludes, there's going to be even more of a shift, hopefully, for the meta leading up to us.
Yeah, it's a big gap. It's 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's about 3.
Yeah. Some adjustments are for sure going to be coming in, some hot fixes, adjustments, of course, based on the data. That's what usually happens after some big patches as well.
Yeah, and so this is our highlight for today. It's the most important Epic Rivals match. And it's funny because when we think about this and through the regular season, you know, we've been comparing these, like, honestly, we've been comparing all the teams and some of the players that have gone from different teams over the course. But this one especially is who's going to get the top seed, like we mentioned. And then we have our top 2 seed conditions, which will be enabled should either team lose this match. That's what we're going to be looking at here, too, because this is, once again, the final lap. Whoever wins this match will secure that top seed. And yeah, TLPH even has an easier path towards securing the top 2 seed compared to RORA specifically.
Yeah, because for TLPH, they honestly just need to beat Aurora. And for Aurora, it's the same, but at the same time, it's going to be a hard-fought battle because TLPH is coming off a momentum win right after dominating TNC yesterday.
Remember the history between these two. MPL Philippines Season 14. The 2 teams now fighting for the top 1 spot at the end of Season 15 were 2 teams who were trying to eliminate one or the other at the beginning of last season's playoffs. It was Aurora that eliminated Team Liquid Philippines from playoffs contention that stopped Carl TZ's hopes, Liquid's hopes of making it to the M6 World Championship. But now at the very end of the regular season, just a few months after that, It's to determine who's going to be at a much more comfortable spot heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I like the, if you really look at the progress that these teams have made specifically, especially with everything that was going around publicly, you know, especially with RORA's performance at M6, they obviously came into this season, proved a lot of doubters wrong, and TLPH even came into the season just demolishing a lot of teams with their play style, and they look, you know, very great, and we're going to compare the specific duos, the rivals that we have between these two teams, and that's the Baby Cakes duo, that's Carl Teasy and Oheb, versus the Kite brothers, that's Demon Kite and Domin Kite. How do these stats differ here for us, Renmar?
Well, for the stats of the Team Liquid Philippines duo in the Baby Cakes, of course, a bit more impressive. Kill percentage very close, but if you look at the kills, average kills, that's where Team Liquid runs away with it. But I'm also looking at the damage per minute tossed out by these two, a considerable lead for Oheb and Carl Teasy. I mean, it just goes to show, we've seen Team Liquid Philippines have some more prolific kill-heavy victories for the season compared to Aurora. This is why these head-to-head stats favor them.
Yeah. And at the same time, if you're going to look at Carl Teasy and Demon Kite, these two junglers have shown their versatility, and even if you're going to go back to their previous matchup in week number 4 where Aurora was able to reverse sweep TLPH, he even pulled off a Baksha jungle during that time. So what else can Demon Kite pull out for this game?
I think one of the biggest things between the two is also really considering their play styles. It's quite different, and anytime we think about, you know, the junglers and the gold lane match combinations or the duos for the teams, these are the duos that stick out the most, I would say, from our teams here. And so, you know, we can go ahead and ask you guys too real quick, who will secure the regular season top seed? Will it be A, let's go Liquid? Will it be B, seize the win? Right, that's for RORA. So you guys can let us know in the comments section below. Is it going to be A or B? What do you guys think? Do we want to go ahead and throw our answers out there? Ingan?
I think for me, I have to go with the Stallions.
You're going with the
The
Stallions.
Cavalry.
Okay.
TLPH, top seed.
How about you, Renmar?
Weirdly enough, I look back at my predictions. I do not predict for this team quite often. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But today, that's going to change. Something snapped. I feel like after the break, at a certain point for Aurora, the creativity that they've been showing off in the draft, and most importantly, the consistency in the center of the map with Yue, Renegade, and Demon Kite.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to continue their streak against Team Liquid Philippines so far this season, and they might repeat the results of round 1. Could be a 2-1.
Hopefully they do, and as you guys can see, we have these battle emotes here right now too. You guys can grab the new emotes. They are available until August 5th, so you have some time to go ahead and grab your favorite ones. They're only 109 diamonds.
And you can get the new emotes from Team Aurora or TLPH Twisted Minds. And if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes also are making a return.
Of course, do not forget, you can show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now at the in-game shop. Alongside all the goodies we have, of course, with the Naruto collab, we also have our great MPL collab stuff we have in-game.
And real quick, I didn't tell you guys who I'm going for. I don't really predict that much. I do them once in a while, but I think this time I'm going to go with Aurora.
Okay.
And really, the reason why I'm going to say that is just I've been really impressed with their improvements from their last international showcase to where they have been this whole season. And also, as I've mentioned in the past too, all the way back from Season 8, I've been a Demon Kite fan forever.
Yeah.
And, you know, wherever he is, I'm rooting for him. And I hope that we get to see RORA even win here in this matchup. I think they will beat TLPH, but also I hope to see them go far in the playoffs. Honestly, though, when it comes to the playoffs here for MPL Philippines, it's been the same way for the regular season. I don't know who to bet on. I don't know who to cheer for. I don't know who is going to be the actual champion, because I just feel like the competitiveness right now in the MPL Philippines is insanity. So who knows who's going to be the champions. But right now, we're going to welcome our marshals and our teams out to the stage for this epic matchup.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity through this upcoming insanity is our marshals. Please welcome to the stage. The battle for the upper bracket top 1 seed begins with a cavalry. Team Liquid Philippines. In the EXP lane, Sanford. In the jungle, Carl Tize. In the mid, Sanji. The roamer, Daddy JP. And in the gold lane, Oheb. Hailing from the village hidden by the light, it's Aurora! It's Edward in the EXP lane! In the jungle, Demonkind! In the mid, UN! The roamer, Renegade! And in the gold lane, Domenkai! And welcome their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Master the Basics.
The race to the top seed begins right now. Epic rivals, Carl Tize and Oheb, Domenkite and Demonkite, step forward. Domenkite, sinabi sa akin ni Oheb kahapon na hindi nyo na sila masisindak ngayong araw. Ano naman ang palag mo?
Mas lalong di kami magpapasindak.
Nakuha mo na yung sagot mo, Oheb. Paano ka hindi sisindakin ni Domenkite? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Di kami papatalo. Ito na mangyari.
Moving on to the junglers. Demonkite, nice haircut. Ano ang palag mo kontra kay Carl Tize?
Good luck lang. May the best team.
Carl Tize, paano nyo babawian ang Aurora ngayon? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Bibigyan lang din namin best namin. Lamang daw bagong gupit. Naalala ko yun.
Feeling ko yakap, imbis na fist bump. Paano naman kayo? Sige na nga, fist bump gentlemen. Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines, we wish you the best of luck. MPL Arena, make some noise! Race to the top one begins. Casters, balik sa inyo.
It's a race to the top, and we're going to be introducing, once again, it's Team Liquid PH.
After losing to Aurora in week number 4, this team went on a 4-game win streak that got broken by Onic and then dominated TNC yesterday. And in yesterday's game, we've seen a standout player in Sanji having this sort of erratic, unpredictable play style with his mid laners. His team needs him to stand up once again and show out up against a consistent mid laner like you for the side of Aurora.
That's one thing that I really love about how Sanji plays.
Yeah.
You mentioned erratic, but it's erratic with a lot of form to it, a fluidity that just looks so stable. When he gets his hands on heroes such as the Farsa, Aurora has to watch out. Their map is going to feel small.
Yep, and here's Aurora Gaming once again, taking us through at Redmar.
All right, so Aurora, going into week number 8, have had wins against TNC, Omega, AP Bren, but the last time that they lost was actually up against Onic. So two teams that are recovering from lose streaks after losing to Onic Philippines. Now, what I love about Aurora is, again, their fearlessness with showing the limits of this current metagame. Edward making the Esmeralda work twice last week. You have Renegade, who's shown that he can play the SS. We mentioned the Boxer earlier as well, played by Demonkite. So they're showing that, you know what? Creativity gets rewarded in this metagame. It's not just all about the assassins. If you're willing to flex the options in some key roles, then you're going to get rewarded.
Yeah, and looking at the breakdown here too for both teams, obviously, you know, they've had a pretty spectacular spectacular season. Even when it comes down to the objectives, you still have some of that favor here for TLPH to work with. But down to the hero pool, that's really what stands out here too. You've got 42 for Aurora. That's just how diverse, that their pickings have been.
Yeah, mainly because of the hitman himself. He called them a lot of names. And this is despite the fact that the UA has been spamming Sicilian even during their last game. So Renegade really needs to, show out his versatility again up against the stable roamer in JP.
I'm really gonna go back to one of my favorite analytical perspectives here, which is just look at the center of the map first. Of course, when you look at Sanford and Edward, you think two dudes are just gonna be like playing a chess game in the EXP lane. You look at the two gold laners, they're just exchanging headbutts. Then you look at the center of the map, it becomes a chess game while exchanging headbutts in an octagon with monster trucks going all over around.
Throwing monster trucks.
It's just with so many things you have to handle when you're playing against Renegade, when you're playing up against JP, Yue and Sanji as well, and of course Demon Cat and Carl TZ, what they bring to the table. It seems like this is like one of the toughest matchups to get a really good early game on, and that was proven in their last meeting, because their last meeting didn't have a lot of long games. Only one of their games, if I'm not mistaken, went past like 15 minutes. It was all pretty fast because of how much either of these two teams can really just control.
Yeah, I think both the average game times for both of them are around the 15 to 16 minute mark.
Yeah, it's like 16, 10, like 11 minutes, then 15. But the leads that we saw in games 1 and 3 were so long that the other team really just had to like hold on and see if they can come back from a late game turnaround.
Yeah, I like the way you kind of depicted that, because that's what it feels like when you watch these two teams. You know, just everything is happening in a variety of ways, but also what's happening right now is our smart ping test for our players to go ahead and get prepped up for the match.
Headset. Uy, headset. Ay, ganito pala natin Oy, mid. Oy, mid, ikaw yung bago dito Okay. Bago ka dito Kailangan boses mo, coach? Ganito magsalita yun Oy, mid lane. Ingat ka lagi sa mid Ewan ko dito, bago mid lane namin guys, bago mid lane. Parang ayaw nyo nakampi to Bad trip Ako coach dito
Narara, who you? When you're driving your car, I'm your baby. Missing all my innocence. Say you love me. Bakit pa ba? Ano yung mga kinakanta ko? Ano ma? It'll be alright. Gusto ko na inumin yung matcha ko, pre. Matcha. Damo everywhere. Color green everywhere. Matcha is the best.
Okay, that's our smart ping test of bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
You can say a lot of things about you. Another thing you can say about him, he is a cultured man. He's a man of culture. Anyone who loves matcha, the way Yue loves matcha, has a good taste.
They have good taste. I don't know, man. I like matcha, but maybe not that much. Maybe not as much as Yue. But take us to the Infinix keys to victory here for this epic matchup, Renmar.
Y'all thought I was crazy for the whole monster truck analogy that I dished out. Look at the first key to victory for Liquid. Prepare to punish RORA's initiations. So when Yue and Renegade are on the flow, and you can actually even say the same thing about JP and Sanji, is that it's so hard to stop if you don't stop it. So how do you stop the unstoppable? Stop it before it becomes unstoppable, right?
Yeah. How do you stop a monster truck?
You stop it before it even gets started. So punish Aurora's initiations. If they do something, just make sure you're ready to clap back, especially targeting you and target you in the team fights. Complement your versatility with the new patch, Aurora. This is what we were talking about then. When they know just how much you can test the limits of this metagame with healing in the center of the map, with some unique picks in the XP in the jungle, keep that up. And of course, take care of your core duos. We talked about the Kite Brothers, Baby Cakes duo. A lot of what we just mentioned focuses in the center of the map, taking care of your side of the river.
For me, honestly, I honestly think that the first key to victory applies to both. Because knowing Sanji and TLPH as well, if Louis or Chip will be open, which will be crucial for the draft, they're not going to hesitate to pick it. Because again, if you want to stop the initiations of Aurora, better yet, start your own initiation. Not just prevent or be reactive against the rotations of the Northern Lights.
Yeah, and that's what I think TLPH does so well, though. They are a team that, you know, a lot of the words that have been thrown around this season and even in previous seasons for them is that express play style that they like to have. Sometimes they are the team, or more often than not, they're the team to go ahead and get the footing off the gate and start things fast. And it's usually a lot of teams that have to catch up to that. And I feel like that's where we've seen the development of RORA's playstyle, where they've gotten a lot better at starting on the right foot in a game and not being so reactive. So we'll see what the game plan is going to be this time as we jump into Game 1's draft. Bands already coming out. TLPH will be on the blue side where they've got that 75% win rate. We've got red side here for RORA at a 71.43. The bands, nothing too crazy just yet. They did take out the chip. Louis still up for the taking as the Fanny comes out. So the Fanny, the Phobius, Matilda over on the blue side are banned out. And then we've got the Joy, the chip. Is this going to be Louis for the last man?
Yeah, should be.
Should be, or else Sanji's gonna get it. But I'd like to do a callback on what Renmar mentioned yesterday. If you ban Fanny on the blue side, that means it might be a sign that Carl TZ's not comfortable coming up to this matchup.
I feel like not in that case, because you see a Joy ban in second, you see a Fanny third blue side ban. That means Liquid setting up to steal away the Suyo of Demonkind.
Could be for Aurora, but final ban is gonna be the Louis, but they went instead for the Jawhead. So Kalea, Louis open.
That's a good choice.
Kalea, Louis, Suyo are gonna be the main trades here. Liquid might try to play that gambit of picking up the Kalea now and then hope that Aurora doesn't rush pick the Suyo. They'll pick Suyo in the next two. However, that becomes a Suyo Hayabusa trade becoming active there. So now Aurora will try to get power picks. Wouldn't be surprised if they actually either rush pick the Harith or the Granger. And then they go for something along. Oh! Okay, yeah, they don't mind into the bait. They rush the Hayabusa right away. They accepted it, and they get the Juicing of Yue, leaving the Lohi open.
So these are their power picks that they get to go ahead and trade into. And so for TLPH, do we just kind of see them go for the Lohi here? That was the... okay. I was going to say, the Lucas comes through, so we get to see a whole lot of the Naruto skins come out in Game 1.
So we're just waiting for a Veil and a Suyo.
A Veil?
Yeah, for Gaara.
Is Gaara available?
The skins.
Is he actually...
Oh, you're talking about the skins.
The skins, yeah.
No, because he can't pick up a Veil here. Oh, in terms of what we saw?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, you completely derailed me with where we were, what we were talking about.
I just
I had no idea that's what you were going for.
I just really want the Naruto skins to be complete for at least one game. But Juicy and Valentina picked up already for a TLPH. A good answer right away because it blocks the potential counter for the Lucas pick for the side of TLPH.
All right, they can go for more range. It's either Harith or Granger here, unless they're going to save the gold laners for the second phase or fourth. So they go for the Badang instead, most likely going into the hands of Edward. Still an option for Renegade, though, on the center of the map.
Okay, so now that we're in the second phase, we're going to see some of the goal laners probably be focused, at least one or two of them for now. And yeah, surprisingly, with this first phase locked in, who do we think has the better first phase picks?
I'm leaning a little bit more towards Aurora here. However, the main thing for Team Liquid is if they play around the early snowball of the Lucas, and yes, I'm going to say Kalea here because you're thinking about the Kalea in terms of being able to force out the Crimson Beacons of the Juicin early on, force crowd control out, and then you also have the Valentina with you to either get the Crimson Beacon or even the Fist Crack of the Badang to dish out a little bit more damage early on. I'm still leaning a bit more towards Aurora because of the record of having the Juicin with them is just stellar. And I like that they really wanted to focus a lot on the Juicin of Yue, that they even rush-picked the Hayabusa so that they wouldn't worry about Team Liquid getting it in the clapback.
Just already take out the carry and the Harith, you're left with the Granger. In terms of other gold laners, I'm not particularly sure about a 1-1 because we've seen it yesterday. It literally lacked damage, especially with the current lineup of Aurora, could be a problem. So now Aurora final bans are they still gonna go with the gold lane ban? And there's still the Granger, the Beatrix, even the Clint. Maybe we could see Has Nathan showed up after the patch?
No.
Not yet, right?
No, he hasn't. Yeah, not yet. So this man's gonna be the Hilda.
Okay.
Narrowing that down some more. Hilda's been a hot pick lately. And last ban for this is gonna be CC. Interesting that the CC comes in and for the ban.
Yeah. I think Liquid are trying to bank on the idea that Edward is going to end up with a Badang here. I'm trying to see what are the chances of a Phobius potentially showing up and you put the Badang onto Renege's hands instead.
Phobius banned.
Oh, Phobius did get banned. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah. That's the case. They might be funneled into putting the Badang at the EXP lane. That's right. I think this Lucas is already going into the jungle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's the Moskov. So with the Harith being banned out here, what would be best against the Moskov for gold lane?
Bruno?
I'd like to see them get reach. I think they just settle for the Granger here. They're a little bit too divey for my taste. And they need to balance it out with a little bit more range. They get the glue, good space out, EXP, jungle. Oh, the glue pickup. Maybe it's because I'm so biased towards the glue every time I see it that I feel like it's such a big draft game changer.
Yeah.
That now I'm leaning a little bit more towards Liquid's draft for the early game. Aurora, on the other hand, if they can keep things close, their mid to late game power spike should be good, considering that they're playing around the Moss. Oh, and we finally get the Kimmy in the gold lane. Debut for the season. They get reach with that, but it's long-range setup reach. It's not the damage reach that you want. Kimmy's, even at the high level, the ultimate of Kimmy, it doesn't hurt a lot. You use it for great setup, though.
Yeah, so what was the big change with Kimmy now? Because I know there was some speculation being thrown out there. So why is she better or stronger now?
It's the rework of her ultimate. Her ultimate essentially becomes like a long-range setup. Her second skill works similar to Wings by Wings of Farsa, except it's a very short duration. You get increased movement speed. You can get past objectives. It's your sort of dash for not having a dash. It's a great escape tool. Yeah. Yeah, the ultimate's really the biggest thing. It's great for setup.
Okay. Well, that last pick there over for Aurora is going to be the Khalid. So they have, if you look at the amount of utility that this lineup that Aurora has, that might be their biggest advantage that they can play with. Now, one of the problems is, of course, there is a Valentina across from them. So there is the potential to go ahead and take some of these good utility options from Aurora's lineup to go ahead and utilize if you're TLPH here. So there might be an instance where Aurora's lineup, as we take a look at both of the teams' lineups here, where they're able to just kind of overload Team Liquid with the fact that they have all these options, you know, and then if you get Demon Kite snowballing on a Hayabusa, that might be really devastating. Now on the other side, there is a lot of good options here for TLPH to get started. The Kimmy is the big question mark, I feel like, for a lot of us that will be watching this for the first time as a Kimmy debuts in Game 1 of this best of 3 as we get ready to go ahead and load up into the Land of Dawn. Once again, this is a rival matchup and a matchup for the top seed going towards the playoffs. Will it be Team Liquid Philippines or will it be Aurora Gaming as we get ready to go into Game 1?
So, the Kimmy was picked after even seeing the Moskov as the gold lane matchup for OHEB. So if it's not OHEB saying, yeah, let's pick Kimmy because I know this could have a good chance against the Moskov in lane or can handle the Moskov in lane, then the alternative thought is they really picked it up because they needed long-range setup. Again, they don't have a big long-range ultimate that the Valentina can use or steal to even poke down the enemies. The Valentina will have to join the nitty and the gritty of every team fight and skirmish that we'll see. So the Kimmy sort of acts as like a mid laner as well with the kit that she has, because even the second skill with the range that it has can be used as an immobilize. In terms of how well it'll be able to deal the damage, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this game you'll actually see the highest damage dealers if Sanji stays alive a lot. It'll be the Valentina and the Lucas, and the Kimmy's gonna be a little bit lower in the spectrum compared to those two.
I'm not necessarily worried about the damage of the Kimmy, especially if TLPH continues with their early game aggression and snowball. The thing I'm really concerned for OHEB is that there are a lot of dive potentials coming in from a Team Aurora, and if they bank almost all their initiation skills on just targeting that Kimmy, it could spell disaster for TLPH.
Yeah, there's only so much you can avoid with the anti-grab thruster.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a new second skill of the Kimmy. And of course, we got to discuss like the rework with how it works, because before you had to press a button to get her improved basic attacks, or the stronger version of her basic attacks. Now it's just the more you attack a hero, you have a Starlium bar under your name that charges up.
So
and when that's
builds
maxed,
up.
yeah, it builds up. The range of it gets a little bit longer as well. And yeah, of course, it hurts more, slows more.
Yeah.
So that's really like just a test for, you know, anyone that's going to be playing Kimmy, and in this case, obviously for Oheb, is like the positioning. You know, how well can he be positioned? Because I think he also went with, if I remember right, it was Flicker that he went in with. So he's going to have to rely on the positioning, and that was always kind of the frustrating thing going against Kimmy anyways. Like, you know, before was trying to catch her. And so part of it too is what build,
Early game start there from Aurora. Talk about worry about the initiations. Aurora already got the crucial kill onto JP onto the middle lane.
Yeah, I remember talking about this when it comes to Aurora last week, when they have a Kali and a Juicin combo, something like that, in the center of the map. They always want to start the game in the similar way. Aggro, heavy poke, get that early first blood, or even force out an early flicker or recall to go back to base to really win the center of the map.
Now Renji wants to go for Oheb. Oh! That's a trade. I know Renji is willing to take 10 out of 10 times.
No, Renji he flickered while praying, then he stood up under a tower, then Desert Tornado.
I like that you mentioned the Jushin Khalid combo, because they literally did this against Omega a couple of days back.
Yep.
And you remember the Raging Sandstorm flicker combo of Renji to take down Andoryu. But wait a minute, they're going for Carl Teasy. And immediate response from Sanford and Carl to turn things around and take down 2.
No, that's the Nine Tails unleashed right there.
That's Naruto.
Right, oh my god, Aurora all dived onto the Lucas early on, level 4. Hell yeah, the Lucas is gonna be happy about that. You get so much back and you deal so much damage.
And now they're starting things off by trying to secure the turtle, but a good initiation there coming in from TLPH Retribution Battle, and Renji is gonna steal it out as they take down Carl TZ and JP as well. But the fight is still not done. They want to go for more. Yue working on Sanford. Edward with the combo and the double. The next target is Sanji. 2 Raging Sandstorms committed, and Sanji will be able to walk away.
Man, we have a game on our hands already for this game 1. And it's Aurora holding their own and even getting an advantage against a team like TLPH who loves to start early and aggressive. They're fighting back.
Told you guys, chess match, headbutting in an octagon with monster trucks. Already 8 kills before the 3-minute mark. An absolute bloodbath everywhere. And I am enjoying what I'm seeing. Because yes, there's a lot of fights, there's a lot of kills, but it's all for major objectives and major early game conditions.
I honestly appreciate the tech pause early on, because it gave us a calm before the storm. Because right now, Team Aurora again putting a lot of pressure onto the middle lane, now onto the bottom lane. They want to work on Oheb. Oheb not a good start though, as Dominkai just literally winning the gold lane matchup.
Yeah, Oheb might have to rely on some support here, of course, and also could just be one of those instances where you really need to get to that late game for this Kimmy to shine. You know, we're seeing things right here. It's a small gold lead right now for Aurora, but it seems like they control the map, you know, because of, again, the amount of utility that they're able to go ahead and play with. So they're going to wait and set things up for this next objective. The Turtle's about 30 seconds away. And Oheb continuing up here, trying to hold his own. But yeah, you have Dominkite with that small minor lead against Oheb right now.
All right, so we see Oheb using the second skill to get into a little bit of a better position to poke against the Moskov. So Dominkite used the knockback, then Oheb quickly popped the second skill to get a little bit of a movement speed boost, to get a little bit closer to the Moskov, to be able to dish out a bit of basic attack.
Okay, now they spotted out JP, so JP's gonna walk away, but now Aurora has good position for this turtle deck, but immediately 4 members of the cavalry are here to contest for that turtle.
Okay, Turtle's up. Kronti's going to hold his own up front. You got the push on bottom. There they go.
There's JP, and now Carl TC goes in with the Unleash the Beast and secures the turtle. Plus 2 kills to Edward and to Renegade, but he want to go for more. Yue pops his Purify. He's going to be able to escape, but that's a win for TLPH.
So unfortunate there for Aurora. The SOD of Oheb didn't hit. Although if it did, I don't think Dom and Kite would have gotten in there. It would have been way too risky, as Carl TC, another great flash combo while Unleash the Beast is up, was able to knock back and deal a good amount of burst damage onto 2, which led to a big win for TLPH. So far, Carl Teasy's been on point right there with the flash combo of the Lucas.
Yeah, that's what's really devastating when he's able to go ahead and do that. Dominkite sitting at the top of the gold, standing here right now. Almost got that turret, should get it here. It's going to fall down now, tier 1 in the bottom lane, and Renegade will force Sanford back. So, Edward, hold on.
Okay. Connects the combo, but Carl Teasy was able to dash out. There's the Lantern Flare. Also, Carl Teasy cannot escape 3, and he's going to fall down.
Yeah, that just looked like a really good read there by Aurora, acknowledging that it seems like JP isn't within the vicinity of protecting Carl Teasy, so they just went ahead, made the call, and went for the invade and took down Carl. Great call by Renjay Yue and the lads, the rest of Aurora.
Yeah, there's, again, they're playing around the fact that they have a lot of these options to move around the map together, especially around Yue. Yue is going to be very troublesome for TLPH when they want to decide on, trying to either escape or even engage in some of these fights, just because that's what the Jushin does so well. It provides so much of that option to bring them back or even force a fight with the beacon here. So they'll still hold on to the mid lane, at least for now. Both teams with the tier 1. They're going to have to deal with Dominkite, though. I'm kind of worried that they're not able to keep up with that push here. Real quick, too, Kimmy flies back to the land of Dawn. The last time Kimmy was played in MPL Philippines was in Season 9. That's April 29th, 2022. By then, Onic Philippines Marky.
Yeah, that's 2 picks now in 2 days that were last played in Season 9. Yesterday, it was Isun Shin, last played Season 9 by Kyrie. Now it's the Kimmy.
And now they're going for Oheb. Oheb, though, was still able to escape, but Aurora's clearly dominating every single thing. The quick sand guard is even enough against the damage coming in from Oheb as Aurora sets things up with the turtle.
All right, here's the turtle. Last one in the game is going to be fought for. There's the conceal from JP.
Okay, we're going to wait for Renegade's initiation, but Edward already committed the ultimate. TLPH still holding on for this turtle. Demon Kite will go back in, and no, as Carl Teasy will secure the last turtle.
But right now, Team Liquid Philippines are getting out-macroed by that Moskov. Aurora have changed their conditional priorities. Renji concealed in the back, gets spotted out by Carl.
Good initiation from Carl Teasy. Might be able even to bring down the Hitman. Forced out the flicker already. Here comes the Unleash the Beast! Carl Teasy, revenge tour as he takes down Renegade.
That was a mistake, Renegade-san. That's what Carl Teasy said. He spots him out, takes him out in a easy, just 1v1 even. And so, yeah, that was a little moment that TLPH needs. Again, they're still getting out macroed, though, at the big picture here.
Let's see if Team Liquid Philippines will be able to convert their skirmish wins, objective wins, through with better macro. I think Team Liquid Philippines at some point might actually double down on the idea of the only way we can wipe them out is if we are walking to a fight 5v4 that becomes a 5v5 because of a SOD entry by Moskov, and just out-execute and win it from there. Because Dominkite is not showing up in these fights. He is pushing the map, which I am not knocking. Whoa!
Already commits a lot just to bring down the Hitman, and they will do so successfully. Now the 5v4 that they were looking for can happen now. Renegade is gone.
Good usage once again at JP, finding a target and taking him out there with the Tsunami Slam. Demon Kite going up top.
Okay, waiting for the Wiki Shadow Kill, already connecting. Oh, and immediately bursted him down, plus the combo onto Carl Teasy. Unleash the Beast isn't enough, though. Yue is just trying to work on Carl Teasy as Demon Kite brings him down. Now the chase is on. Edward flickers in. A shadow coming in from Demon Kite. They want to bring down Sanji, force out the Crimson Beacon, and now a sacrifice for Daddy JP to make sure Sanji escapes.
Okay, so the enhanced basic attack of the Kalea, JP was actually tracking Demon Kite, and that animation could have locked in all the way to a Demon Kite getting killed by JP. But while JP was mid-air in that animation, Dominkite knocked the Kalea back into a wall, stunning and stopping him, so that didn't lead to Demon Kite falling down to the hands of JP.
So good when the team fighting just breaks out between these two teams. And now the Lord going to be blitzed here. I don't think TLPH can do anything.
Aurora blitzing the Lord, and they will get it successfully. They might want to go for a trade, forced out the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Renegade. They also take down jungle creeps away from TLPH.
Oh, the back and forth between these two. Aurora, though, have gotten some much bigger wins in recent minutes, now ballooning to a 5K gold lead. Look at the two junglers. The main condition right now is Carl TZ for Liquid, still very close in terms of the gold against the Hayabusa, while the Kimmy is falling behind compared to Dom and Kite, who has his 3 core items and is on the way to potentially full building the Rose Gold Meteor after already picking up the Magic Blade. Only up to a Holy Crystal, though, is this Kimmy after a Feather of Heaven rush.
Yeah, Dom and Kite's been doing work on these turrets. TLPH might look to force a fight here. Oh, whoa.
Oh! Forced out the Crimson Beacon plus Purify, so 2 major resources gone for Yue. Sanji already has his own Raging Sandstorm. JP used up the Flicker, but not enough space to catch Demon Kite.
Yeah, that could have been a good read because that's where Demon Kite was. It's just they were a moment too late. So that was a good read by JP. It's just unfortunate that the timing was already off. And Team Liquid Philippines, even though they brought Yue down low, they couldn't risk forcing that team fight in the orange buff because the Lord was marching up top.
Yeah, they still got to deal with this Lord. There's the Rose Gold Meteor being locked in now by Dome and Kite. They're going to be fine. They're going to knock down the tier 2 in the mid lane. And TLPH will try to hold in against this, but they might get forced into a fight here.
Dome and Kite enters in. We have 2 flickers from Edward and Renegade. Will they force anything out? Call TZ goes. Dome and Kite in the front lines got punished by the cavalry.
Wow. I'm surprised they just caught Dome and Kite there.
Yep. Got blasted. I did not expect that sheer raw output of damage, and I don't think Dom and Kite expected that as well. I feel like a part of him is going, I wish I could still split push at this point. But there's nothing to split push. He did too good a job at split pushing.
There's nothing else for him to split push at this point. So yes, he goes down there in that instance, and that's a showing that TLPH's damage is obviously still pretty good, despite them earlier being down by 3,000-4,000 gold. They still can go ahead and work towards getting some of these turrets down. That's what they really need to get back into this game here, especially before that next Lord comes up. So they might have to rely every single time JP has that flicker available to try to go ahead and make a play just to get that numbers advantage, because he's going to be the one to do it. And also, depending on what ultimate Sanji has been taking, majority of this game, we've seen him go ahead and take UAs, but right now he's holding on to the Khalid ultimate too, just to see if he can use the Raging Sandstorm to set things up so it doesn't always have to be JP. Because if they can kind of combo those together or pick one or the other, that might keep RORA on their toes here before the next objective.
You also see Carl TZ positioning a little bit more like the utility junglers of old. So they're juggling the role of frontliners between Sanford, Carl TZ, and JP in terms of who's going to get the vision first, so that it becomes a sign for the others to initiate. So I like what the Team Liquid Philippines are doing right now, but Aurora are doing it really well as well.
Is this worth it though? They went for the Sanford trade, now a counter conceal from TLPH, forced Aurora back, and we are going to witness a potential Lord Dance unless Carl TZ goes in with the Unleash the Beast. A lot of combinations. Shockwave Blast to bring down Yue in the middle lane, but a counterattack coming in from Dom and Kite and Demon Kite as well. They were able to bring down Sanji. Now the Wiki Shadow Kill connecting as they also bring down the Hitman. JP working onto the middle. Dom and Kite was able to force out, but here comes Carl TZ. Oh, and Sanford. Will he be able to escape? But Demon Kite has his back. Edward's immortality bomb. Sanford soaking up the damage. Edward with the combo. Demon Kite, Dom and Kite is still alive.
Dom and Kite alive amongst it all somehow. They're still going to be working on the Lord here. Demon Kite is there, but it's going to go for a reset. Too risky, RORA says, and they back off. What a fight that was.
What Demon Kite, Edward, and Doming did in that engagement, in that exchange, was otherworldly. They provided so much space for that Moskov to free hit, and now the Lord, who gets it as Aurora is rushing.
They're blitzing it because Carl TZ's not in the picture now. Aurora secures the Lord.
Man, what a fight for RORA there. And like you mentioned, I feel like Dominic Kite, considering where he even was in that team fight and able to reposition, was phenomenal. And that was also because Edward able to go ahead and play that support role in an instance. Utilizing the Bedang kit here is what helped him stay alive. So now this gives Aurora the opportunity once again to play into this Lord. And with this, it's going to be really a lot of work for TLPH to defend against it. Yes, they're still able to provide a lot of damage with this lineup. They should be able to go ahead and defend at least the majority of this push, and I don't think this is a game-winning Lord unless they just massively lose this next team fight once the Lord reaches the base.
Yeah, and if Team Liquid loses, it's a massive loss. At most, they can lose all their inhibitors, maybe even just 2 inhibitors, but to lose the game in this push already would mean that something went terribly wrong for Team Liquid. It's very defendable in their case right now, but if Aurora pull this off, then it becomes an excellence and execution for them.
Top lane inhibitor already bursted down. Okay, so Sanji still holding on to that Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, Divine Glaive just built up by him. Renegade has an immortality, so he can go for a sour play if he wants to.
Okay, looks like they're just going to clear it out. They only lose the top base turret for now, so TLPH will hold their own. Again, at this point in the game, this is usually the average game time for both these teams. You know, the 15 to 16 minute mark before they end it, but it's going to be a little bit longer. But RORA does.
Oh, there's the ult coming in from OM! Paired up with the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Sanji as they take down Yue. Now the chase is on. Dominkai already popped this Purify, but Carl Starway Blast going to be able to bring him down. On the other hand, Demonkai on the backline, but Wiki Shadow kill. Carl Teasy still racing after Renegade. Immortality will be popped, but OM and Carl Teasy says no and brings him down. 4 men will fall down for the side of Aurora.
What just happened, TLPH? Turns it around.
They tried to divide and conquer the other, but Liquid, they showed their own excellence in execution. Even though it looked like Oheb would be down for the count, it's his duo. It's the baby to his cakes that helped him out.
1 second, Yue will respawn. Good ultimate coming in from Edward to avoid that. Ultimate coming in from JP as Yue with the Crimson Beacon might be able to take down one. Winter Crowns are in play as they take down Yue. Dominkai with a huge SOD to bring down one more. Oheb after the chase. Dominkai immortality but surrounded by 3 and an unstoppable kill from Oheb.
Minions!
Minions on to the bottom lane. This might be another Minions game. Will they make it in time? Aurora, TLPH needs to recall. 2 are there, and they'll be able to defend it.
Oh, they are still in the game.
What is happening?
Lord is up. What is happening in this one?
We're redefining what it means to be a champion with our new trophies. Showing off when the trophy you win in the Philippines is the most sought after, the one that holds the most weight.
Oigi Shadow kill from Team Inkite. One more hit onto Carl Teasy, but he was able to escape. Here comes the grab coming in from Sanford, surrounded by 4. This might be the sacrificial play for TLPH, but was it worth it though? Renegade almost spotted out Carl Teasy, and now Aurora set their eyes on this Lord.
Oh man, forget what's happened in the past 17 minutes because right now this Lord is crucial, but RORA will be the ones to get it after taking out Sanford, and now can TLPH replicate what they did earlier to possibly turn the game around again.
All right. Okay, going back to the attempt by Team Liquid Philippines to end the game. Premature. They should not have pushed way too deep. Seems like they forgot about the timers, especially of the comeback of the Moskov, who with Dominkai hitting that Spear of Destruction was able to help turn things around, leading to the point where Team Liquid Philippines, who lost track of their macro, the top lane minion waves, now it's the top lane minion waves that are the heaviest. And now they have to defend against this. This is going to be a hard defense for the Cavalry.
They're going to have to. RORA out on the outskirts of this. They still want to take these base turrets down. Oheb's working on the lore to clear it out. Sanford takes quite a bit of damage, but RORA's eyes are set on the base turrets. They have a lot of work to do, but again, the amount of defense that this lineup gives for TLPH, they stay in the game.
Yeah, Aurora didn't risk it. They couldn't get enough hits down on the middle tower to decide to play under a tower dive. If they could have gotten Dominkai to bring it down to at least 50-40% health, then they would have decided to dive it. But since they just could not, even though Renji had a really good angle there in the back, as you saw, they had to pull out of the fight. Here, overextension by Liquid. Lost track of the minion respawn time at 16:10. Lost track of the respawn timer of Dominkite. they were a little bit too eager to try and end the game there. They should have focused a little bit more on getting control back onto the side lanes. That's one of the biggest pressure points right now on Team Liquid's side, that they cannot get good macro control at the top and the bottom.
So this is the question, that by the time this next Lord comes up, you know, about a minute or so away, are they actually able to go ahead and contest it? Are they actually in a fighting position, and do they put themselves in that position to contest it, or is it better for them to go ahead and try to defend? Because now we're talking about a Lord that is beefed up, and we know that stat before that we talked about previously, last week even, where the team that gets that Lord that's evolved usually ends up having a high percentage of winning the game here. So TLPH might not have a choice. They might just have to go and fight it out against RORA.
Yeah, but they have to watch out for the potential backdoor play. Again, they have Dominkite, who's working on the macros with the Moskov. But now Aurora went for the opposite side. They might try and go for a crucial pickoff. Again, flickers are available for Edward and for Renegade, but they're instead going to try and contest for this purple buff. Let's see who's going to initiate first between the two teams.
Knowing that they have some immortalities too, Aurora might even take a chance just to give them that advantage for securing the next Lord here. So they'll go ahead and they just check things out. JP's going to force them back though too, as he does have his immortality. So the Lord is coming up, and Aurora will go ahead and make their way for this. The buffs are up, so we'll see Demon Kite go ahead and secure that. Winter Crown being picked up here for UA. That could be a big item for them in this next fight.
I like the last 3 items that Oheb went for here as the Kimmy. That's why he's standing at 8, 2, and 4. Concentrated energy, Blood Wings, and even a Wind of Nature. Knowing that a lot of the physical damage dive that Aurora can dish out onto him is what he needs to defend against. So he's balanced of course, what you get now with the Kimmy with the attack speed, how her skills actually also scale off of physical damage, so she gets just a little bit of that from the Wind of Nature as well as the extra attack speed, so that you increase the magic power of the Kimmy with more attack speed that you get. Good sustainability. It's a good build by Oheb.
Good stop there from Sanji. Already has his Raging Sandstorm as well. JP trying to soak up the damage. They might set their eyes onto Renegade, already forced out the Raging Sandstorm, so one less initiation for Aurora.
Yeah, the good thing for Team Liquid there is that JP actually didn't need to use his Tsunami Slam, but the early to mid-game problem of Team Liquid Philippines, of them not being able to take care of the side lanes enough, is what's giving them such a hard time for these late game Lord dances. They have to clean up so much to just try and contest for the Lord. It's tough every single time.
Yep, you're setting Sanford basically on a glue to deal with these wave pushes. Here's the Lord though, it's a quarter of the health.
Traction Pulse coming in from Oheb, but is it going to be enough? The Raging Sandstorm is there, and Renegade secures the Lord. Clash still going on. Garthizi working on UA. Wintercraft coming in from UA as they take down Sanji. Next man down is Dominkite. TLPH wants to go for more. They're trying to go for Demonkite. Edward onto the back, trying to chase after Oheb. It brings down Demonkite. UA wants to answer back. Garthizi 1 hit away, but will be able to take him down. JP Immortality Pump might be able to escape, but up against 3, there is no escape, and a double for UA.
3v2 Lord marching up top. It's just the Kimmy and the glue. Team Liquid Philippines might actually be able to hold on here. They don't have their main physical damage dealers, but they have the attack speed based Batang. They have US Juice in, Renegade as well. They might just be able to try and force this Aurora. It could be risky, or it could be very, very rewarding for them.
Oh, they're going to manage the waves, and now they're going to deal with this Lord and the rest. It's Sanford and Oheb. Can they hold their own against this push from Aurora?
Doing their best to delay Sanford. No immortality, Raging Sandstorm, but Oheb was able to dodge it. Sanford's immortality will be popped. Trying to work on the Lord. Enough delay is there for TLPH. 2 seconds before Sanji goes in. In a tower lock coming in from the northern lights, but they were able to clear out the Lord. Edward's immortality popped, and TLPH still holding on. Wintercraft lane. Spear of Destruction will miss. Sanji with a counter Raging Sandstorm to bring down Edward.
TLPH will defend 23 minutes in with only 2 members, and Oheb made it happen alongside Sanford. What a defense for the Cavalry.
This could have been a different story if the Spear of Destruction of that Moskov hit, but it missed. Aurora did everything they could to try and end there. The right call, the right play. But Sanford on that glue held on for dear life to give space for Oheb to deal just enough damage so that when Sanji got back, Aurora had to back off.
Oh man, when you look at this, this is a masterclass of knowing where to be, especially when you're Sanford. And like you mentioned, if that spear landed, it could have been a different story. But TLPH just played that so well. Again, you got to remember how difficult it is to deal with that kind of evolved Lord pushing in, the waves also together, and the way that OHEB had to juggle around that whole thing. So now it all brings us to this once again. Lord is coming up almost at the 25-minute mark. And the biggest advantage RORA has is they only have that one base turret down for now, while meanwhile TLPH has to deal with these pushes coming in from all lanes. And who's going to be the one to go ahead and deal with that? A lot of times it's Sanford. So we might see RORA also choose to go ahead and play with possibly putting Domain Kite on one of those side lanes to push in. But now that this Lord is up here, they'll wait for that buff to come up in the purple for Demon Kite and then get ready to play this out again. One of the biggest differences in this fight, though, is the immortalities were all popped in the last exchange. So they got to rely on the other defensive items that they might have for this. They still have to take their time with this Lord coming up. JP?
Already went in with the Tsunami Slam, got Edward, but Edward was able to counter out. Here comes Renegade onto the back, forcing out OF to walk away as Dominguez goes in. Right after the backline, still no bodies down, but Renegade is the first man. They might go for Dominguez. Immortality pump, surrounded by 4, a double kill coming in from OF. The next one is Edward. Edward is going to fall down in the hands of Sanji, and all of a sudden, the tides have shifted to the cavalry.
Just like that, 3 fall. This level out of minion waves to handle. Demon Cat's gonna try and split push end up against the glue. Hayabusa versus glue. 3 versus 1 in the base of RORA.
It's gonna be a base push as Demon Kai already committed a Wiki Shadow kill. 1 minion card left for TLPH. Sanford still holding his own. Is this enough time bought for TLPH? OM has his eyes on the base. They're locking in, but UX trying to defend, and TLPH will still secure the game.
TLPH with discipline made it happen, turned the game around multiple times, and will get the victory at game 1.
This just shows how valuable it is for all the teams in the toughest region, the home of champions, to end the regular season top 1. That was only game 1.
That was 5 Lords. 5 crucial chances for Aurora. And TLPH.
Like how many times too? We saw base pushes, we saw minions possibly ending again, Winions, and we saw how many turnarounds, a 2 versus 3 base defense from TLPH. We saw them get a little overzealous at one point and overextend. That was, as the kids would say, that was cinema.
That was cinema. That was litty. That served a lot of things. That was great. If the comment section right now, wherever you're watching, is devolving into a flame war, I hope it isn't. I hope everyone can just appreciate what we witnessed in that game number 1. That was peak MLBB, not even in its final form yet.
I know Aurora lost, but we can safely say everyone won for that amazing game.
You're watching that.
Everyone. Wow.
I don't know, man. Like it is still amazing that TLPH was able to go ahead and have multiple successful defenses. And
Goodness.
I don't know, man. Maybe, like, I'm sure we'll break it down when we get to the stats here, but the Kimmy seemed to work pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think that was a big factor on a lot of those team fights that they were able to win, a lot of the options where they were able to go ahead and use that kit alongside a Kalea, for example. And there was a lot of times, too, where it seemed like RORA wasn't actually able to catch OHEB.
Yeah, and yeah, we got to see there again. It was mainly used as an initiating tool, the ultimate of the Kimmy.
Yeah.
So OHEB getting the MVP, it wasn't just because he was positioning very well. Yeah, we got to give him credit for that. But the fact that every time he would get dived on and it looked like, yo, someone helped the Kimmy, someone was there to help the Kimmy.
Yes.
It was either JP, Sanji, or Carl TZ looking out for OHEB, while Sanford is, of course, doing the same thing in the back line of Aurora. There was always someone to help the Kimmy. And again, this is why I put a lot of focus in the itemization he had. He juggled the concentrated energy for the immortality and him deciding to go for a wind in nature at one point, so that made it a lightning truncheon, so he has even more damage for the final push. The Blood Wings as well, giving him the sustainability he needed, and the shield, considering that he scales with magic power. This is such a well-deserved MVP for Oheb, because Liquid gave him so much space, and Oheb made magic with it.
What is with former agents debuting new heroes and then winning MVP on their debut matches? Yesterday, I believe it was Edward with Esmeralda, and now it's Oheb with the Kimmy. And I do agree, it was a tough task for Oheb to stay alive, mainly because we always see Renegade chasing after Oheb, not to mention even Demon Kite with his Uwiki Shadow Kill. But the fact that Daddy JP was always there to make sure that Oheb was literally kept in check, and at the same time, sometimes even saving up the ultimate of the Tsunami Slam or the second skill to avoid initiations and avoid Aurora from reaching Oheb from the back.
I mean, there was moments too where even Carl Teasy would go back after he had either zoned someone out, killed someone, just to make sure that Oheb had the space that he needed. You know, so this was really a team effort that obviously highlights Oheb and his MVP performance here because of how he had to play this. I mean, even to a point there where he was able to survive, you know, and Renegade trying to get him, and Oheb still surviving this, and that was Carl Teasy there helping him out. So it was just such a good showcase of how TLPH, you know, they have this synergy. They've showcased it all season long, and they're able to go ahead and highlight themselves and make these plays like this. And I got to give it up to Domenkite, man. He did work throughout the entire game. He was the one playing the Moskov to a perfect tee, and you know, getting those turrets down early on, showcasing them. It was just unfortunate that sometimes some big Spear Destructions didn't land.
Especially the final potential push that Aurora did a while ago, where it was just one member or two members of TLPH trying to defend. I do also like to highlight Renegade, because in this game, Renegade is a roamer, but he secured 2 Lords.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So I think that was desert. That was 2 desert tornadoes, or maybe one of them was an increased basic attack. But you could actually see, this is one of the things that I noticed about the team fighting. Every time it broke out, it became divide and conquer. There's always one member of Aurora in the back line, the TLPH that they have to deal with. One member, vice versa. There's always one member diving the back line that they had to deal with. And even in the ending right there, it was divide and conquer. It was the base race of Demon Kite, but Sanford held on so much long. The glue efforts here, Sanford's effort here, hopefully doesn't fly under the radar for a lot of people, because a lot of the things that kept TLPH alive in this game came from the back off of Sanford just saying, I gotta do my job as a glue and disrupt as much as I can.
Yeah, and alongside that, it's also Carl Teasy who kept them alive during moments wherein Aurora has a huge lead, but instead of, you know, being reactive to the setups of Renegade, he was literally hunting Renegade and committing to Unleash the Beast just to bring him down and take down the main initiator already of Aurora.
Yeah, this is those combinations that we got to see. A lot of times it was, you know, when Sanji would go ahead and use the Raging Sandstorm. And, you know, there was just good moments, highlights from both teams. Honestly, it was... even for Aurora, they had a whole lot of highlight moments. And like you said, you see a lot of these team fights where they are broken up into 2 sections, where those fights are happening on both fronts. And, you know, again, this one, like we saw from earlier, Domenkite, these Spirit Destructions could have been very crucial throughout the entirety of the game, especially towards the end. But I think TLPH really adjusted well to that potential, you know? And even here, like, this is Carl Teasy zoning out Yue from that fight. That was so big in the actual overall picture of this.
Yeah, that's one of the things we discussed earlier as well at one point of the game, where you saw 3 people changing their positions on the fly, depending on who gets in position first, to get vision. The EXP laner, the roamer, and the jungler. So again, the point we made, Carl Teasy was playing this Lucas similar to the utility jungles of old, of like, okay, he's sort of like the sub-roamer, but now you have 3 options of that. At the same time, you have 2 main options for splitting up team fights, the EXP laner and the jungler. But then Team Liquid Philippines also took that to another level by saying the 3 frontliners we have will take turns defending the gold laner alongside Sanji as well. So a lot of on-the-fly decision-making by Team Liquid Philippines kept Aurora on their toes.
Yeah, see this, like, Kimmy, her debut game, all you get to look at is her eyes here. Because she's so locked in, dude.
It melts your brain.
Oheb had to be so locked in for this game. 26 minutes exactly, by the way, for this one. And again, just insane that we got to see that many Lords and that many base defenses work out here. And, you know, relatively close game across the board. Again, even though that RORA got defeated here, I think they did a lot of things right. The lineup for them was really good, but TLPH is just one of those teams that somehow, in the moments when they desperately need it, they're able to pull things together and turn things around, and that really speaks volumes of just how much experience and veterancy these individual players have from TLPH.
Yeah, look at the damage taken between the Glue. Oh, it's gone now. But yeah, if you went back to that screen, the Glue, the Lucas, and the Kalea all had like the highest damage taken. Again,
well, he's a sandbag.
They were just juggling everything. It was the Glue was a sandbag because he spent a lot of time in the backline disrupting that Moskov, getting vision for him. And the fact that his build was Dominus Ice and Blade Armor, you can't blame for Dominguide having a tough time here because like the main presence in front of him for most of the time would be reflecting damage and even slowing it.
Yeah, you know what I know? You know what Glue needs? What? He needs a sand skin.
Oh, so just like an actual sandbag.
Yeah, so he's an actual sandbag. That'd be great, you know?
But
I do too. But our BPI Rich guy is going to be Oheb, of course. A phenomenal game for him on the Kimmy, the debut pick for 221,000 total gold and 809 GPM. You could see where Kimmy kind of struggles a little bit in the early game. Like you need some of that, you know, support, some of that protection, of course, from your team. And again, I think when we loaded up into the game, I was like, what's going to be so crucial here? And now this is the case for all gold laners, but I feel like even more so in this specific matchup with the Kimmy. The positioning for Oheb had to be on point, and I think that just was the case here for him the entire game. His positioning was so good, but also because you only have so many options to be on the defense, you had to rely on all the peeling that you could get from your team too, and I think that's, again, what TLPH did so well. Speaking of TLPH and the Auroras, they have a watch party going on right now, so shout out to all the Cavalry and the Auroras watching at the different watch parties here. We have the KMC Armstrong Cafe in Makati, and that is today versus TLPH, and then tomorrow versus Team Falcons. What else do we have here? We got, so we have the KMC Armstrong. Have you guys ever been there?
No, but we've passed by it.
We passed by it, right?
There's also a TLPH watch party in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Pararaton Coffee. And
Pararaton Coffee.
Yeah, and TGI Coffee in Indonesia, SK Hall, Barangay Rizal, Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. That's all from TLPH.
Wow, I didn't know they do them actually in Indonesia as well.
Yeah. We know that, of course, the cavalry in Indonesia growing by the day.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that they're also setting up watch parties over there for them. And I know Onic, if I'm not mistaken, also does the same thing. Like Onic Indonesia has watch parties for when Onic Philippines have games.
Yeah, that's great. Great support for our teams over there in our organizations. And yeah, you know, if you get games like this, you wouldn't want to miss those watch parties.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those again. That was just game one. It feels like we already went through a best of 3.
Yeah, because it's a 26-minute game, and the average game times of these two teams are like under 14 minutes.
That's true.
So it's like we witnessed 2 games.
That's, you know what though? The fact that this is basically a star match and it's a rival match, and at the same time it's a fight for a top seed, you wouldn't want it any other way. Like, I hope we do get 3 games in this series. And because like we just had this fantastic game 1, I'm hoping the same thing. We get like game 2 and we get 1-1 here. Like RORA is able to go ahead and get the next game under their belt.
You know, I'm curious to know if this game is actually the largest Lord deficit that was overcome by a team. Because it was 4 or 5 Lords secured by TLPH, and TLPH literally had 0.
Yeah.
So this could be a contender, I'm sure.
That'll be a good stat to check out.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It's a because like when we were leading into that, we were like, you know, when you get past that 18-minute mark, that Evolve Lord, there's not many teams that have been able to successfully defend against that.
It's only happened once or even twice now.
I was gonna say, it's gotta be like 90% still, like plus, right?
Yeah,
like,
but that's a crazy stat line, where if you secured the Evolved Lord past 18 minutes, 90% of the time you're
gonna
win
win
the game.
And how many, and that's the thing, like how many game defying or stat defying things did TLPH do here in game 1?
I mean the two 18-minute Lord that lost, I believe, was both from TNC and now from Aurora. So it's 3 18-minute Lord losses.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember also, wasn't there one yesterday from Omega? Because I know the Omega AP Bren game was
Went
really
through
long.
18 minutes.
Should run through 18 minutes if I remember correctly.
What is with the last week of MPL? With all these comebacks?
We're all redefining what it means.
They have all these stats, and they're like, you know what? Just throw them out the window.
I don't know if just pure coincidence, but after showing the new trophy, this was the opening game. Oh my
Yeah, I'm like, oh, we want that. We want that right away. You know, when they started teasing that new trophy and everyone clearly saw it was blue,
Yeah.
man, the cavalry and the Auroras went out into the comment section, all just went, oh, perfect, it's blue. It's the time for the Auroras. And the cavalry were like, let's go Liquid, it's blue for us.
what I literally saw when I saw that trophy reveal, and then they showed all the old trophies, I was like, thinking about the meme, the guy she tells you not to worry about. It's the trophy she tells you not to worry about. So, and again, guys, we have our synchronized, our Naruto spinning.
Yeah.
Going around here.
So it's happening in Indonesia. It's happening in Malaysia right now. If I'm not mistaken, that's a good friend Popo G over there in the Malaysia broadcast.
Is that Popo G?
Yeah. In Indonesia, they have someone in the crowd spinning there. Someone in the crowd here is spinning as well for MPL Philippines.
Whoa! How do these guys have all these diamons?
That's what was that Popo G?
World Collector!
That's Rose. Okay.
Oh, World Collector, by the way. This is here, right? Philippines. Congratulations to the World Collector over here.
Show off.
You better secure your phone and exiting the MPL arena.
Oh, it's Mima. No wonder. Okay. Yeah. No wonder. Of course,
no
yeah. Now Mima deserves to be a World Collector.
I'm close to World Collector.
I think
Oh,
I'm a tier
this
below
is
that.
what you were talking about, Redmark.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So these are the loading screen effects.
Yeah, you can look for loading screens, emotes as well. I really want the loading screen effects.
So does that work like the collector ones, like the skin collector ones, where you hit the play button and the loading screen and then everybody sees it?
Yes, it should be.
I have an honest question.
Yes.
Is it possible for me to apply a loan in BPI? Or MLBB skins?
Yeah.
BPI are responsible. They would look at you and honestly tell you, sir, that sounds like an irresponsible loan to take. They're very good people working at BPI right now.
I mean, there's a booth right out there. We could ask them.
You could try. They also listen and don't judge. So you might get that instead, where it's like,
pay off your diamond loan in 36 months at 0% interest or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work, but I would love to be a part of that because again, these skins are great. But at the same time, now that I think we've seen all of them in action except
Gara.
the Gara.
Yeah.
But is he actually available right now, or isn't that through like an event?
Yeah, I think it's not yet.
Because it's gonna be.
Yeah,
I think it's the only one that's free.
Yeah.
So like everybody can at least go ahead and try to get your hands on the Gara if you guys don't have diamonds like myself. But here's a little update on side selection. It is going to be Aurora going over to the blue side. I think even when we really focus on how the draft went, it's very interesting. It's actually interesting to see how the draft has changed on this patch with obviously even these specific teams right here. There was a lot kind of left open, and I think even for Aurora, again, they were a lineup that had a ton of utility to go ahead and utilize in the match, and I think that's what gave them a pretty good advantage for the early to mid game. And TLPH is a team that loves to play on the macro level, so it's like, even if they're going against that amount of utility, if they're going against a team that can go ahead and win the macro for a certain period of time, TLPH knows how to counterplay into that, and that's what we saw from them.
Can I just confirm that with that TLPH win, does that mean that they've secured?
Don't they have to 2-0?
Series win.
Yeah, they gotta get a series win, I believe.
Right? We'll have to confirm it later on.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We'll see if they...
At least they're a step closer.
No, that's to secure top 2 seed. It literally reads there, sir. To secure top 2 seed, you do these 2 conditions.
Yeah.
To secure top 1.
Yeah, no. I mean top 2. Upper bracket, top 2.
No.
Okay, so they secured top 2.
They secured top 2, but it says right here, to secure the first seed,
Yeah.
No,
win
not
versus
the
Aurora.
first seed, just the top 2 seed.
Yeah, all right. So their upper bracket secured is what you're trying to say.
Yes, the upper bracket.
Okay.
Okay, hang on, son.
So does it mean they're secured already?
They're in the top 2.
Okay.
That's what
Good.
we'll see. If they end up sweeping here, then they get what they're truly after.
Yeah. Again, though, they don't need to sweep Aurora to make sure that they secure the top 1 placing. They just need to beat them. Same thing goes for Aurora. Aurora does not need to sweep Liquid. They just need to beat them.
They just gotta win this epic rival match.
Yeah, for the
2-1 or 2-0.
2-1 or 2-0.
For the new trophy.
All right, now to the drafts. Oh, interesting too. The Clay is going to be banned out. The Jushin over here from TLPH on this side. And Louis, I'm wondering, can we see a world where the chip is not banned out, left open, and TLPH wants to play with a chip possibly?
I think they might open the chip because the last time we saw Renegade play the chip, didn't go that well for Aurora. It's still something you do have to respect though. As Aurora, here and there with a chip, yes, but it's still a chip at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Ah, they opened the chip.
Chip is open for Renegade. Could this be a good first pick? Because again, the trades for TLPH on the other hand, no Joy is banned out, Louis as well. So
you know, if they go chip here, I wouldn't mind Liquid just rushing to Lucas Valentina already.
Yeah, and they answered the chip with a Badang Valir. That was used against.
Yeah, they can do that too.
Yeah. Where did we see the Badang Valir up against the chip? I forgot what game. I have to recall, but yes, could be an option. So Aurora, they have a lot of options for the first pick. Chip is in play. Kalea for the Hitman, and they are going with a chip.
Okay.
It was TNC versus Aurora where we saw the Badang Valir used as a counter.
Oh.
So let's see if it's going to be Badang Valir, if they're going to rush to Lucas Valentina right away. If they would, I would really think that if Lucas is going to be a very important piece right now for Team Liquid's play, they have to pair it up with the Valentina.
Yeah.
They can get Valentina, get Lucas later, then just get one of the other power picks. One of them being the Harith, as they lock that in.
Okay. Earth was banned out the previous game, so it does come through here. Great pick for Oheb. One of his probably favorite heroes and most successful heroes that he's played so far. Now we'll see here if they do pick it up. Do they actually just wait for Lucas? Okay, they go with the Phoveus. Phoveus was banned out the previous game too, so you go ahead and grab this. And man, I remember the monster game that Sanford had on the Phoveus yesterday.
Yep, MVP performance from him. When he played that Phoveus against TNC Pro Team, he had a near perfect game if I'm not mistaken, or a perfect game indeed. So let's see if we can replicate that here today. Aurora can afford to pick up a very dive-heavy composition. I think they would rather get the Moskov here now, or the Granger. Get the Moskov or the Granger and get an Assassin already locked in for Demon Kite. If that's not what you're going to be playing into, maybe you get the Lucas Jungle for Demon Kite. But then again, every time you want to consider picking up the Lucas, you have to think about the Valentina, which you can still get picked. So they decided to play it safe. They go Moskov, Suyo instead. Good macro presence by Aurora. Good crowd control in the center of the map, dueling as well.
Oh!
Lucas gets locked in by Liquid. They don't have to worry right now about the Valentina because now they just ban it out.
Yeah, just banned it. Oh, man. Okay. So I think even this, though, TLPH still has to be very careful on the amount of pressure that RORA can put on the map just with these picks alone. You know, having that chip, having that Moskov, they got to be able to go ahead and answer that. So what do you think some of the best answers for dealing with that pressure TLPH can do here in their last two picks, Redmar?
Oh, well, they can pick up to deal with the pressure of Aurora?
Yeah.
You're asking? They can go for one of the counters to get the chip, which is the Tigreal. If they want to really be applying pressure instead and be aggressive, they can go for the Jawhead Lucas combo at the center of the map. So I'm looking at either those two, Lucas or the Tigreal for JP. I wouldn't want to see something passive like a high loss. I'd want to see something that pushes the pedal to the metal. If they can't counter the aggro, then they be aggro themselves.
Yeah, or a Badang could also be a viable option for JP. But I remember the last time Aurora went against TNC. Nice that you mentioned this, that the chip could really be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it always is.
Yeah,
like I always feel like the chip is a double-edged
And they
sword.
actually lost with a lineup of Chip and Suyo versus TNC Pro Team week 7 last day. So
this guy's not getting anything. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're like,
that's Ron.
Is that Ron?
Yeah, that's Ron. That's Hottie.
Hottie, you
He
are.
can afford to do this.
Hey, just stop now while you can, man. He had 37,000 diamonds, by the way.
Don't go down the rabbit hole, Ron. No.
Ron!
He is the rabbit hole at this point.
Let the man be happy and feel
Ron.
fulfilled.
Bataan gets taken out, by the way, by Aurora.
Okay, there. So you're forced out with a take jaw hit for JP later on, but they go with the Navaria for Sanji.
Stop while you're ahead. The camera just cuts off, by the way. They're like, Ron hasn't got anything in about 10 pulls. Yeah, we're cutting the camera. So now we're in the second phase here. Navaria does get picked up for TLPH.
Yeah. Ooh. Could be good, could be bad. Actually, both of them have, that's one of the things about a Navaria comp. Could be good, could be bad. Same thing goes for the chip. Because a Navaria without the early game crowd control, susceptible to the invades coming in from Aurora. While of course the chip, once he gets his ultimate, double-edged sword, it can go either really good for you or really bad. Edith for Edward, pick up a Valent. Sicilian could be okay. For you, nice. Let's go for Farsa. Excuse me. Oh, wow, that's very suffocating is the draft of Aurora. While Liquid are still going to hammer down in their team fight, skirmish-focused play.
Yeah.
Similar to game number 1, Aurora could play for the macro very well, while Team Liquid will just try and make the map feel small with the presence of the Navarre and Gato Kacha. However, the Chip and the Farsa do the same thing.
Yeah, so almost kind of like an even lineup, I would say, on both sides. You know, it's not one lineup having one of the strengths over the other like we had in the previous game 1, where they both serve almost nearly the same purpose. I would just say maybe a little bit of an advantage, again, that you can play with a Chip and a Moskov when it comes to the macro here. You're not going to see much of a difference between the rating, though, for both of these teams, but there is a lot of early potential, I would say, for TLPH.
Yeah, early to mid-game and even the late-game potential, it goes very well right now for Team Liquid Philippines. Dare I say, Aurora, them to execute their lineup, it's tougher to execute compared to the lineup of TLPH. Yes, the Harith will have to dance around a lot of things. There's a lot to check also for Liquid, but they have one of those lineups that can be just like press buttons, win. Aurora, like press buttons with a lot of calculating in between to decide if it's actually the right time to do the thing.
We'll see if they can press the buttons and win this one. It's a match point right now for TLPH, looking to get that top seed further if they go ahead and sweep here. Will it be TLPH or will RORA take us to a game 3 in this game 2 already? There's best of 3. Whoa, Yue.
Oh.
So low.
Similar to what happened to game number 1, but in this case, it's now TLPH.
Sanji?
With the momentum. And now going back to Renmar's point, for Aurora, it could also mean or spell disaster for Renegade if ever the shortcut will be countered out immediately by TLPH. So let's see how they're going to pull it off. Because again, for TLPH, it's honestly just Sanford go for the backline, divide and conquer Aurora once again, and let Oheb dance on his dance floor.
Oh, the crab coin went to Sanji there, able to get that with a Star Shatter that delays the farm of Demon Cat, but just a bit. Katizi will be hitting level 4 just in time. Team Liquid also drafted one of those drafts that just after a win like that they worked for, they can win this fast, around 15 to 16 minutes. If they're, if they're being disciplined about it. Could be 13 if they just want to go crazy and just continue the aggression and Aurora can't deal with it. But one of the things that they have in their draft that sort of makes TLPH think a little bit more about being aggressive is the Edith. Of course, a Primal Wrath, a full charge of that, is one of the biggest turnaround tools that you have in the game right now.
Yeah.
So Edward's timing here is going to be key.
Especially with the old war cry emblem that he's running here. So this turtle is up. We're going to see how the team fighting works out for both the teams too. TLPH, you know, this is any time, especially early game, you have to deal with this Phoveus that a lot of times 1v3s and holds his own as he goes for Edward. Renegade's around the corner. Turtle's going to be worked on though.
They might just try to concede it instead as Carl TZ will secure the first turtle. Sanford was able to flicker out, might be able to take down Renegade also, and Sanford punishes them. But here comes the clapback though as Carl TZ goes in right after Edward. That's a 2-kill swing plus turtle for TLPH.
This is what we were talking about. Team Liquid drafted a lineup that wants to dominate early on, and they need to. Aurora's lineup, when scaled, is very good at long team fights, considering their ultimates can extend team fights even more, while Team Liquid Philippines, if they don't have their ultimates, team fighting for them is going to be a big struggle. Look at the Lucas, look at the Harith.
Yeah, that's why they play around that advantage of this early game, you know, when we were talking about the compositions there that they have. But also, even to an extent, having a Revitalize that RORA doesn't really have kind of covers that base for TLPH right now. So like you mentioned, Renmar, the game plan is if they can end the game quick, you know, without the game kind of extending way too long, like in game 1 where we saw a 26-minute game, then TLPH can play with that advantage. But RORA might even look to just go ahead and farm up and hope to get to the later stages game. First items aren't being locked in just yet, but they're getting close as RORA just goes and looks to kind of stop the gold lead from going out of hand here, because it's already based off that, you know, initial team fight and those couple of kills. You're already almost looking at a 2K deficit if you're Aurora here. So it looks like they'll just go ahead and try to rely on keeping Dominkite farming up, doing his thing like we saw in the previous game, to a point where he can just go ahead and push some of those side lanes open. But Oheb has played this matchup so many times that it might be a little bit more difficult for Dominkite to actually do that on the Mozgov in game 2.
Okay. Good duel right here. Oh, good pressure by Liquid on the Edith.
Okay, flash combo coming in from Carl TC as Sanford goes in with Infernal Pursuit. Here comes the
God.
Primal Wrath coming in from Edward. They might try and go for Sanford. Unleash the Beast coming in from Carl TC. Forced out the flicker already, but Yue goes in with Feathered Airstrike. Sanford still was able to Infernal Pursuit and bring down Demonkite. There's the trade they're waiting for. Sanford is still alive! And now goes in again with the Infernal Pursuit, but Yue this time punishes Sanford.
Oh my God, how does, again, Sanford stayed alive for so long.
Yeah, that was a big trade. Aurora lost Demonkite and Edward. But that was Team Liquid getting some wins there.
Oh, Renegade.
Okay, some losses. Oh no, Renegade. Oh,
Maybe?
Too much.
Too much.
Oh! An overzealous play from Daddy.
The basic attack went to the tower instead of Renegade. Unfortunate there for JP. Could have been enough, but with the increased defense provided, the damage reduction provided by the turret, even if the basic attack landed from the Gatot Kacha, that wouldn't have taken Renegade down. But still, that buys time, that buys space, as Liquid will be able to get this turtle without a problem.
Yep, they're gonna trade it though. Turtle goes in the hands of TLPH, but a turret goes down as Demonkite pushes that bottom lane. So that's what you expect from them after that team fight all broke out anyway.
Great trade, great macro respect here by Aurora. Yue was a hero, by the way, in that last engagement that Sanford held on, but eventually he got taken out. Another shortcut up top. RORA goes top.
They want to go for Sanford, and all the combos just connecting onto Sanford. That was too much for him to handle. Now concealed in a potential tower takedown, but JP still goes in. He wants to defend. AOG already cast it down as Carl CZ goes for the backup. Here comes the Unleash the Beast, working on Demonkite, but Yue counters out with a feathered airstrike. Here comes Sachi from the back. Almost got Demonkite over there as JP still going on. Here's the extended team fight. Aurora is known for with their lineup, and they're going to be able to take down the Daddy.
Good discipline, great discipline. Okay, by Aurora. Instead of fully letting go of that sequence, they just went back a little bit out of the range of the tower, then re-engaged, eventually being able to stop Team Liquid Philippines' attempt to defend that tower. It even costed them JP's life.
Yeah, and it was so close because Demonkite barely got away. He had a sliver of health.
Bird goes in and immediately bursts down Dominkite. Forced out the feather airstrike coming in from US. They bring down Sanford, but that was a trade. An XP laner for a gold laner.
Dark wave flicker by Sanford to start things off. The moment he saw he had an angle onto Demonkite, what a play by the Apex Predator.
He had some revenge in mind after what happened to him up top, man, with the shortcut, because that might be the answer. You know, that's one of the only ways you're going to be able to take down a Phoveus, bring up the squad through the shortcut, and so Sanford goes and punishes. And it's Dominkite that they get to, so that's a good pick-off. Now, for Oheb, he hasn't gone down yet. He's been able to go ahead and farm up. He kind of just has to do that. Oh, Renegade.
Now here comes the whole squad of Aurora. A while ago, it was for Sanford, Sansan brother Sanford. Now on to Sanji in a perfect timing as one member is down for TLPH for the final turtle take.
Oh, look at the push up top, too.
Dominkite having the time of his life, just going for the towers. Here comes the feathered airstrike from Yue, but Carl TC will secure the turtle, plus the kill onto Renegade and to Edward. Everything falling down for Aurora. Even the Spear of Destruction isn't gonna connect. And a 3-kill swing for the Cavalry.
Double kill for the young goat. He won the Retribution battle as well, giving them the shield to fight even more. Carl TZ has been killer on this Lucas for the entire series so far.
It's crazy to think that we were so adamant on Lucas in the jungle not being, you know, that great just a few weeks ago. And now in the hands of Carl Teasy and even Demon Kite when he played Lucas in the jungle, I feel like the idea of that has changed a little bit. Oh, mid lane, they're going to try to hold it down.
Good cast of the ultimate coming in from Sanji as they trying to burst down Edward. Already forced out the flicker plus the ultimate, so 2 major expenses expended already for Aurora, and Demon Kite's not even done as Carl Teasy will try and secure and seal away the the shockwave blast! I'm speechless.
I'm gonna put this now. That's the perfect skin for the young goat on the Naruto.
It is, and again, man,
oh no. Renegade got spotted out. Will he cast the ultimate though? They're trying to chase for him. 4 members. AOG even already committed. And they're going to burst down to Hitman immediately. Got spotted out by Carl Teasy.
Oh, meanwhile, Demon Kite's going to go ahead and just push this tier 2. There's nothing else that they can do, so Aurora might as well get some turrets as they lead in to the next Lord here. The first Lord of the game is 30 seconds away, but right now they're losing these battles. So they're just playing around, pushing across the map, getting what they can, and they might be in a position to go ahead and contest against this Lord, despite, you know, how some of these pickoffs have been happening as TLPH continues to work on that. Oheb, though, hitting a big power spike, gets the Holy Crystal now, locked in. He has farmed up so much. He's about 1,000+ gold ahead of Demon Kite, and that's why he's so devastating in these team fights when TLPH decides to go in and fight. So they know they have this kind of advantage in firepower. They'll start up the Lord here. Demon Kite still up top, pushing in on the top side. Here comes Renegade.
Spirit of Destruction is going to connect, but they spotted out Renegade immediately, already forced out the flicker. And from the back, here comes JP with the AOG. Sanford quite low, but Oheb dancing in the middle, taking on 3. He's going to bring down 2, making 3. Yue already trying to escape as Carl Teasy chasing after him. Unleash the beast. The baby cakes duo on a monster kill.
It's 7, 1, and 5 for Carl. Team Liquid, feel it. Team Liquid can grasp it. Are they on the way to securing top 1 at the end of the regular season?
Just like you said, they want to take this composition. They want to go ahead and end this game fast. 10.5 minutes into this first Lord pushing in. The way TLPH has been fighting, they could possibly at least expose the entire base here. If they somehow get a decisive win in the team fight department, they might even end the game off this push. So we'll have to see. RORA has great clearing with this composition. They've got a Farsa. They've got the Moskov that can help clear out, even the Edith. So they shouldn't lose this game just yet. They're going to send Demon Kite up top. They might still go ahead and try to play into that. The Lord now on the bottom side with TLPH. They might have to send someone back, but Demon Kite's still up there. Here's the Force under the bottom turret.
Okay, Renegade can use the ultimate just to bring back Demon Kite as TLPH will secure an inhibitor turret takedown onto the bottom lane.
Liquid have just been mint. We discussed their condition and they've been able to pull it off. Aurora have been able to trade kills. But the sheer firepower that Liquid has in their early to mid, and even, again, going back to the stats, their late game potential through the roof. Aurora are just trying to outsmart and out-trick them right now with macro yet again. Let's see if it gets dragged on even more, or will Carl Teasy pull out another goated performance?
Good cast of the ultimate paired up with AOG. They're going to burst down Yue once again. Edward and Primal Wrath forced to back out as Demon Kite working on Sanji. He's going to be able to take him down, but here comes the clapback coming in from TLPH. Going to bring down Demon Kite. And a crucial kill for 40 once again. Aurora left to defend with 3.
The 2-for-1 trade, 3 into the base for Aurora. Can they defend against this push from TLPH?
4v3. Onto the middle lane. Edward doesn't have his ultimate. They're trying to go for Mr. Consistent. Already cast out the Salmon Force to bring him down. Renegade next on a chopping block. Might be a potential wipeout. Yue forced out the feathered airstrike already. And they were able to clear out the minions. But OM Carl Teasy, they want to go for more. Sanford jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. 1 minion card left. And top 1 spot secured by the Cavalry.
TLPH makes it happen with a sweep. What a series as they secure the top seed.
If you can't go with the flow, you'll get washed. Aurora's top 1 dream squashed. System shock. Team Liquid on top.
Man, oh man.
Another legendary bar from Redmar. with this legendary team. Carl Teasy again back on top.
You like that? I got another one for you. You redefine greatness easy. Look for greatness in the dictionary. You get a portrait of the greatest easy.
That one, okay, Redmar, you have to save more for
I
the
didn't know you were a
playoffs.
rapper.
Can I just say Redmar Teasy, they're still...
But I'm not a rapper though.
That's my sushi senpai. That's who that is.
Take a bow, Aurora. Take a bow. You deserve it. They put on a hell of a fight.
Yes.
I can't wait to see a playoffs mode Aurora though. We got a glimpse of it today. That was wild.
Yeah, again,
Wow.
both these teams have improved so much, and they probably haven't even hit the ceiling just yet, but hope to see more from them in the playoffs, of course. But TLPH right now just looking so locked in, and what was that one that you said earlier? They're so pristine in game, or they're locked in basically. They're clean. And I can't wait to hear what they have to say over on stage. Let's start over for a winner's interview.
Ending the regular season as the #1 seed, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations. What a start of the series ito na nakita natin. Coach RC, talk to us about the approach for this matchup. Kasi ang plano nyo talaga ay bawian yung Aurora. Saan ba nanggaling yung Kimi na pick? Kasi we haven't seen it in like, what, 1,000 days tapos ngayon nilabas ng TLPH.
Nung una nag-aasaran lang talaga eh. Kasi Kimi user daw lahat sila eh. So naisip lang din ni Kill na ipasok. Then in-execute naman today.
So si Kill ang nag-isip. Paano mo ba naisip, Oheb? Ano bang meron? Kasi nababalitaan ko na there were some live streams daw na gumagamit ka ng mga mage heroes sa gold lane. Totoo ba yun? May ganun ba talaga?
Pag sa screen kasi nakakasawa yung hero paulit-ulit. Kaya kapag nag-RG ako, lahat ng mga napatch na hero kahit hindi gold lane, tinatry ko. Kasi baka may na-discover na bago.
Right? And maybe that was one of the discoveries na nakita ng TLPH, which is the reason why they got this win.
Exactly. And ngayon, kausapin naman natin si Sanford. Sanford, top seed kayo ngayong playoffs. And I'm sure maraming curious dito, kabilang na ako. Sinong team ba ang inaabangan nyong makatapat sa playoffs?
Sa akin po, Falcons.
Falcons. Sa mga players, may specific ka bang target na tapatan?
Wala po eh.
Wala. Lahat.
Safe lang. Safe lang.
Safe lang.
I actually like it. Because again, Sanford, hindi ko alam kung alam mo na. I'm sure that you already know it, but for everybody's information, you're looking at one of the national team representatives para sa IESF 2025. Sanford, congratulations. What does this mean to you na mairepresenta ang bansang Pilipinas as part of the national team?
Siyempre, una po masaya kasi nabibigyan na po ako ng opportunity na represent yung pangalan ko and at the same time yung bansa. And ayun, gagalingan ko para maging worth it yung pagpili sa akin.
I think meron din tayong mga players na part ng squad nyo na nakapag-representa na rin sa Pilipinas. Cartizi, Oheb, you've been in this route before. Anong pwede nyong masabi kay Sanford kapag sumalta na siya at pumunta na siya doon at nire-representa niya na yung bansang Pilipinas?
Yeah, tuloy mo lang ginagawa mo, tapos be confident lang lagi.
Ako enjoy lang talaga. Ganun lang ginawa ko nung ako eh. Enjoy lang talaga yung outside tsaka in-game, tapos galingan lang.
Tremendous amount of respect. Baby Cakes Duo really showcasing. Congratulations, Sanford as well.
Hans, may request pala si Coach dito.
Ano?
Ano request mo, Coach?
Pinapasabi po ni Sanji, happy birthday daw po sa lola niya. Tsaka sa cameraman namin, kay Eugene, happy birthday para sa ito.
Ayan, happy birthday po. Baka naman, Sanji, meron ka ring mensahe na gusto mo masabi sa iyong birthday celebrant. Anong masasabi mo sa kanya?
Happy birthday sa ilo. Tapos nood ka lang lagi sa amin kasi feel ko swerte ka eh.
Happy birthday po.
Happy
Hopefully
birthday.
this win really, made you happy dahil masaya din po si Sanji na nandito kayo at nanonood para sa kanya. JP, hindi na ako lalayo pa. Nakikita mo yan, di ba? Kayo ang nagwagi sa epic rivalry at nakuha nyo yung upper bracket. Ano ba yung significance nito para sa inyo all throughout the season na talagang naging dominating kayo?
Siguro yung mga na-practice namin talaga na-execute namin pagdating sa tournaments. Kasi iba yung sa scrim saka sa ongoing tournaments eh. So, tingin ko nagagawa namin yung mga practice namin maayos.
Given this matchup na meron kayo ngayon, how great of a percentage ang paghahanda ng gaano kahanda ang Team Liquid Philippines from 0 to 100 heading into the playoffs?
100 kasi kailangan po namin makapasok para sa MSC.
100% ready ang inyong number 1 seed, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. You may now take your bow. Team Liquid Philippines showing how it's done. Bumawi sila dun sa nakabasag ng kanilang streak at yung kakumpetensya nila sa upper bracket.
Isipin mo, Hans, naglabas sila ng bagong hero dahil sa asaran, pero effective. Talagang iba yung klaseng mindset pala kapag champions eh.
That is game number 1. Game number 2, it was a dominating win. Tingnan natin kung ano masasabi ng ating mga casters. Balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much. It's great to have, of course, our winning interview there with TLPH and to go ahead and hear a couple different things there. You know, again, Sanford's going to be representing or part of the roster. I just saw the roster reveal, so I didn't get to see everyone just yet. I scrolled in that and I was like, oh yeah, there's the team is out there now for the selection to go ahead and represent the Philippines in ISF. But of course, again, congratulations to TLPH for securing that top spot. They look good, or they look better than ever, honestly. I would say even stronger than they have in the past. And moving forward in the playoffs, like we heard it right there, they're very confident. 100% confident.
100% confident. It seems like the Seabull Combine really did something to, well, at the very least, the top 4 teams, especially the TLPH, because this is literally a different flavor for the Cavalry.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to seeing what else maybe Onic can bring to the table, Falcons brings to the table. Again, these are teams that underwent that national team combine, and they've all, so far, the ones who have been able to go there, have been vocal about how it's changed them. And he feels like a changed man as well. He was an absolute nine-tailed beast in this game. 8-1 and 10 for the young goat.
Even in the Land of Dawn, Naruto tops Sasuke. I mean, at the last match, they tied, but Naruto's the main guy, so yeah.
Yeah, you know, and it's just weird because Lucas Jungle was such a debate topic for a while. You know, where did he work best? And you see him in the hands of Demon Kite, and then you see him in the hands now of Carl TZ and some of the other junglers in the other leagues, and you're like, all right, he actually works really well. And no, it's not because of the Naruto collab. It's just the way things have fallen into place after the patch and everything else. And I think it just really takes a specific way to play the Lucas in the jungle, but also to really rely on the team to go ahead and help that out, because you watch the way that Carl TZ plays this Lucas in even game 1 and then here in game 2. He was so confident in what he was capable of doing throughout this game, and he was so good at catching people too.
Yeah.
Especially when Renegade would utilize this chip here. A lot of times, it was Carl TZ to spot them out and usually get a kill even.
Yeah, a great difference compared to Game 1, Game 2. Although he used Lucas twice, Game 1, Renmer mentioned that Carl TZ was playing it like a utility, where it was just really becoming the front line to give enough space for Owen. But this time, he was literally the main guy that gets the kill for TLPH.
Again, we mentioned it at the end of the draft. Team Liquid Philippines, with the heroes they pick, how they supplement each other. When you have 2 fast-scaling core heroes in your gold and in your jungle, you're signaling to the other team, you better be ready, because if we get a whiff of an early game lead, that's not going to stop.
Yeah,
you called it, man. Look at this, 12-20. For the game time. You know, you were right on point, Renmar-san. Sorry, Sushi Senpai.
Thank you.
Sushi Senpai.
Sushi Senpai.
Ariga, thanks, because I'm much.
Arigato. You know, you're welcome. And are you on You're on Desk later, too, so that's great.
I got 2 more series after this.
So, But yeah, you know, you called it 12-20, and with the lineup that they had, they wanted to go ahead and end it quick. That they did.
Yeah.
And I think even so, yes, Carl T's got the MVP here, but Oheb, he's had a phenomenal game too, you know, because of the fact that he was able to play this Harith, a signature pick of his, and really he pumped out so much of the damage in those team fights that were set up, and I just didn't feel like even if RORA was able to get rid of Carl Tizzi, or we saw how much they threw at Sanford to take him out on this Phoveus,
Yeah.
it's like by that time, they didn't really have an answer for Oheb.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Oheb even has his own Purify, so that adds up to how Oheb was really unstoppable. Interesting to note that Sanford went with the Radiant Armor, then went with the Dominance Ice, so it was clearly hard to take down 4D at any given moment. And I do agree, they literally always committed the Earth Shatter, Flicker, or Onward combination to Sanford, and even all the CCs from Ren and Jay just to try and bring down Sanford, but in the end, Sanford always stays alive.
Yeah, Carl Tizzi, I really like his build path here as well. Athena's Shield after going for his first 2 core items and the Hunter Strike and War Axe, still respecting the potential burst damage dished out by the Pharsa, considering that is going to be one of the biggest problems for him. And the highest damage dealt was the Pharsa hero, Buwen. But then at the same time, he also decided to go for the Blade Armor, so that really negates the presence of the Moskov, considering that they already got the lead. Dom and Kite's room here to deal damage, to be an impact for Aurora, has been nullified already with great gameplay and great itemization by Team Liquid.
Yeah, and again, this was such a, you know, this is going to be a higher GPM here for Oheb too, as he is the BPI rich guy as well. At 913, he was able to just go ahead and farm up like crazy in that lane. Again, that matchup we've seen so many times, even in the earlier parts of the regular season. It was a whole lot of Moskov and Harith. And so Oheb knows how to play into that lane, knows how to play to an advantage, and even when it comes down to the team fights, he was exactly where it needed to be. So just a great game, like I said, for Oheb, but just from game, actually all the games we've seen of TLPH lately, each one of them shines. You know, each one of them is able to make their own highlights here. And even JP, like JP, I feel like is again one of those roamers that, you know, sometimes flies under the radar, sometimes gets a little heat. Yeah. But if you really watch JP and the decision making that he has on these roams that he picks up, he's such a big part of what makes TLPH's playstyle successful.
Yeah, especially right there in the end, he was just like, "Are we gonna dive tower? All right, cool." Goes in, taunt. Right where he already went in.
Yeah.
He went for the Avatar of Guardian. Even if it doesn't catch anyone, it forces things out of Aurora to like dash out, back away, reposition, that allowed the entry of Carl Tizzi, supplemented by the Astral Echo of Navaria.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, that's why I think, again, you know, some of these things that either the XP laners or the roamers do might go unnoticed, like you mentioned in the previous game, and it all comes together. So let's go ahead and hear our Infinix mic check for the winning moment here for TLPH.
Wala ko dyan, natin yung bot. Hero. DJ, pamamatay. Suyo, labas. Suyo. Sumibat na. Nice. Medyo. Tenji. Huwag ka. Tore. Likod chip. Saan chip. Tumipin na. Para, hero tayo. Patay ka. Gala skill suyo. Kaya patay na to. Pwede kayo pumilit. Wala sila way pa. Hero tayo. May Fury ka pa, Noel? Nice. Edit ko. Edit. Wala flicker. Power.
Again, that's our Infinix mic check there for TLPH, and you know, those are that, like, if when you listen to all these mic checks, TLPH, when you hear them, they're clearly a team that has played so much together, and they really trust each other on the comms. And even then, you know, you get to hear really good moments when they make those defining team-winning moments for them, team-fighting moments for them. So again, you guys can let us know what you guys think about this matchup. I didn't expect a sweep though here. I was actually quite surprised. I was almost expecting a 3-game series for this one.
Again, after game number 1, those are one of those things where you feel like you see a tale of 2 teams. You see now Aurora will be like super locked in, while for Liquid, you saw how they celebrated at the end of that game number 1. No surprise, that's how they drafted, that's how they played. They were confident already, knowing like, oh yeah, we got this. We can win this game number 2 and take it home.
Yeah. Inga, any final thoughts about this matchup?
For me, I mean, Oheb was just literally slotted into the season, but still he fits in perfectly with the ecosystem of TLPH. So what's more in store for us coming into the playoff for the top seeded team.
Yeah, well, at least for today, what's in store for us is the next matchup. That's going to be Smart Mega versus Onic Philippines. That will be an interesting one. Again, kind of what the possibilities are going to be here. We'll talk more about that once we come back from the break, of course. This is going to be a little bit of a longer break, I think, since it is a sweep. But then again, first game is kind of long, so we'll have to see exactly how that's going to be. So sit tight with us, guys. We still have 2 matches for today. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Ingan, and that's Sushi Senpai, and we will be back after the break.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP Racing may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Face the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. Reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
I don't know if you guys are well rested or anything after that insane match 1, but we are back for another one right here in MPL Philippines Season 15. It's still a regular season. And Rock Artist is nice too, and we got Renmar as well on the desk. And yeah, honestly, I feel like we're all still recovering from that one for sure.
Oh yeah, we had to let Rockhart know what your name is today.
From here on out, just for this weekend, I shall be Sushi Senpai.
Sushi Senpai.
Sushi Senpai. I did not get the memo on that
one.
All right.
It's all right. I didn't hand out the memo.
By the way, we got to get Direct to like change the name tomorrow.
Oh no, please don't. Let's not go that far. Let's not go that far. I don't want people suddenly searching on like, who's Sushi Senpai?
Yeah, right.
I only know one Senpai.
For the week.
And that's Trek Senpai.
Mr. Wagner.
Right. So earlier, of course, we had Epic Rivals. That was obviously TLPH just going 2-0 ham against Aurora. Wasn't a stomp by any means though, right? It felt like a really long and drawn out battle, especially game number 1. And of course, we are still racing for the regular season, so these matches actually still matter a lot. Contrary to what we've had, like maybe Season 14, Season 13, where Week 8 we're just chilling. Now, there is no chill for us today.
Did you expect that, Rockhard? Did you expect that to be a sweep?
Not really. I was ready. I was ready for like the worst case. And I think we saw just peak MLBB. I don't know if you agree, but here are the standings. And again, we're talking about that top 2 seed. Yeah. It's so important, not just because of placing, because of that day 1, the play-in bye.
Yep, you forgo one of the most heartbreaking portions of the playoffs, which is day number 1, where you see eliminations right away. Team Liquid Philippines, again, if you miss it, has already secured the top 1 spot. They are not leaving that. They are there, and they have already secured their bye from round 1. While RORA and Onic are the last 2 teams fighting for that 2nd seed.
And we've actually laid out like a few of the scenarios where it will be needed. I think we'll have a graphic later on explaining that as well. But it's very obvious, right? Like, what do they need to do? What does Onic need to do, especially against Omega right now? They just need to win. And again, they're also going to have to win the next one, which is, I believe, against Twisted Minds for them. And then, obviously, there's also that Onic's still not immune from that part of it where it's not in their control anymore, which is Aurora has to lose their other match so that the Onic, can secure top 2.
Let's look at this historical graph of the teams who have eventually become champions and where they were.
That's right.
So majority of them, top 1 teams actually ended the regular season at the top 1 would go on to become champions. Special case though, of course, would be the 4th seed Signal Ultra from Season 2. While we also have a rich history of teams who finished regular season at the 2nd spot to actually end up becoming the champions. You have Echo in Season 11, AP Bren in Season 12, Liquid Echo in Season 13, and is there anyone else that I missed? Oh, Sunsparks in Season 4.
Yeah, basically, most of the time, or maybe around half the time, according to this graph, half the time, thereabouts, it's the 2nd seed who actually goes to the championship and takes the crown, which is very interesting because there's only a few times where, you know, a very dominant team in the whole regular season takes the whole thing. And that's also something that kind of just reflects maybe just the consistency of MPLPH.
There we go.
Even on that 2nd place.
Well, here's another breakdown of it too. So we have the 1st seed. We got 8 winners, so 57%. 2nd seed, 5 winners at 36%. And then of course, Nothing for the. So what is this? Nothing for the 3rd seed?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yeah.
No champions coming from there at the end of the regular season. And I wanted to save this for the playoffs, but it's so interesting to know that the team currently locked in for 4th and not budging from there, Falcons, that's where Few is right now. When he became a champion in Season 2, he ended the regular season 4th seed and would go on become a champion then.
That's right.
And so will history repeat itself? We don't know. But statistically, if you end the regular season at the top of the standings, there's a 57% chance that you're going to become the champions.
And their logo is also a bird.
A what?
A bird.
Yes, it's also bird.
Signal Ultra. The only exception. Basically, the story here is 1st seed and 2nd seed. It's always, that's where the champions come from.
Yeah.
And again,
It's just a better time up there.
it is a better
know?
time. It shows the consistency, right? Like I mentioned earlier, of the teams who actually reach top 1 and top 2 here in MPL Philippines. You're just tried and tested. You're put through the fire, and then this happens.
I think also just traditionally top seeds also 1 and 2 have done so well through the regular season that by the time they get the playoffs, they're like locked and loaded and ready to go.
Well, you know what? If you want to lock and load some load, wow, all right. If you want to lock and load some load, Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you as well. 400 pesos of power load for only 200 pesos. What?
I like where you're going with that, man. You know, and all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal. Yes, I looked right at you.
No, it feels good to say it. It feels good to say it.
It does.
There's so
Say
much
it.
power.
Yeah. It's just reminding everybody, everyone's attention is on you, you know?
Yeah.
And either way, though, we do have another deal that might interest you guys as well.
Yeah, again, of course, you can get a 2,000 peso discount. That's a Philippine peso, not Mexican peso, just to be clear. On your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code, MPL2000, over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, of course, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming Share giveaways where we throw these shares, and again, I'm kidding with that one, during MPL Philippines. So stay tuned for more information. And you know what? Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
It's got your back. And I don't know, I would love to go ahead and get a TT Racing chair myself. There's a couple different ones. And as good as these ones are that we're sitting on right now,
classic,
there are an upgraded version of it.
Well, there are even better ones from these are already
these are
pretty darn
amazing.
good.
Premium.
Yeah.
But there's like an even better one.
Ooh,
I hope you get to
really?
sit in it sometime. Yeah.
I want that.
Let's check that out later. For the meantime, though, it's the final lap still.
Final lap.
Again, it's Onic with the racing jackets, gunning for that top 2, which is weird to say. Again, Onic gunning for top 2, but it's a situation we're in right now. And again, they're hoping that whoever loses between TLPH and Aurora as well is going to be something that they're thinking about that happened earlier.
Yep.
So that's condition 1 already done.
Yeah.
So Aurora obviously also has some still has some skin in the game, which is fun to see. But at the same time, it's also, you can't really like forego these scenarios they're in right now.
You can't, and I guess if you want to really look at it, and for the people that are like, all right, where's Smart Omega's play in this matchup? Well, they can clearly be the lassen, the poison to Onyx's chances of getting to that top seed.
As usual.
As usual. Like, and you know, if you're going down, or if we're going down, you're going down with us. I mean, Onyx still gonna be in the playoffs, but you get what I mean.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. I mean, if you're Onic, who are currently on a 7-series win streak after hitting their week 4 power spike, and they went on a revenge tour of beating teams that they lost to before, especially the teams that were currently above them in the standings at that time. They just really have to be careful here against Omega, because now you're playing up against a team that has literally nothing to lose.
Yes.
They still have something to gain, which is pride. AP Bren got to do that yesterday.
Yep.
They showed up with some unique draft picks. Even Omega did that, but then they were able to get the victory. They dragged Omega down with them to, okay, see you at the beach. That's literally what they said. We'll see you at the beach. That's what they told Omega. That's pretty cold. So they won't be seeing Onic on the beach. They'll be in the playoffs, but maybe this lessens the chances of Onic flying to the shiny sands of Riyadh to the Esports World Cup.
There you go. That's one of the goals for this year. Of course, for Onic Philippines, here you go. Here are the conditions that we're talking about here. Obviously, you have to win against Twisted and Omega, and you also need Aurora to lose against Falcons. So these are the highlight matches for them. Some people would argue that Onic might have a pretty good chance against both these teams. But then again, you are facing an Omega that got bit in the ankle with some fangs as well by the bees.
So, just to clarify here, if they don't get it, right, if none of these conditions happen, that would put Onic 3rd seed.
Yes.
And then what if they're the first team in all that history that we just saw with a blank box for 3rd seed?
Ooh.
Is Onic Philippines.
That'll be history making right now. Plus, if ever, okay, 3, it's 4, 5. 3 will face off against 6. So if ever, okay, let's just float the possibility already. If Onic Philippines ends up in the 3rd spot, they'll be facing off against Twisted Minds. Yeah, in the first round of the playoffs. While 4 and 5, Falcons and TNC are going to be going up against each other.
It's very interesting because it's this lineup's 3rd season. They're going to come into champion from free, and they're also basically down a lot. And this is going to be a very interesting, maybe 3rd attempt at maybe the Golden Road. We'll see. We'll talk about that even more later on. But here's a community poll though. Can Omega's last son work against Onic once again, just like it did last season? Like again, that did happen last season as well. Who is Barangay Omega here, and who is Onic Time? It's A or B. Comment it down below on all of our socials. Follow us as well on MPLPH on so many socials. We just recovered our other stream. But for this one,
this is where I'm going.
It's going to be very difficult to actually vote against these guys.
Yep.
It's Onic Time.
They're like Redmar mentioned, they're on a 7-series win streak.
That's nuts.
Like,
yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that is nuts.
Yeah, and again, it's a question of has Omega recovered from the heartbreak of yesterday? Yesterday, dare I say, it's hard to watch not even if you're an Omega fan, which is hard to watch in general to see a team lose like that because they needed to start their run with at least defeating AP Bren. Then they got reverse swept. That is so heartbreaking. You saw the members of Omega were clearly and understandably emotional after what happened, that it needs an absolutely godly reset to recover from that, to now go up against Onic, knowing that you're out of playoffs contention, and just say, let's end the season with our heads held high.
Maybe it's like, let's just have fun. Maybe that's the answer for them. Like, let's just have fun, go out there, and we got, no more weight on our shoulders, realistically. And maybe they're able to just go for it.
Yeah, because that's exactly what happened to AP Bren when they're talking in the interviews. Like, we're just having fun here. We got Sindela in on game number 1. I was just there to mess him up. That's literally word for word what Sindel said. And again, maybe that's something that Omega can do this time around. A little bit of a sweet revenge before you close out the season. And maybe, just maybe, that might be what it takes to actually get Omega back on their form and maybe defeat a world champion.
I guess that would be the best way that they could end their regular season run is defeating a team that's been on fire lately, seven series win streak, defending world champions and all this stuff, defending MPL Philippines champions. It could be a good way to go ahead and end out their story for the season, even though, again, this was not the season that Smart Omega wanted or, their supporters out there. But hey, if they can go ahead and take down a team like this and be that last son against Onic Philippines and their chances of getting the top 2 seed, well, maybe that's something that they're looking to go ahead and achieve and will keep their heads high, like Renmar mentioned, before they go and have their off season and everything else. Because definitely we want to see the improvements where we can.
That's right. We need that proof of concept. Omega, what's it going to be? You're facing off against Onic, and both of these teams are walking the stage right now.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and David. The barangay fight on. Let me hear your cheers for Smart Omega! In the EXP lane, Luis. Their jungler, Andoryu. Their mid laner, Ukir! Their roamer, Super Yoshi! And their gold laner, Joe! Here are the Super Ninjas of Onic Philippines! The EXP laner, Kurt! The jungler, King Kong! The mid laner, Super Friend! The roamer, Brusco! And the gold laner, Kelra! Welcome their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Why Not?
Matchup between Onic and Smart Omega. We're moving on to the gold laners. Jome, Kelra, step forward. Jome, how are we gonna be finishing this season strong? Ano ang palag mo kay Kelra?
Mas maaga yung bakasyon namin.
Aga yung bakasyon nila. Kelra, may habol pa sa upper bracket. Paano kayo mananalo sa Omega? Ano ang palag mo?
Kumanda ka sa ilalabas kong hero mamaya.
Magkakaalaman na mamaya. Fist bump, gentlemen. Onic, Omega, do your fist bumps as well. MPL Arena, make some noise! Moving forward to this matchup, it's gonna be the Sonics kontra sa bagong barangay. Casters, balik sa inyo.
There you go, some spicy words from our contenders. It is Smart Omega who are probably booking it, booking the big vacation, but they are not quite done yet.
Yep, it's Luis in XP, Endorio in the jungle, Kier in the mids, Ryoshi there in the roam, and then of course Big J Jome in the gold. And yeah, those were some words from Jome against Kelra in the face-off. Again, they know that their regular season run is just about over, and maybe this is an opportunity for them to go ahead and maybe try something new. If they don't, then maybe just come out with no pressure on their shoulders, just to go and have some fun and hopefully get a win against the team across the room, which is Onic Philippines.
Yeah, and Onic Philippines right now. What is Kelra preparing? He said in that face-off, wait for the hero that I'm going to bring out later.
Ooh.
Is that true?
Kimmy?
Is he just trying to get in the heads right now of Omega? I mean, if it's Kimmy, that wouldn't be that much of a surprise. We already saw it from Oheb earlier.
That's right. But not from Kelra.
That's true. I want to see something else. I don't know what, but I want to see something else. Either the Nathan or the Popple and Koopa. Bring it on.
Or prepare for the YSS gold lane that's coming today. I don't know.
You know what? What if, right? What if? And take it from a world-class analyst. I played one game with it in the gold and it worked.
Really?
Wait, you did?
Yeah,
one game.
But that was just, no, I'm just kidding. That's just like
like
one
game.
game.
I've always known, we've always known these players, especially with Jome and Kelra, who used to be teammates in Omega, to have a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
That's their mindset on the bootcamp. But we have to remind ourselves as well that this is a very high-stakes matchup for Onic at this point of the week, at this point in the season rather, where you kind of just really need each and every win, and not to mention you're also hoping for Aurora to lose a game here somewhere. Yeah. So you're kind of wondering, are they actually going to do it, or is it a trap?
Oh, that's a good question. I just think that we can expect Onic Philippines to go ahead and bring their best either way for this matchup. Yeah. Obviously, I think we can even see them try to go for a sweep against Smart Omega. Now, if the question is, do they actually bring out something new in the gold lane? I could see that happening, just because, again, this is a team that has been on fire lately. They're as solid as ever through the second half of the regular season, and whether they bring something new out, they'll probably be in peak form anyway.
Probably, right? But before we start, obviously, we gotta check those ping from Smart and Spink Test.
Mga ninja. Ano, mga ninja ang dami. Yung mga kita ko yung chakra nila, pre, oh. May mga shuriken. Rasengan sa akin yan. Okay na ako. Okay na ako, okay.
Ito, ang bagsik ng mga laglag. Madamay tayo. Sige, huwag natin digay yung upper bracket na inaasam nila. Jump, para makuha mo yung lakas ni Oheb. Halikan mo yung mic. Uy, hinalikan talaga. Ay, upo kayo sa harap namin. Gagi, puno agad yun sa kanila. Sa atin, wala pa napunta. Kuya, wala pa rin napunta.
Dito na lang muna tayo, kwentuhan lang tayo.
Teo, wala pa rin napunta. Nasa kaliwa sila lahat. Wait lang. Bibilangan ko ilang pansang Onic ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mga nasa 100. Ano 200? Online yung iba? 200 yung sa atin. Online yung iba.
See, I believe in you. You don't doubt the barangay, man. Maybe they just had a hard time commuting, but I see them filling
they're
up.
here now.
They're here now.
Yeah, the barangay has showed up.
That was like maybe 30 minutes before, right?
Yeah, Super Yoshi was counting the fans, and he was joking about how there was no one sitting on their side. But now they are here. There's a good amount of them in front of them.
Yeah, I know you guys can't see it, but take our word for it.
Yeah.
That was a smart ping test, by the way. Check out the promos that will allow you to get 5G connectivity. And here are the Infinix keys to victory.
All right, this is like something super easier said than done. Disrupt Super Friends, so you disrupt King Kong's jungle pattern. Super Friends is the straight up heart of Onic Philippines. You have beasts, you have gods, you have bruisers, you have architects, but the true heart of it all lies in Super Friends' mid lane. If you can disrupt that, you disrupt everything else on the side of Onic Philippines. Beware of nothing to lose strategies for Onic PH. We saw a glimpse of it yesterday with a double fighter setup of Omega, something that Onic are very familiar with a Ruby in the gold lane played by Jome, with an Isan Shin jungle core for Andoryu. Things like that, you have to watch out for and respect. Oh, by the way, there was a Lunox mid lane as well here yesterday. So control the mid to control the game. Let's just go back to the basics again. Nothing too crazy. If you stop Super Friends, if you stop Ukir, you stop the beating heart of each of these two teams.
That's true. And by the way, hear me out. Johnson, every single
Johnson?
Every single season that we see teams with nothing to lose, they come out with crazy stuff. I remember the Johnson with the Zilong. That was a fun time, I think, season 8 or season 9.
Hey, you were talking about monster trucks earlier.
I want an.
I think that's about as monster truck as it gets.
Yeah, I want an actual monster truck this time around.
Why is there not a monster truck Johnson skin?
That's a good one.
I don't know, man. We got a Jeepney Johnson skin before a monster truck Johnson skin.
That might hit harder.
And his name is Johnson,
which is like very monster truck.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
Like, hey, have you seen?
What's your name? Johnson, do you like monster trucks? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Very, you nailed the accent on that one. So here we go for draft. I don't think Omega should kind of overthink that statement, I think. Don't get thrown off your game, but one thing's for sure, a lot of Naruto skins are getting banned out today.
You're not going to see those.
Sad.
It's interesting to see that, you know, Lucas has gotten to a position now where he's like, he's being banned.
Yep. Okay, they take out the Lucas. Very, very good respect. So they're going to go for the Joy Suyo trade, but the Suyo is not available for King Kong. So the strategy here for Omega is to just shut down King Kong. That is 3 potential jungle picks taken away instantly. So now you even see King Kong laughing. He's like, bro, come on, like, what am I going to pick? Like, took everything away from me. See what they go for? They got the Kalea.
Yeah. Isn't that like 4 Lucas jungle as well?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
All right,
yeah.
And Fanny, so with the Joy as well. So that's basically everything removed here.
Yeah.
That's why I'd love to see him, like, just imagine he just goes Frederick.
Yeah. straight. I mean, that's fine. We've seen it before. You go Fred, even if there's a presence of the Joy, because of the crowd control, the taunt from the Frederick could mess it up. But, well, they're negating everything. The flex of the Gatot Gacha for Onic, one of the things that they love is putting Roam or EXP Gatot Gacha. They take away the Super Friends Selena signature pick. So now they're really thinking, what the heck are we going to end up with King Kong? Do you get a tanky fighter? Do you just double down on the alpha? Do you change up your strategy and then you pick up the alpha here, you shift the Kalei in the EXP lane, then hope that Omega doesn't ban the Matilda so you can go Matilda 4th pick to pair it up with the alpha jungle? So many things right now that they can do.
Not bad.
Not only that, but dude, nothing came out surprise from Kelra. Like, he picks Moskov.
Yeah.
So he's like, hey, wait till you see what I pick. Picks Moskov.
Yeah, we're not gonna see it yet.
Maybe not yet. So that's the Phobius. The Phobius is there. So yeah, this still leaves us to question of what is that jungle pick going to be, and then of course the mid lane. I think maybe for Smart Omega they actually ban out another mid lane option if they want to go ahead and narrow down Super Prince a little bit more. I could see them even taking out a Farsa. Here.
No, totally, I agree. I'm so sorry. There was a guy in the crowd there who I thought was Yaoi.
Did he?
He looked a lot like Yaoi, but it wasn't him. Oh yeah, look at the super fam. That's nuts.
They're doing this right now.
Dang.
That is so cool.
So cool.
We don't get
They're
other
doing a
teams
good
doing
job.
the waves
Bro,
like
that's
this.
4 bans
Oh
on
my
King
god!
Kong.
Even the Suyo's getting banned out.
Oh my gosh, if they do another ban, when was the last time we saw all bans go to one player?
Rome?
Yeah,
Rome
Rome.
IV?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yeah, the Hack of Venus.
Hack of V?
Hacker V, so now it's Hacker
Hacker
Kong.
Hacker Kong or Hacker King?
Hack a Kong.
Hacker King. Can you hack a king?
King of Kong.
I heard in
Just
my
kidding.
brain.
Do you want to king my Kong?
There's a wrinkle in my brain, lads.
Kong of King.
Don't Kong my king, bro.
Don't tell me they're gonna.
Oh my god, it was!
Ban the Fred.
All right, Barrett's time.
Yeah,
Alpha time.
They
Let's
can
do it.
still go Alpha, Barrett's. Okay, the thing is, there's no room for Matilda anymore for Omega unless they put the Gata Kacha in the EXP lane, then go for Matilda Rome. So they go for Matilda Selena at the center of the map. Honestly, if I'm Onic, just pick up the Matilda now, and then that's already signaling to Omega that it's either gonna be a Barrett's or a Alpha. The thing is, you can still go Ling if you're Onic.
Yeah.
So you
Hellcurt.
save the jungle pick for last. A pass on the Hellcurts.
Pass on the Hellcurt.
Pass on
I
Hellcurt.
pass on the Hellcurts.
You sound like you had a little bit of a bad experience with that Hellcurt there. But
Wasn't it Andoryu that had the bad experience with the Hellcurt?
Yeah, it was. So I pass on
so
it.
there it is. So right now, the front line, obviously, for Omega is kind of locked in. They have a pretty strong mid and jungle. Now they're thinking about goal. Clint is very open. I would love to carry as well, maybe here, deal with the phobias.
Yeah.
Maybe he just goes Harith.
Harith?
Yeah, Harith.
To be fair though,
Bruno.
there's a solid lineup by Omega, not gonna lie. Although I feel like they didn't need to ban the Suyo, but I felt like they just also did it safely.
What's he picked?
Ling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Did
Ling.
go Ling.
Yeah, did mention the Ling.
Wow, did they force that Ling out just like that? That's a pretty cool move from Omega here.
Okay,
Yeah.
the fact that the Ling is going to be in play again, you know, King Kong, he still has a lot of options with his hero pool, but he's going to pick a Ling. We've seen this be successful a couple times throughout the regular season, but yeah, that's the thing. He's going to rely on the team to go ahead and support him, and we know that, again, this is the super fan we're talking about, so they're probably not going to have a problem with that, but I would love to see Smart Omega play with this lineup and put pressure on King Kong's jungle to see if they can actually be the team to apply that pressure and make things work.
It does feel like the King Kong will have a bit of a different tempo for this one because it's completely different from how fast a Joy or a Suyo clears, even a Hayabusa, right?
Yeah.
So the Ling right now is definitely feels like a bit of a forced pick, but again, we have a whole team here, champions on the right. Now let's see if Omega can actually eke one out in this one.
You know, this is actually quite scary for Onic Philippines, not gonna lie. Let's give a little bit more credit to where Omega is at right now. With what they drafted,
Welcome to
they
Mobile
have the potential
Legends.
to honestly shock and awe Onic early on, especially if Luis handles the EXP lane well enough that he just leaves Kirk in lane. Similar to what he did yesterday against the CC of Der, where you saw the glue of Luis roaming around the map very early on in the game and just aggressively invading the jungle of Onic, of then AP Bren, with the rest of Omega. So if they replicate that and if they can pull that off, King Kong's gonna have a hard time farming. But again, that's a big if.
And that's a little bit of a, you know, taste your own medicine kind of deal here. And that's if they've had enough like time to incorporate that into their rotations. Those are big questions right there. So initial thoughts for this one, obviously these two XP laners just gonna have a fun time looking at each other for sure.
Yeah.
All game long.
EXP lane freeze off.
Yeah, so there's not much that a Phobius and a Glue can really do against each other, you know. So they'll wait for their times to shine. Oh! Actually already has to flicker out, so because of that pressure from Andoryu.
I need a refresher in my brain. Does the Glue still latch onto a Phobius while he jumps?
That I'm not sure. I haven't seen that interaction yet.
Oh! Sweet mother!
I
Wow.
didn't think Kirk would go down there, but Andoryu just went for it and he got the first blood.
Yeah, I was actually in the back of my head. The Kirk was spending a little bit too much time, a bit too close there onto the Joy. I think it was banking on the damage reduction of the tower actually helping him through it, but it didn't. King Kong was not able to get his purple buff. It was actually stolen away in the rotation, I believe, by Ukir.
Goodness.
If I'm not mistaken, Ukir? Actually, no, Drasili. It was just Andoryu.
For Friends using that flicker too. Wasn't able to get Ukir, but they should possibly.
Yeah.
They do get the turtle, they're fine. So this is a great start for Smart Omega.
All right, so the rotation was King Kong was not able to get the orange buff. It was taken away by Antoryu. And then now,
where he is
that's
now,
why
though.
they couldn't contest the purple, so now they have to try and steal orange, which he did. So King Kong gets to balance out the initial loss that he had against Omega.
Yeah, and his orange is up now too, so he'll probably swing in over there after he goes back to base, which he does. So King Kong goes and grabs that.
So that's definitely not according to plan here, where we usually see Onic go a little ham here.
Doesn't have that level 4 just yet, so no Tsunami Slam, but they do take Jome to half health. Now they're on this side of the jungle for King Kong. For Prince, wings by wings, will be safe. And Dorio might try to still go for this. Brusco's going to jump in. There's the feathered airstrike, going to force them down. They're going to have to fight this out, though. They already run out of some of the firepower, and now they're going.
All right, so this is what we were talking about. Oh, it followed! It followed King! He doesn't want to let go! He's still pulling his hair! But it becomes a trade!
That is just beautiful to see, and I think that will answer a question we had earlier. Probably gonna happen to the Phobies as well, if it can happen to a Glue. And yeah, that's one way to deal with the Link.
Oh no, Super Prince! Oh, that's enough damage to Tsunami Slam going to be used already. Ukir trying to get away. Using the Abyssal Arrow will keep him out, and Andoryu under the turret. Brusco's already gone. There's the Spear of Destruction.
Yep.
Kirk will back off. Andoryu survives with a sliver of health.
All right, so I have to correct myself. Initially in the first rotation, King Kong didn't get his buff stolen. It was just the purple buff duration already ran out. That was it.
Oh, okay.
But then now we actually got to see what I was talking about earlier with Luis leaving Kirk in the EXP lane and joining the rest of Omega for an aggressive rotation into the jungle of Onic. They made the exact same rotation, same invade spot in the orange area of Onic yesterday against AP Bren.
I love what I'm seeing as well. Maximum usage of the Glue, not really just doing the cuts, doing the farm, really joining the fights early on.
Oh, an Abyssal Arrow is going to land on Kirk. Kirk trying to get some airtime. Super Prince dropping down the artillery, but it just doesn't seem enough damage because Andoryu cuts him off, and now King Kong joining the fight, jumps into the backside. Tempest of Blades already going to be used. Ukir's gone, and they're still going. King Kong has to get out. Kirk flickers out, trying to run away, but he won't be able to as Jome comes in to get the kill.
Pretty clean right now for Omega. They are showing up.
Yep.
Luckily for Onic, though, the goalie doesn't really reflect how many wins Omega's had in these skirmishes and in these objective takes.
Yep, but it does reflect there in the count of the Turtles. First two going to the side of Omega. This is what we were talking about, though, with the lineup of Omega, the potential risk that Onic has to face, that they will go up against an early game aggressive lineup that will make the jungle of King Kong feel small, but most importantly, make that Glue seem like such a big threat that Onic cannot take it down, which is exactly what's happening. The Glue is buying so much time for Andoryu to do things like these.
Kelra's in trouble. Andoryu will find another kill now on a killing spree. A landing arrow's gonna go for Super Prince, and Super Prince will fall, and now Brusco gonna be in trouble. Next target as Jome picks up another. Smart Omega is locked in.
Yeah, they are not going down without a fight. To remind you all again, the 1-13-1 last season was Smart Omega. The only team to defeat Onic last season is the team that they're struggling against with right now.
And it's so odd for me to see how easy Omega is making it look. It doesn't feel like they're having a hard time against Onic at all. It's so unnerving. At the same time, it's very refreshing because, wow, apparently a team can do this to our world champs.
Yeah, you love to see it. Again, Omega were down and out for the count, but they still somehow stood back up and said, let's go for another round. And they're still fighting, playing a very good game, a clean game against Onic. No other way to put it.
Yeah, this is the thing too, man. You know, these Abyssal Arrows, Ukir on the Selena has been on point. Being able to find the right targets, especially around the objectives. I don't think they're going to be able to put the pressure here on this tier 2 in the bottom lane. As they go ahead and call it off. So now we're seeing Onic Philippines just go ahead and bunch up together because they can rely on King Kong to push out some of these side lanes.
Yeah.
But they might not be in a position to go for these objectives again. They might just have to give up another turtle over the hands of Smart Omega because it seems like when the fights break out, they just aren't. Oh!
What?
Brusco jumping in. They go in with Tsunami Slam. They want to get Andoryu, but they can't. He gets away.
All right, that's going to be a stun up to King Kong, who uses Tempest of Blades to get away as well.
Okay, they're still fine.
Still
no
fine.
one going down. Turtles up, but Smart Omega now in a position to get the third turtle of the game. They're still keeping Kelra there, pushing down in that bottom. They might just trade this turtle for that turret. It looks like that's going to be the case. Super Prince and the rest will go ahead and disengage.
I know that didn't work out the way that we thought it would. Usually it actually felt weird that Brusco went for it. At the same time, if you were the one playing on the field, look at that though.
Super Prince
might be in trouble here, getting jumped in by Ukir as well.
Oh, here we go.
Having a lot of fun here.
Nah, he can't go in.
Yeah, he's not going to go in. Man, Super Prince is feeling what it feels like to play against a Selena.
Yep.
A signature pick of his that was taken in this draft.
Yeah, hey man, I'm usually the one throwing these arrows, so this is what it feels like.
This is what it feels like to be on the receiving end of these.
Yep.
It does feel like the Farce is a good pick still. Yesterday it was very powerful. But now we are seeing it does suffer a little bit against Selena, especially if you're just standing there.
Yeah, taste of his own medicine. And Onic Philippines right now, they're going up against a lineup that honestly, cover up the names. You could say that that's an Onic lineup.
Yeah.
And they're feeling the pain of it all. Then now they just have to play through the macro, send King Kong down to the bottom lane to open up the map a little bit. See if Vandori gets the king in time.
Oh,
he does.
Hunting him down.
Blades. He's going to have to get out of there. King
Kong!
He's just outgunned, out-itemization right now as Endoru picks up an easy kill on King Kong.
This is really scary because I don't think Andori is even exerting too much effort
Yep.
into chasing him down.
He is making this joy look so easy. Again, the draft that Omega showed up with, it's literally giving Onic a taste of their own medicine. How you play, how can the gods of the early game play against a lineup that they're so familiar playing with, but now they're up against it.
Oh, and I can actually just hear the RORA fans here shouting, becoming Omega's biggest fans today.
Yeah.
With the way they're playing.
Again, Onic Philippines needs to defeat Omega today and Twisted Minds tomorrow to help increase their chances of securing the second seed by the end of the regular season, make it into the top 2 to stop Aurora from doing that. Right now with how it's looking, Omega, again, they want to stop it. Super Yoshi already said it earlier. It was like, let's do what we can to stop them from getting the top 2 that they want.
Interesting decision making here as well. This is a valid strat, by the way. Your 4 squad just sticks together while the lane does the split. Because obviously, Omega can't control the whole map at all times, right? So that's a valid strat. But they are losing out on resources while all this is happening.
It's crazy because look at the gap between King Kong and Endoru. You don't see this often from King Kong, but he's 3 levels behind. He's 2,000 gold behind. And, you know, he doesn't want to be anywhere here. Oh, no, Luis is there.
Luis sees
they
him.
might try to stop him out. They do. Yeah, King Kong's going to be able to get away. They got to defend against this Lord coming up in the mid lane, though.
All right. So
King Kong, they're still going after him. Okay, no, he gets away.
That would have been so funny if that was 3 times the charm day, but they were hitting it. Here's the Lord, though. Let's see how they deal with this.
Okay, the shields are up. They'll try to handle these waves. Lord already going down, so Onyx is going to be fine. Kelra has been farming up, but again, man, these arrows, too, they just don't seem to be able to really find a window of opportunity to deal with. So Onic Philippines, they need so much time, man. They're 6,000 gold behind.
Thankfully for them, the clear is actually insane because of the Farsa, as well as the AoE from the Moskov. They got all the tools they need to just hold on these towers, maybe for the next 5 minutes or so. But then, that's a timer that you got to keep in your mind as well, because Omega can kind of overwhelm you pretty easily if they get to 6 items.
And clearly, a lot of the early rotations that Onic Philippines wanted to do were stopped by Ukir landing Abyssal Arrows to stop sequences initiated by King Kong before they even happened. And it just ballooned and all culminated to what is a 6.2k gold lead and climbing for Omega. Great rotations as well out of the EXP lane for Luis to increase the pressure onto the jungle of Onyx so that they can't get into position. We've discussed this before internationally, locally, that one of the things that you really have to do against Onic is just, if you can stop them in the early game, the center of the map, that was the main point of the Infinix Keys to Victory earlier.
Right.
Then you stop them from playing their game, and that's what we've seen for the past 11 minutes. Onic unable to play their game.
So that's like literally first key to victory checked out here.
Oh yeah.
That's very interesting and very early on for Omega. So they're doing a good job, but then again, the gods of the early game are, you know, that's not everything that's in the barrel, right? So they've got a few tricks up their sleeves. Let's see if they can pull him out. King Kong definitely having a hard time getting the camps, though.
Yeah, King Kong's just really looking for scraps at this point. Smart Omega doing an amazing job at just kind of playing the map, playing the advantage they have with, again, a Selena. Ukir has been able to find all the marks. And Jome, you know, Jome finally, too, having one of those games where he can just go ahead, have that experience of just farming up, being into the team fights that he wants to be. He's locked in on items for the most part, too, still working on his last, but he's where he needs to be. So they can take pretty much everything from Onic Philippines without much of a problem at all. This next Lord comes up here, and I don't think we see Onic Philippines do anything about it. They might just go ahead and default to defending in their base. Look how quick this one goes. Oh, King Kong tried. Won't be able to get it. Tempest Blades will be able to get out. Avatar the Guardian won't find him either. So now Onic on the defense once again.
Yeah, just a second late by King Kong. You saw when the Retribution was dropped by him. It was already onto a hero on the side of Omega. Split second there. And good thing he was able to dodge the stick of the glue of Luis. He was waiting for King Kong to potentially pass through his exit.
King Kong staying on the bottom side, relying on the team to defend here. They're going to push it in. The Lord has to be worked on. They're still going to be going for it. Kirk in the front side. The base is still going down, though, as the Lord is still up. But they're holding their own somehow. And King Kong still in the bottom. Gets the base turret to Kaura. Unleashing for Ukir. But Jome jumps into the fight. He's going to be going 1 versus 2. Jome gets a triple. Looking for the Maniac here. And he gets it. Jome will lock in and takes out 4 from Onic Philippines. And that'll be enough to take game 1 for Smart Omega.
That's one way to do it. That is one way to hand the gods a defeat here. Omega just, wow, what a clean game number 1.
Big J, what the hell? Where the hell has that been all season long? I mean, we saw him get a Maniac yesterday, but something like that. Great Abyssal Arrow, clutch as well from Ukir to land onto Brusco so that the Bruno doesn't get stopped. Onic tried to go for the Gambit, but it was a good call by Omega to not panic and go back because they knew the minion waves would spawn just in time, and those were Lord-enhanced minion waves that they had defending, and that was the difference maker there right in the end.
Yeah, I'm so surprised because it just seemed like it was, like for Onic Philippines there, they knew that that game was not going in their favor, so they're like, all right, this is our desperation move.
Yeah.
Let's send King Kong, try to push what he can, and, you know, it looked like for a moment they would actually be able to successfully defend, but yeah, Jome, the fact that he went around and was, you know, went back in and survived that fight and stayed alive, you're like, yeah, I wish I could have seen this more from Jome in the earlier parts of the regular season even, because, yeah, now he's got another Maniac under his belt and he gets MVP of this game 1.
Yeah, and that's a 6-0-0 against a team that really loves to give it to you in the early game. We didn't see any of that happen for Onic here, even relying a lot on King Kong's split push. Then again, it is a link, right? It can't really deal with those big minions like Renmar mentioned efficiently and quickly. You know, and again, that's because Omega calculated it and Jome was able to survive in that last minute.
Yeah, it felt like what we saw was just Omega manipulating everything from the draft to where we are now, to the result that we saw in game number 1. Again, that was a 5-ban commitment on heroes onto King Kong. They didn't need to ban the Suyo, they still banned it. They needed to ban the Fredrin, and they read it. They knew the last option, assassin-wise for King Kong, was just the Ling. Onic had no more room to slot in potentially an Alpha because there's already a strong chance that you're going to be up against the glue. So they needed mobile, they needed something to open up the map. And then with Ukir getting the Selena, I feel like one of the conditions that was discussed about shutting down Super Friends was something that we didn't get to see quite often. Yes, we saw the time Super Friends died, but the times where maybe you're hoping, hey, we're Super Friends, how come he's late to the rotation? Either he stepped on a trap, or he was busy handling the lane that he was losing against Akir, or he ate an Abyssal Arrow on the way to actually helping out the other members of Onic.
Yeah, I was so surprised here just because, like, again, Smart Omega, you think, like, is that the game plan? Just ban out all the heroes of King Kong, force them on something like this, and then take signature heroes from Onic Philippines too? I mean, this is impressive. A 13-39 game for Smart Omega against a team like Onic Philippines, who usually is, you know, winning these early games and everything else. But everyone on Smart Omega really played the part here. And yeah, Ukir being a big part of that early game and just providing vision and the arrows being on point, I think really allowed them to go ahead and shine. And Andoryu too. Andoryu finally, you know, getting to shine on this Joy as he has in the past, but this game specifically, it's like he didn't have to worry at all about King Kong. Like if he does catch him in a 1v1, he knows he's gonna win. You know, and that's just how far ahead Andoryu was against King Kong, specifically in the jungle.
And you know what you were saying, you guys were saying, you know what, where was this Joel been all season long? I'm thinking, where's this strat been all season long? Why have people not completely banned out, you know, King Kong in some games, maybe a whole Kelra or Super Prince lineup in another? That's interesting because it really did work in this one, forcing King Kong into a lane which is, I would say, a little suboptimal, especially considering the lineup that Omega has. Renmar already explained that, wow, what a lineup from Omega, even before the game started. And the lane couldn't really hold a candle to most of these heroes.
Yeah, and again, going back to the key rotations that they did, wherein at one point Louis just leaves Kirk and then they invade the orange buff. You can put it side by side. They did the exact same rotation yesterday against AP Bren, and then that's how they were able to control early on against James Bounce's Alice. Then now as the Ling, it's tried and tested. It's a practice rotation, it looks like, for Omega, and that's what got Onic. Honestly, after that rotation, where it was like 4v3 in the jungle of Onic, they couldn't recover anymore. Plus, add to that, Ukir again landing Abyssal Arrows and traps, reading the rotation of Onic Philippines. They couldn't get the rotation at all.
It's crazy because you see some of these games from Smart Omega through the regular season where they have a game like this.
Yeah.
It's like nearly as perfect as a game as it can be for all of their players and all the roles. And you're just wondering sometimes when you see something like this, you're like, man, how come there's some games in some series where they aren't able to replicate this or not able to play like this? And you know, you just hope that sometimes they can, you know, figure this out and just be consistent this way and perform this way. But because even again with Jome being the BPI rich guy here, you know, anytime that Jome gets to have a game like this and shine, it's usually because the team isn't falling apart in the early game. When you see them struggle the most is when in the early game they're, you know, getting dismantled across the map, the objectives they're losing, but every single time that, you know, they have a good early game setup and then Jome can shine later on is when we see the best version of Smart Omega. It's just unfortunate that, again, we're at a point for them and, you know, all their fans out there that, yeah, their regular season is nearly done here.
That's true. And again, we didn't really mention Jome that much for all throughout the game, honestly. Like, just in that last 3 minutes or so. So you're right. It mostly depends on like the 4 of Omega, and maybe today is just a good day that they've had, which also allowed Jome to be the MVP. So we'll see. I guess it's a consistency fake that they also have to work on maybe for the next season. Big shout, by the way, to the Kabarang guys at the Smart Omega official watch party all the way in Antipolo. That's in Agnesville covered court. So, man, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with us. And I'm sure a lot of the Omega fans that Super Yoshi were looking for are probably there right now.
Yeah, he should count those ones, you know, but again, like a look behind us and earlier on, you know, that side was pretty full for Smart Omega, so they just came a little bit late, but if they were here for the first game, then they get to be really happy about that one because it's a great game and a great start for this best of 3 for Smart Omega.
And yeah, Smart for sure will appreciate you guys if you kind of drop by, and maybe if you do the power pose as well, where someone's just really, really game for this.
I like how right away someone got the assignment. They know what to do.
All right, not as much effort, not as much passion. The Bastion is...
Jome's tongue's not out.
Yeah. Angle, maybe get the right angle in. The camera's trying to adjust for him, but no, it's not working. Where was that other guy? Where's that other guy? This could work. He has the right shape. There you go, the right angle this time. The camera's adjusting. But we're looking for another one.
She's got it too.
Who's got it? Who's got it?
That's not the pose.
That's the wrong... That's on. It's Onic. Just realized.
Yeah, that's...
There you go. I guess they're the ones who are fighting it out. But there's the passion. There's the passion.
As the lady behind us is holding up the Onic Philippines flag, by the way.
We're getting all sorts. The camera is just going over now.
Give it to both of them.
Give it to both of them. Maybe share the code.
They both
Who got it?
I guess they're sharing it.
Sharing it.
Could,
All right.
could you technically share that? Isn't there a code in there?
Yeah,
There's
you
only
can
one,
share
but-
it, but I actually don't know if they can.
Maybe there's 2 in there.
Maybe there's. I don't know. You know what's funny? All these years, we never knew what's inside that thing.
We have every time we have a smart power pose.
It's just like that. We never really.
They never
know.
tell us.
I feel like I prefer the mystery. I like not knowing.
Might be a house and
Yeah,
lot.
but we'll never get a chance because we're always here.
Not always.
Yeah, but
Tomorrow, I'm going to be there.
Okay, but
today's my last day for the regular season. I'm going to be watching.
I guarantee you, if you're out there trying to do the power pose, the cameraman won't get you.
Maybe.
I'm going to change that. I'll put on a wig.
Cosplay.
Yeah, maybe they won't realize it's actually me.
Direct power pose for tomorrow. You know what to do. For the meantime, though, get more data for maximum gaming with Smart's Power All 149.
Make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and text to all networks.
You can be bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Load now. Again, that's Philippine peso, not Mexican peso.
That's right. Big difference.
Has anybody ever gotten confused with the Philippine peso?
I have multiple times.
You have?
I will not explain. It was quite embarrassing how I got it wrong. I spent significantly more money than I should have.
What did you buy?
On something.
Let's not talk about
just
it.
like the prize of the Smart Power Pose, better that it's a mystery.
Is it like a yen thing where it's like half value?
Let's not dwell on it. Dwell on it.
What could you possibly be buying in Mexican pesos? Okay.
Maybe stuff online. We'll see. We'll
Stuff
talk about
online.
That later. Yeah, stuff online.
I lost money.
Okay.
So there it is. We have a blue side pick here for Onic. I'm sure they would love to get to use that maybe for King Kong's hero. It might get targeted again.
He might get banned out again. Honestly, Smart Omega's probably going to do the same thing.
Hack a King?
Yeah.
Is it Hack a King or Hack a Kong?
Yeah, they can just hack a king.
Hack a King.
They can just do the same thing straight up.
Imagine
Rob a King.
Rob a King of his
Robin
picks.
Hood.
Imagine though this strategy, if they do the same thing, and let's say they sweep, right?
Yeah.
Thinking in the future here. What if that becomes an actual strategy in the playoffs for the teams playing against Onic Philippines?
Every single team that fights against Onic.
And it actually messes them up.
Oh my god.
And it was Smart Omega. The last one.
I feel like the difference is going to be that is if teams are going to keep trying that again, then Onic PH will make one adjustment on the red side. They ban the Joy too. So it's like, if you're going to take away junglers from us, we're going to take away the junglers too.
That's true. You can't always do that.
Yeah. And what happens is, okay, you ban out the Joy. The Suyo was banned in the first phase.
Yeah.
Then the blue side team will pick up the Suyo as the first pick. Then you're going to be playing around that trade. Since you're up against the Suyo, you know that you can still play into pick up the Alphas. You can pick the Fredrins much earlier also as well.
Would there have been a better option than the lane in that last game?
Leomord.
Ooh.
I would have. Nah, I know.
But there's
the
only one
rotation
player
speed is
that's
slower.
right.
Nah.
The Leomord will slow down rotation speed from experience, so I don't.
Yeah. Not just that. It's just with the lineup style of Omega, it'll be tough for a Leomord to actually fight into that. They could have gone. Yeah, they could have gotten a Leomord focused combo, but with a Selena looming around,
yeah,
it's hard to move.
I am gonna say Akai, but that's just because that's my favorite hero.
And the Purify effect.
Yeah.
A little bit. Then you can maybe do more.
Yeah, exactly. Purify from the heavy spin. You were gonna be a bit slower on the rotation.
Yeah.
Slower
but then you've been harder to kill. I'm not saying they should have gone Akai. That's just for me personally. I wish
for
we
you
saw
personally.
Akai.
Feels like a good idea.
Yeah.
And maybe again, I don't think we're ever gonna get in that position. Now that I think Onic has had some time to kind of just internalize that. Okay, that happened once.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Twice? I don't think so. Right?
Third time. What is the saying?
Fool me
First
once,
time, shame on me. Fool me.
Twice, shame on me.
What's
Third
fool me
time.
3 times?
Fool me once, you can't fool me again.
Alright, there's something like
That sounds like Onic. That sounds like something Onic would say.
Imagine though that this game 2 just goes in the opposite direction, where it's just a quick game for Onic Philippines.
Yeah.
Like, because they're blue side and they're able to go ahead and prioritize whatever they need to. Like,
Get that joy.
Yeah,
Get that
let's see, though.
suyo.
But I mean, knowing like the personality of Coach Snap and Coach Lembot though on the side of Omega, I feel like they've already gone into this with, okay, how do we end it so that we win 2-0? That we sweep Omega here and there.
Keep
So
it
I'm pretty
going.
sure they've set up the permutations in their head of, okay, what if they pick blue side, so this is going to do red side. So I think we're going to see another very tailored draft by Omega now that they're going to be on the red side. Let's see if Onic will make the right reads to pick some heroes earlier or pick some heroes away.
I think that's why it's taken us a little longer to get to the draft here.
Interestingly enough, yeah.
Because they're thinking about it.
Really thinking about it. And at the same time, I'm also thinking, if you have 8 heroes on your pool, that sounds like it's almost unbannable, right? So, and we're almost got to that point where Kong really had to enforce on so many weird picks.
Yeah.
I wonder if that can happen to Omega as well. What if Onic is the one who does that now?
But then it's Andoru who's brought like the weird, we could say weird, or like unique picks out to the jungle. He is the one that brought the Hellcurt. What else did he bring? He's the one that brought something else out. I feel like that was pretty unique.
Alice?
No, not
Did
the
they
Alice.
do an Alice yesterday?
I feel like
Someone
he did
did an Alice
It was the
yesterday.
Hellcurt.
Was it just the Hellcurt?
Yeah, there's only a unique pick. I mean, he also played the Hanzo, but a bunch of teams have already played Hanzo.
People love Hanzo. Oh, we didn't see the Hanzo earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, what if? Okay, Hanzo would have gotten decimated by the Joy, to be fair.
Yeah, the presence of the glue as well.
Presence of the glue.
Would have been not good for him.
Fun stuff here today.
Why did they make the glue? What happened with the glue again? What was his big change?
All right, it's so much easier to grab onto people
grab
now.
onto people, yeah,
Plus
yeah.
the split effect of his old ultimate is now just his second skill.
That's why I never played the old glue, man.
Yeah, it felt
Like,
so sluggish, right?
I felt like, hey, all right, here I am. Why can I not grab this person?
It's like no ulti GG,
Yeah.
right? So now it's not as drastic. Finally on the draft for game number 2 here. I would really love to see a bit of a change here maybe for Omega. Or would we? If you're Omega, would you really want to change that too much? That worked so well for them.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
I think Onic are going to open up the Lucas, potentially get Lucas as one of their first 3 picks. Let's see if Omega will read into that and blind pick a Valentina. Or if Valentina's left open, that could just be the 3rd pick already for Omega. I think that's something that Onic Philippines are going to be really thinking about. Like how they're going to slot in a Lucas into this lineup with a Valentina looming around. However, with how it's looking around right now, if Omega do not ban the Joy, that's just going to be an easy rush Joy for Onic PH.
And then at the same time, if they do ban Joy, Lucas Jungle is also very deadly.
Oh, they ban the Lucas instead? Okay.
So they want to go for the do they want to go for the Joy then? Do you think is that the top priority for Onic Philippines if
Looks
it's not
like
banned
it.
out?
Yeah, it's looking like it.
Oh, it's banned.
Ooh.
So this,
All right.
what about Suyo? Wait.
All right, this is what we're talking about. So if you go Suyo here, you know the big Andoryu heroes are either just going to be Ling or a tanky type of jungler.
Baksha.
Yeah. They go for the Kalea instead, because Kalea is still one of the best heroes you can pick against Suyo. You get the Jushin Farouk here, and then a gold laner now. Yep, they get the Moskov. Onic Philippines can, I would suggest they get the glue. No, they don't. They get the Suyo. Aurora?
Aurora. What is it? What is?
Huh. Maybe just, huh?
It's an early Aurora too, fam.
Way
Yeah,
too
I was
early.
gonna say. Wow.
Maybe it would have been a great surprise pick here. Or maybe they're trying to hide their last 2. That's the only reason you get it this early.
Because this definitely would have been banned out. So it's like, why the Aurora in the first phase?
Yeah, what are they thinking about?
That's a good question. Maybe we can talk to Why Not later about this. But one thing's for sure, Omega don't seem to be too drastically changing and not too worried about their own jungler as well. Like you're not really, they're leaving it up for bans. And this is a threat where it's possible that Onic is the one who bans out the rest of these junglers and gives Andoryu a hard time.
So Onic has strong crowd control in the center of the map. Their burst chunks of damage are going to be coming from the Suyo, plus whatever the gold lane of Kelra is going to be. So if they go for a mid lane with high crowd control, they could be going Magic Burst. Are you getting a magic damage dealer for Kelra in the gold lane? I mean, I know the Harith is gone. They took away the Hanzo. Bro, this might actually be a Nathan.
Is this that moment that they were talking about? Is this the moment that Kelra was talking about on the stage?
I'm hoping it is. It could actually be a Nathan.
Now I'm wondering, okay, that's fine, right? But what does that have to do with Aurora?
Yeah.
How well do they work with each other?
I mean, it provides the crowd control that they miss out on.
Just hold down people.
Take away Julian as well. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. A good read there to take away the Hanzo and the Julian. Now they're going for hack. Oh, it's not really hack Andoryu. It's only 3 picks that could have gone to the side of Andoryu.
It's more like good luck, Andoryu.
He can still go Ling, honestly.
A little bit.
Oh, he goes
Fred.
Freddy boy.
Front to back shred. You need tons of it.
All right, so this is pretty good. This is still pretty good for Omega. I don't think they lost out too much on the draft here.
Yeah. Now it might just be a carry, not gonna lie. Kimi will still be happy.
Carry will really tear through these 2 heroes, right?
Oh, they're slow. I like a CC and 1-1. All
right, still not the Natan we were hoping for or kind of expecting, but...
Wasn't 1-1 played yesterday?
Yes. By Benny Q.
Benny Q, that's right.
All right, nothing too crazy except for the RORA here for Onic, which I still am kind of wondering how well they work with each other.
Yeah.
Here comes the Arlot. Wow, coming in from Louise. One of the OG Arlot players as well. I love it when he debuted this hero before.
Yeah.
I'm liking Smart Omega's lineup here, man. I like it. I think they've got their grounds covered. I guess my big question is the Aurora. But it is in the hands of Super Prince, so maybe they are going with something we don't know about.
Yeah. To be fair, this is the first time Kelra is playing the 1-1 this season. So he still sort of like lived true to what he mentioned earlier about watch out for my hero later.
Okay.
I mean, the implication being that's something he hasn't played yet, which, yeah, he hasn't played it this season. Is it accurate? Yes. Am I slightly disappointed? Yes.
We all are.
I was hoping for something crazier.
I guess he didn't say crazy. He just said, look, check this out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, to be fair.
Here we are for game number 2 here. Let's see how well this lineup is going to mesh. I'm sure they practiced this one way or another. So let's see if Onic can really pull fast against Omega and maybe push into a game number 3.
Match point, too, for Smart Omega. Imagine they do get a sweep here, and they stop the streak that Onic Philippines has been on so far in the second half of the regular season. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get into the game there, but yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how the Suns up working with these compositions.
Yeah, these compositions feel like they love the skirmish, especially for Onic. On the other hand, though, just so much comfort for Omega, except maybe the jungle, where I'm not sure how well Andoryu will fare with this Frederick. I don't know if he was expecting to go tank in this game, so that might be the one weakness of Omega's lineup here. But it's really hard to go wrong with the Frederick, you know.
Yeah.
It feels so easy to use now.
Maybe that's why they picked the Aurora earlier on. I mean, usually you pick the Aurora for 2 things. You want to pick up a mid laner that's hard to take down, survive. I think I'm going to bank on that idea. That they felt the threat of what Omega brought to the table against Super Prince in game number 1. They said, let's give you a mid laner that isn't Nana, that has a Nana-like passive in the Aurora. Because again, you have like an immortality as your passive pretty much. And then, and that freeze. You turn into an ice block. Mages from World of Warcraft, what's up? The other one is, well, what if they're also thinking about, what if Omega picks a slower lineup that you want all that crowd control and freeze to mess up, like the Fred is like, all right, let me go. Let's fight. Come on, let's go. You know, he just keeps freezing.
Just get stuck there, right?
Yeah, just get stun locked.
I like it. I like that idea. Just keep staying alive, obviously, is so easy. It should be very easy for Super Prince. He's literally like the god of all mages at this point.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about season 15, but again, they got it so early on.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing that surprises me, but we never know.
We never really know. And that's why I'm so excited for this match to start up again. I want to see what they're going to do. Maybe they're going to do something crazy in the early game here with this Aurora.
You know, looking back at it now, though, what one pick I would have understood a bit more in the mid if they wanted to go with the idea of, hey, let's mess up that slow front-to-back style team fight. A Valier could have been really good.
Valier, yeah.
Valier.
Fredrin, Gato, they don't like Valier, especially if you time the Searing Torrent well enough, and when Gato jumps in, he just gets like knocked back, and then now there's so much space between you and the Valier that you can't get to him.
Yeah, Valier's been doing pretty good too lately.
Yeah.
Very few people like the Valier. The only people who like Valier are Hellcurts and Lings and people who can jump from the back.
Yeah.
Everyone else hates Valier right now. And in a good way. They hate it because it's too powerful.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like we should be able to get to the point where we will understand this. And I was really hoping. I'm still kind of flabbergasted with how this ended up in third. Then again, we will see.
Because it's rare. It's quite a rare pick. It wasn't like before where a first phase Aurora pickup was one of the major trades in drafts in Season 14. I don't know, in Season 15.
Yeah.
Long time ago. Finally back into the game here. Kelra on a 1-1 for the first time this season, apparently.
Okay, early action too. They actually got Ukir and Super Yoshi pretty low, but you can see it too. There's a couple Purifies that they get to work with here for Serrano Mega, plus that Revitalize. So that might be something that Onic Philippines has to kind of overload once they start breaking out in some of these team fights.
Now let's see how King Kong Suyo is going to fare.
Yep.
Again, two people that so far still, when given the Suyo, has a chance to still make it feel like the old Suyo. It's Demon Kite and King Kong.
Very classic heroes for both these, for both Demon Kite and King Kong.
And Doryu will hit level 4 first, able to get more greens safely around his jungle, while King Kong not going to be able to steal the Golem. Don't think he'll be able to go for the Beetle as well. He's getting checked by Joe. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, and Doryu able to handle that as an early game Fredrin.
That's decent damage and decent clear from a Fredrin. Whenever you think about Fredrin, you're thinking, oh, maybe it's going to clear a little bit slower than most assassins. But apparently not really.
You always forget, we used to call him Daddy Fred.
Yep.
And he was the mainstay jungler for about 2 years?
Close to 2 years.
Close to 2 years.
Long ass time, not gonna lie.
Yeah, very long time, little overstay, but right now he's gonna be showcasing why that is. They start the objective, they're gonna force the fight already in. Super Prince jumps in, Frigid Glacier is gonna be used.
Okay, first blood already locked in there by Ukir. Omega though will lose the turtle as King Kong gets the retribution, and Dory will be able to get away, but Kirk still getting pressured. They both back off.
All right. Are we seeing the use of the Aurora right now? It feels very solid so far. Obviously, at this point, they don't really have that much burst. It is a crowd control hero, first and foremost. But we are going to see more.
Brusco jumps in, doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, though.
Yep.
Okir going to be fine, not even needing that Purify. So, yeah, I guess that's the question, We saw that in the last team fight. The utilization of the Flicker forward 2 from Super Prince and the Frigid Glacier are going to be great once he has more damage. Right now, it's more so just kind of stopping them in their tracks, but that's something they can play around. And the fact that Brusco is going to have the level 4 now too, that might be all about pick-off potential for them.
Yeah, they also have a good amount of setup for the ultimate of the Aurora.
Oh, wait. Again, just as I said it, Tsunami Slam going to come down into the Glaciers, and Doryu taken out of the picture, and Super Yoshi on the run. Not sure if Onic can get any more, but they'll pick up a kill.
Kalea definitely showing good money, good value right now for Onic with these first rotations. Now Joe might be in trouble as well. 4-man from Onic going up.
They're putting pressure up here. Jome gets the signal. We'll go ahead and get away, but right now some extra gold going in the hands of Kelra. Sidesteps the Spirit of Destruction. Serrano Mega will go ahead and try to respond, but that's enough, a little bit of extra gold in the hands of Kelra.
Yeah, how much more steady now is Onic Philippines. Omega not able to get the control into the jungle of Onic, similar to what they did in game number 1. Again, as I was mentioning earlier, this is really good setup for the ultimate of the Aurora with the curtain call of the CC, the crowd control as well coming in from Brusco. Even King Kong can be set up for the Aurora ultimate once he gets a Blade Surge in.
Glue Band definitely helping them out this time.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell Luis is slowing down the game compared to game number 1.
Again, Tsunami Slam, and Super Fritz goes for it again. Will lock down to follow up. Fight's still going to break out. They're quite tanky here in the front line with Endoryu and Super Yoshi. Turtle up for the taking. It's King Kong who had to start it up. Relying on the rest of the team here. Kelro makes his way back up to the gold lane as now Onic Philippines wants to go ahead and try to secure this objective. Kirk bobbing and weaving through it, keeping it go. Vengeance going to be popped. Spirit Destruction comes in. Joan follows through. King Kong will get the turtle, but the fight's going to break out. And they looks like they'll disengage after getting the objective.
Okay, Turtle goes to the side of Onic. They lose their roamer. Still bigger win for Onic. Jome had to join in the fight, but they could not get the win that they were looking for. Only got a kill. Bit of a swap now as the Moskov will go to the bottom, and now Luis will try to handle Keldra in lane, who's had a good time farming. No deaths on him, but Jome does have a kill to his name.
Oh, they want Jome here. Kirk's not going to be able to catch up. This is the response, though. They're going to bring him back with the flare. King Kong trying to help out. Kirk will just jump on out. The rest of the team responding, though, now towards this bottom side of the map as Kelro makes his way to that bottom lane.
Right. In fairness, the Omega trio here in the mid is very, very durable, but I don't see them bursting out anybody, even with these really scary potions.
Jumps in against Tsunami Slam right into Super Fritz's Glacier, and maybe that's the reason. You get the Kalea, you get the Aurora, you almost have an automatic -1 pickoff.
Yeah. It's the crowd control, the burst, and most importantly, it zones out while bursting.
Yeah.
Because while the ultimate of Aurora is getting loaded up, if you're Omega, you do not want to get into that. So your chances of helping out the guy who got caught is low. Jome!
Oh, King Kong going to be in trouble. 3 members here trying to keep the turret alive. He will get away. Dodges the Spirit Destruction, but turret's going to go down now. Brusco, the rest of the team join up. But yeah, King Kong in the face of 3.
And after, while all that was happening, obviously Kellera with a lot of gold from the bottom side of the map really helps out the economy of Onic here, at least for now. And again, they are pushing back Omega despite having a really beefy lineup.
Yeah, macro trade all over. Omega got the tower down up top, while Kellera got the tower down bottom. So they just traded it out. It's going to be a 4-5 start again, as it's a 4-1 split for Omega, with the Moskov is going to be coming in later with the Spear of Destruction. Good initial poke here by Super Prince and King Kong.
This is the same combo. Just watch Brusco and Super Prince.
Yeah, if Super Prince is going to flicker ultimate again, I'm going to lose my mind.
They're going to try to do the same thing. Brusco jumps in. There's the flicker from him. Tsunami Slam. Frigid Glacier. King Kong gets the turtle again. And now they're going to chase him into the jungle.
Okay, Color trying to find an angle. The final slash of the Luis. Arlott is not going to hit SOD hits, but it looks like Joe will not be able to join in the fight. But Kellera, too eager to fly high, just gets taken down to the ground.
Oh, King Kong might be in trouble here, deep in enemy territory. Lewis gets the stun. Andorra looking. King Kong runs away just a little bit longer. Still over the wall he goes. He's going to be able to make it out. And that's still what Suyo does best. The mobility is insane.
Yeah, King Kong so far obviously still proving to be the light, the anchor that keeps Onic in this game despite losing out on a few members, and again just kind of conceding some control back into Omega. Feels like they are not going to allow Omega any further.
Gotta say though, it was good discipline by Jome to hold on to entering with the Spear of Destruction. He hit it, but he really waited until he found his right time. Once he sensed that Keller was a little bit too deep already, could not get the crossbow of Tank to go off as much as he wanted to, as much as he tried, well, then that's when he decided to go in. So they trade things out into kills. However, I have to state, map state does not look good for Omega right now. Onic holding a 1 tower lead, has the turtle lead as well, but the items are very close. Between the EXP laners, close. The main difference right now and deficit in the gold is actually in the jungle, which, since this is a utility Fredrin, you don't have to worry so much about it. That's just your jungler. The other pieces for Omega, their main damage dealers, are very close in terms of the gold against the Onic members.
So it feels like it's an expected gap, right? You can't expect that gap, especially if the teams are playing at the same level.
Yeah.
So within the next 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's an expected gap, but at the same time, it's not that big of a problem. Again, everyone else is okay. It's just a Fredrin.
All right, so right now, map control equilibrium is definitely there. They're trying to break some of that by breaking towers on top side. And for Omega, it's just zoning out and getting as much information before they start the next Lord.
I like the 3-1-1 that Onic did there. Oh, but Omega started the Lord.
King Kong's
could be in trouble here. Spear Destruction already going to be used. And Doru goes in for the taunt, but now he's in trouble. They knock him into the air and he goes down. Smart Omega losing their jungler at a crucial time as the Lord is up. So Onic Philippines will go ahead and start this one up, and Smart Omega might just have to disengage and give this one to Onic after that fight.
That was a money turn there.
Yeah.
From King Kong, beautifully executed. No way for them to fight back, and Andoryu, there was no way out for him in that moment.
Yeah, you could see that at one point it seems like Omega already decided, sorry Andoryu, and Andoryu's just like, I know, I was a bit too deep. We couldn't get the pick off that we wanted right away. They're already on the way. Go ahead, you guys can leave, it's fine.
They will concede the Lord because of that. Elevating the lead just by a tad bit. But then again, we are seeing a lot of control from Onic on the bottom side of the map. Let's see how they can use this Lord though.
Okay, down in the mid lane. Jome will be able to clear this Lord out pretty good so far. Second tier 2 turret in the mid lane will all maybe go down. Actually, they might be able to clear this out completely. Oh, again, Brusco's going to jump in. Tsunami Slam into the Frigid Glacier. Lewis is out of the picture, but Kalra has to be careful in the space. King Kong goes in. Kirk picks up a kill, and now it's Andoru in trouble.
It's so tough for Kalra to fly up into the air as Brusco gets taken out by Jome. But Onic Philippines will win that trade 2-for-1 for the Super Fam.
It's proving that that -1 strategy that you're talking about here is so effective. Luis could not even cast his what do you call that? Final Flash.
Yeah.
Look at Jome as well getting a kill, wow, out of nowhere.
Yeah, wow. Really good read there by Omega still. But yeah, the decision for Onic that once they see Luis, it's going to be their main target. If it's not going to be Luis, it's Andoryu, Super Yoshi. I think they're not going to try and do or blast off for the initial pick-off because he can still fly away with the Avatar of Guardian or maybe even taunt him with an Unbreakable Will before he goes down. So I think that's what Omega needs to watch out for Andoryu and Luis. There's a high chance they're going to be the main targets. And that was good because you saw the shrub near the Arlot was getting held. So it was vision for Brusco so he could just use a Tidal Strike, jump up, and do that Tidal Strike Flicker combination to reach it.
At that point, I just Winter Crown, man. It's just
yeah.
just get stunned over and over again. Winter Crown, just try to stay alive for that millisecond might make a difference in these team fights.
And it's crazy too, just Super Prince has been able to do so much damage, and again, a lot of that is him flickering forward. I guess that's part of knowing that, okay, I've at least got a passive that allows me to stay alive again. Brusco goes in. Super Yoshi now on the off angle, but it looks like they're not going to be able to follow up through that. So some of this too for Onic Philippines is just to get some of these Purifies down if they can, and if they can't pick someone off, then they just can disengage and reset.
So far, they're holding on to those Purifies. So Jome and Okir specifically. Okir is the prime target earlier by Brusco. Even Pop to Conceal to get that.
Yep.
But then again, Omega being a lot more careful at 12 minutes in the game.
Blade Armor already built up here for Andoryu, knowing that he's going to be the brunt of the damage and potentially the first guy who's going to get procced on by the crossbow of Tang. Good bit of itemization there by Andoryu. In terms of the two cores, very close in the gold. The 1-1 and the Moskov. Mid laner very close as well. Yeah.
They're also trying to bunch up on magic resistance, right? So that's very important. And now we'll see how effective that is. Brusco up on front, King Kong on the side. And they're trying to see if they can get some sets in, but no one's actually budging.
Half health here too. It's going to go for the reset right now, and again, Onic Philippines playing around this lead that they have. They can just go ahead and try to zone out Smart Omega the best they can, but they still have to be relatively careful on how they approach this. Jome, he has been locked in. He's 4-0-0, holding on to that Purify. Super Yoshi could be in trouble here. Brusco goes in with the jump. Oh, he jumps on out. Super Yoshi's utilizing the Avatar of the Guard. Whoa, a final slash use too.
He tried, missed.
Lewis tried and missed, so some crucial ultimates down for this fight.
All right, I don't know who's going to come out on top here this time, but Okir is in trouble.
Okir popping the beacon. He has to disengage, and now Kirk trying to keep them at bay. They might just go for the Lord here. Super Yoshi jumping on in. Won't land the Unbreakable.
Wow.
King Kong, though, gets the Lord already secured, and that might be enough for them. They're going to go back, reset, and get ready to march in the base.
Oh, Kirk got to pull the attention at the right time. He saw Andoryu was like, all right, wait. I think we can get this CC. Wait, Lord's gone. Oh no, let's just back off. We messed up.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind. But not a big fan of how Onic began that initiation. Again, what we mentioned on the Gatot Kacha. Exactly what we mentioned could happen. Super Yoshi just got to jump away. They wasted their ultimate. It was just salvaged by great decision-making by Kirk to show up in front of the other members of Omega, looked like a really good target. And then he was able to pull away the attention of Bayondoryu. King Kong also didn't let go of the Lord. He was just standing there. Yeah. He was analyzing the situation. We saw it. And at the end of the day, despite the rough start in that long sequence, Onic are able to get the Lord. Lewis missed another final slash.
Again, I don't know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but...
Trying to predict it feels like.
Yeah.
Punish.
Wow. Trying to look into the future here, Luis. Maybe a few more milliseconds forward, a few seconds forward. Look at this, though.
Jumping again into the frigid glacier. They go. Locked down. Super Fritz will pick up another. Super Yoshi defensively jumping on out. Jome trying to hold on the front line alongside Lewis. They'll clear out the Lord. He's going to lock down Super Fritz. Lewis jumps in. They get the passive. Already when a crown going to be popped too. Super Fritz still going to be alive for a little bit longer, but finally Jome goes in to get the kill. Kelra's looking to pop off. Pops the Wind of Nature. Looking for the crossbow of Tang as Jome gets taken out by King Kong. And now Super Yoshi's in trouble. And they get into the base. It's only Lewis left alone. But Onic Philippines will clear things out and take game 2 in their favor.
Can't say I didn't see this coming, especially with how we saw that early to mid-game pop out here. Yeah. But it is going to be Onic forcing a game number 3.
Really, did I miss the other times Kelra used the crossbow of Tang? It felt like that was the only time he got to use it.
I feel like that was...
Second,
maybe 1 of 2.
Yeah, 1 of 2. Because Omega did a great job for majority of the game avoiding it.
Yeah.
You saw how desperately they were sidestepping and really trying to avoid the final mark getting hit. But at the end there, it was K and K together plus Super Fritz. The buy time that he did, it was Aurora passive into Winter Crown into Flicker out. A good thing the members of Aurora were able to dash forward a step so that they avoid the breath and they don't get stunned. They missed that. But still, at the end of the day, it was Onic winning that out. And that little buy time that Super Fritz did, I feel like was actually a big reason as to why Onic won in the long run there in the end.
Yeah, like a long buy time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that was a long time, man. I'm frozen. Now I'm frozen again.
Yeah. And then I flicker out.
Now I'll flicker out.
I deal a little bit of damage. I'm dead. But I did my job.
That's so funny. At the same time, it's also very fun to see this flexibility from Onic. This is not really something we see a lot from them. It feels like we don't see Onic get pushed to the limit where they're forced to do a draft that's not how we usually see it.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how many times we've seen this this specific combination because I just can't think of Aurora popping up a lot. But man, Kalea, Aurora is like one of the more deadly combos that I've seen.
Yeah. Kalea Aurora plus make that an Aurora where Super Fritz is using Flicker to set things up early on. 100% kill participation. Onic got the assignment. Play around Brusco's pickoffs with the Kalea. There were 1 or 2 pickoffs I didn't agree with, but a lot of the other pickoffs hit the mark. 1, 5, and 10. Great game.
Yeah, and Brusco obviously had a lot of worrying, a lot of dealing with to do in the early game here with such a tanky lineup from Omega that they're trying to really force it, right? The Zushin, the Fredrin, they were Super Yoshi on that Gatot Kacha. They were trying to get that stuff done early on, and Brusco was very instrumental in slowing them down.
It's like, how many times do we see this? That.
There,
like, that's all the highlights, right?
Yeah.
Jump on in, Pedal Strike, Tsunami Slam, right into the Frigid Glacier. And, you know, it was good to see the Fredrin pop up here too, but I feel like when you're a Fredrin against a Suyo, like, you just feel like you're perpetually walking. Against, against the Suyo.
That's just what it is, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were questioning the Aurora. We weren't hating on it. We were just questioning it. And I'm glad Super Fritz gave us the answer. Look at that.
What is that?
I can hear that's Midnight reacting to that.
Midnight saying it was nasty. That's all he was saying. Don't worry, guys.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
It's funny too because when he pops that, when he actually, I think we missed it, but when he activates the crossbow tank, it's like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
because
I did it.
It worked though. I mean, it got the kill. That was a 15-minute game, relatively low kill count game. I think they were dodging most of the fights there. Omega had a really tough lineup. Like I mentioned, that mid trio was very, very durable. So I would say even with all the tools at the disposal of Onic, the very spicy tools they had,
it's actually very difficult to get some kills.
Yeah, despite Okir playing a really great game there on the juice-in, damage was missed from the side of Omega. And because they play a slower core front around the Arlot, the Fredrin, and the Gato Kaja, yeah, in the long run, the Aurora became a really great pick to shut things down. And I like the decisions in the big picture, in totality of it all, that Brusco were making for the initial pickoff. And King Kong, just not the typical Suyo that we're used to seeing him play. But again, because of the adjustment to him, you could clearly see like he was a little bit more calculated, really trying to make the most out of the combo, not really just dishing the damage. It's more of like, I'll do what I can, then leave if I really have to.
That's what I notice about the way you have to play the Suyo now through, you know, some of the professional players that are still playing them, is like you really have to look through those windows of opportunity if you're the Suyo, where before you literally just like run into 3 members even in the early game and you're still probably going to get a kill, you know, like. So it seems like it's a lot more calculated, which is great because I feel like that's what Suyo needed. Like he needed to be in this position where he's not just completely overpowered and just destroying everything. Now the mobility that he still has is pretty insane.
That's still there.
You know, that's still there. You can still escape a lot of situations that, you know, some junglers might not be able to in the same way. But nonetheless, great game there for Onic Philippines and King Kong even.
Yeah, and of course our BPI rich guy is definitely going to be King Kong there, as usual, with the color scheme, perfectly positioned. I'm sure you're going to be a BPI mascot or like an ambassador soon, with like he doesn't have red hair anymore. And again, it was not the usual, like we mentioned, right? Not the usual Suyo game, but it did the job. It was able to really just get so much attention from Omega. It was very difficult for Jom to actually get stuff done. And it was also very difficult for Omega to actually exert effort to push into the jungle of Onic there. Which again, if you control the jungle, that's like half the game here for Suyo, right? That did not happen here.
Yeah, which is surprising because the way that, like, I feel like even the way that Jom was playing, again, he was deathless for the longest time. You know, he had plenty of time to farm up. Yeah. He was pretty locked in and itemized on that Moskov, but it seems to be the situation for Jom a lot in the games, you know, and he's eventually got to be able to pop off later on, but unfortunately the team kind of, it seems like there's a disconnect in the later team fights from Smart Omega, and maybe part of that again was, what do you do against Brusco jumping into you and taking one of your team members and like they're automatically dead?
Yeah, and
you know, like how do you solve that?
Yeah, and then you want to help, but then you're watching out for the slow animation of the Aurora ultimate. Now you're just thinking twice about like, can I go in now? Oh no, I can't.
Yeah, it's almost like you just watch your teammate go.
Yeah.
So, see ya.
See ya. All
maybe,
right.
Maybe, you know, more proactive final slashes.
I mean, he tried it.
He tried
to be proactive.
He was so advanced that he was like...
Yeah. the thinking of Lewis was like a step way too ahead.
Yeah.
He's like, he's going to go here.
Like that Doctor Strange ahead.
Yeah.
Too far in the future. So, yeah, Luis, I love what he did game number 1. Wish he could have done more in game number 2, maybe for Omega. But then again, it was the draft that really kind of forced Luis into that hero in the first place. So still a good job on it.
Yeah. Although it could have been a really great combo, I feel like the Juicin and then the Arlot together. Imagine a world where we got to see Final Slash, and then that sets up everything for the Juicin to easily control everyone, lift people up and whatnot. And just they couldn't get that.
They couldn't get that, and I think you know, they should be switching sides, right? If they decide to go ahead and go on the blue side, I feel like for Smart Omega, we're probably going to see again something similar with trying to give Andoryu, I feel like a better jungler for him, because as much as we talked about it in the previous 2 drafts, like I feel like Fredrin and some of these utility junglers can still fit pretty well, but obviously when you're against a mobile jungler, like Andoryu really shines when he gets one of those mobile junglers instead. So.
There it is. Maybe get something like that. Maybe get a Frey on the goal lane. I don't know. We'll see later on. I'm just hoping for that. Right now, all access.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are back for another MPL or MLBBPH express. And as of this moment, we're gonna be doing it in all under 60 seconds. The latest in our local tournaments kung saan bumibida ang lakas ng Pinas. And that timer starts now. The final lineup for our Cebu representatives has been announced. Our MLBB men's team, led by Coach Trevor and joined by TLPH's Sanford, Onic PH's Kelra, and the entire roster of Team Falcons. Announcing also is our official Cebu MLBB women's representatives, Smart Omega Empress. Good luck in representing the Philippines at ipakita nyo sa buong mundo ang lakas ng Pinas. Next up is the Athena League. They are on their last stretch para malaman kung sino-sino ang mapupunta sa upper or lower bracket of the playoffs. Smart Omega Empress and Team Liquid Aqua remain at the top of the bracket, while the Athena League is live every morning before MPL. So be sure to catch all of the action that there is with the queens of the arena. Lastly, ang MDL Philippines Season 5, which concluded just last Wednesday. We now have our top 4. Onic 9 Lives, Smart Omega Neos, RRQ Kaito, and Aurora Hunters. Sila ang magkikita para sa paparating na playoffs that will be held live in Green Hills Mall from May 17 to 18. Kita-kits tayo doon, and that is 1 minute. I am sure na marami nga abangan ng ating mga MPL fans heading forward into this matchup, pero rekta na natin sa ating game number 3. Casters, balik sa inyo.
There it is. That's a lot of updates happening there. And again, 17 to 18, that's
the news.
That's the news. We'll see a bit of a, maybe we can go there. That's a bit of an off season for us.
Yeah.
We can watch live. Hey.
Yeah, I think I'm going to spend time during the long break that we're going to have just catching up on everything in the Athena League. Again, that's the official qualifiers for MWI.
Yep.
I'm hearing a lot of good things about Team Liquid Aqua, how they're playing. Of course, our women's team for C-Ball is still the members of Omega Empress and their coaching staff.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to looking back at the games that we missed out on the Athena League.
It'll be a good time to catch up on a whole lot that's going on, you know,
Oh,
because
yeah,
a whole bunch of the other leagues will be going on while we have our break, of course, after this weekend. So can't wait to catch up on everything going on, and then, yeah, before we know it, we'll be in the playoffs.
So many things happen at the same time right now. I can't actually catch up. Even MPL-wise, you know.
You don't have enough time.
We just don't have enough time. So maybe with this break after this week, we'll have a lot of fun and get back into the game with each and every league happening at the same time. MLBB esports, very, very busy. Right now we have blue side selection here. That is Smart Omega Blue. Are we going to see a relapse of game number 1?
We might. It might just be another Haka King situation and from Omega, but I think the adjustment that we're going to be seeing is actually going to be from Onic Philippines. With the Juicin, Chip Loyi, they're going to let go of one of those bans. Or if they're going to stick with the same bans and it becomes a Joy Rush again by Omega, Onic Philippines might pick up their jungler pick much easier. They'll for sure they're still going to go for the Kalea. They might swap out the Moskov. Or no, they're going to keep that. It's the Phobius they might swap out instead.
I'm thinking, I don't know if it's going to happen, but like maybe the Kalea needs a little tone down before the playoffs. Because I just feel like she's so strong, man. Like,
I think there might be a patch in the works.
Will there be a patch?
I don't think it's going to happen before playoffs.
I'm telling y'all now, it's strong. It's really not unbeatable.
It's not unbeatable.
Please do not nerf Kalea.
What's the answer?
The nerf
Purifies?
We saw it, yeah, Purify. It's an execution thing as well. I mean, there are really options where, I mean, for any pick-off lineup, if ever they're gonna give Kalea a nerf, it might be a slight reduction on her title strike.
Yeah, I feel like it's either got to be the title strike or it's got to be something with the Tsunami Slam.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? The biggest one, right after the jump, they're gonna remove that.
Wait, that's confirmed?
It's happening in advanced server.
So after the little punch thing,
there's like a dive, like a homing dive, right?
Yeah.
So that's
where she like connect.
Yeah, she connects to the target.
Yeah.
That's gonna go. So I'm kind of sad about that. But here we go. We are going for draft for game number 3. I'm sure. I don't know if you guys expect the game number 3 here, but man, oh man, when I came into this one, I was so happy to see that we are gonna see a game number 3 here. We are seeing not a full jungle ban, but Dank banned out here.
We're going to see some changes, though, too, just because, the Kalea is being banned out. The Joy, of course. What will this last ban be? Because even depending on this last ban, there's going to be so much priority that you can go for. So it's a Fanny, Smart Omega.
Still a jungle, basically. So
Yeah.
they will probably prioritize.
Does they go the Hayabusa here? Like,
Hayabusa's pretty good. You're also thinking about Chip, right? Chip is still in the open.
Chip Loyi.
They want to go global.
Yeah.
But it's Hayabusa. They're
Hayabusa.
trying to go for that full-on blockage of the jungle picks. That's five junglers out of commission.
I see you, King Kong-san. And he goes Hayabusa. Okay, well, in this way, I think that's fine because you can still go ahead, like you said, the Chip still open, the Luyi, the Phoveus.
He's pretty good.
Harith and Mozcom still up for the grabs too, so there's quite a few picks here for Onic Philippines that they can go ahead and secure for themselves based on Hayabusa going to the hands of Andorio. But honestly, like I was saying, Andorio's best case scenario is getting a hero like this, and since so many of those jungle picks were banned out, he goes the Hayabusa. There's the Harith that I was expecting. Is it gonna be?
There's a Chip.
Oh, there's a Chip.
All right. Not really what I was expecting here. Lacking maybe a Cho somewhere here. I was thinking about a Cho here for Brusco in this game, honestly, but there you go with Selena. Just maximizing the control on the mid. We might see a fairly solid front line. Glue might be a pick here that they can consider, because I know it's going to get banned out. But it's a Hylos instead.
This is good, though, because you get a lot of scouting potential, you know, with this. And based off game one, where we got to see the Selena in the hands of Ukir, you know that he's going to be playing the Selena really well. Now you get a Hylos to kind of help scout things out, too. Be some of that frontline tankiness, and we'll have that revitalize. So that might help them. And it's also a good tool against the Chip. You know, having that glorious pathway, if you need to go ahead and help heal when that shortcuts drop down or even engage, that could work in their favor for Smart Omega. So I like the first phase that they have so far. Be interesting to see what they decide to go ahead and pick up, especially in the, I'm assuming, XP lane and the gold lane. I'm not sure. Like, the Hylos could technically be flexed, too.
Faramis. Just getting ready for the glue as well.
Okay.
If they don't want to ban it out, just lock a Faramis in there. The glue might have second thoughts of appearing. This will be a Faramis mid lane for Super Friends. Brusco on Vero Chip. So we're just lacking an XP laner and a gold laner here. Or actually no, XP laner.
Gold lane for Smart Omega.
Yeah, and the jungle
Yeah, for
Onic here. All right, so not bad, not bad. Gold laners definitely are very still open, so Airfell ban getting out of the way is pretty good. Granger, I don't think you kind of need a ban on it.
Yeah.
I would probably ban the Bruno first before the Granger at this point.
Yeah, Granger's kind of not fallen off completely, but he's definitely taken a hit, you know, with
Big
nerf.
hit,
Yeah. You can definitely feel the change that he's had to deal. But some teams still like to play him and take that gamble.
TNC kind of played like 2 consecutive
Yeah,
Granger
yeah.
games, I think yesterday or that was the other day. So I get what you mean. That Granger definitely fell off, but it's not unusable. Some teams really love to go back onto it. Edith ban though really is interesting. I did not see that coming here. I was expecting maybe another gold ban here for Onic.
Huh. So ban the Fredrin?
Yeah, that's a good. That seems like a call because they are still lacking that jungler.
Yeah, Fred Haya?
No,
No, Haya's already.
pick, highest
Andorio.
pick.
No, I mean like Fred
The
Haya
matchup.
Yeah.
The matchup, right.
Ooh, they're willing to give the Fred. If it's not going to be the Fredrin, I wonder if we're going to see like a Martis for King Kong.
So what Super Yoshi did, he just fist in the air when that locked in.
Bring the Martis so we can see an anime clash between 2 different animes.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's true.
Oh my god, you're right.
Bring the Martis, please.
Yeah, it's AOT versus Naruto.
Add it. Who's the better anime? Chat! Who's the better anime, chat?
Who's the better?
Oh,
No, don't start that debate.
I would love to get your opinions, which one's better, because, you know, we watch both.
They're really asking King Kong like, King, what do you think? What do you want?
Thinking, you want the anime battle?
It's either Fred or Martis for me.
No.
Fred or Martis. Watch it be neither.
Export jungle. Not something we see a lot here. And again, it's Omega pushing Onic to the limit here, especially on the picks that they're they're forcing him in.
Yeah, the decision by Omega to commit these bans on blue side against Onic, it's really wrinkling the brain. And of course, Onic actually had to make the call to take away the joy of Andoryu instead. They banned the Kalea at the same time. Then it was a Fanny ban. It looks like Omega's happy with how the draft's going on right now. It seems like the things that they want to happen are actually happening.
Yeah, both Super Yoshi and Joe, just every time a pick gets locked in, they're like, yeah! Like, what's up?
Oh wait, no, but I wonder if Omega has any residue trauma from the X-Borg of Dare yesterday.
There's the show. Oh yeah, that's
gonna be Oh, he goes the Kimmy.
Ooh, they're lacking backline dive. This is gonna be tough.
All right, now I kind of see why. They love that not many heroes in Onic have good range.
Yeah.
That's what they're celebrating. Oh, these are all like close range heroes, except the X-Borg maybe. Might have a problem with that.
I really hope they consider putting the X-Borg in the EXP lane instead, because up against the high loss, that'll be relatively okay. And I think with the presence of the Cho Selena now, plus that Kimmy, X-Borg jungle might actually be tough. I'm still leaning towards about hoping that we get to see something along the lines of a Martis later on for King Kong. If they're still gonna put if they still need an EXP laner, they can just go Phobius. Again, there's so many dashes on the side of Omega, but might be tough, might be tough.
It's gonna be a tough decision.
Oh, what do they pick? Masha.
Oh my god, just like...
Oh my god!
Masha.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
The war flashbacks. The war flashbacks.
But it's an XP lane
XP lane
Masha.
Masha,
It's
though.
a la Luke of Geek Fam.
It's not
gonna be the double BOD rush from Kirk.
You double BOD?
Yeah.
It's
Just
a big boom boom.
for all the thunderclaps.
Yeah, just clap.
Clap.
Kirk, go clap.
I don't know. It's just whenever you think about Onic plus Masha, that's the only situation you think about. So I wonder if they can add a little bit more of a flavor, a new chapter to the Onic Masha drama.
There is so many like extra health bars to go through.
Yeah.
From Onic Philippines, like armor, the Nether Realm, the Masha health bars.
Health bars. You know, it's gonna be crazy. It might be difficult, but they do have a Kimmy that is very powerful in this patch, so we'll see. Loading into game number 1.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of dominance ice, sea halberd, and glowing wands on the side of Omega.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
So I want to see this. I want to see how well this XP lane Masha is going to do. Obviously, it's a big difference from what we're used to when we're talking about XP laners. Big difference, right? So he's probably going to try to go do some spicy stuff early on, so keep your eyes peeled for that on the map.
Okay. And at the same time with this, I think one of the big factors, like we saw from Game 1, is how Ukir is able to do. With the Selena, because I think that was a big part of it. Wow, Brusco is just feeling the damage from Jome.
Oh
Yikes. Oh my god, Jome has no fear right now. He knows it's just like, oh yeah, they got nothing against me. I can just keep basic attacking them. They're not going to try.
They can't, right? Except maybe when King Kong goes in, maybe later with the Last Insanity, but that's going to be later on. Right now, Jome is happy where he is.
Yeah, plus with the weakness finder. Ooh, he decides to rush Magic Penetration instead. Considering that there are a lot of shields on the side of Onic, yeah, that's a right call.
Kind of do need it. And to burn through those HP bars as well very quickly. So get some burn in. The rest of the map does feel like it is in equilibrium so far. The junglers' golds are actually not that far off as well against each other, so no big disruptions happening so far. And I think if that's the case, I think Omega likes that better. No big disruptions. They also want to scale in. I mean, Onic also wants to scale, but, you know, it feels like Omega has a bit of an upper hand at maybe around 8 to 10 minutes.
So who's got the upper hand here in the early game, man? Is this, like, favorable for Onic with what they have, at least early game-wise?
I mean, it should be, because once the Faramis and the Chip hit level 4, and the Masha as well.
It's go time.
Yeah, it's go time. They can honestly just throw bodies. They don't... Not to say that they can just, like, literally throw their bodies and everything's going to go well. I mean, there are still going to be things to avoid, watch out for, be careful with. But initially, yeah, once you have those 2 at level 4, 3 at level 4, you actually can just force, like, one or two aggressive fights, and if those don't go away, that's when you back off. But if you really just try and wait, it's gonna go against like the purpose of your lineup.
It feels like yeah, you're right. Actually, it feels like their idea as well of like that -1 lineup where okay, go open the shortcut, Masha go boom, next.
Yeah.
So
What
it
are we
feels like
seeing
the idea. What is this? Is that the Naruto?
Is he in game?
I think that's in game, and he's just AFK. Don't do that. So yeah, someone can get easily -1 by the Masha going boom, and then you have a Faramis to keep it alive, and all that.
Yeah, I think you just get a lot of utility that you get to go ahead and play around with.
Yeah.
Once those level 4 ultimates are locked in here. So that's what I want to see though, because we've talked about with the lineups here throughout the series, and usually we've been pretty on point with like the power spikes of these teams and these compositions. So I want to see how this one plays out. And again, I think a big part of this is always whenever Selena's in the hands of whatever player decides to draft it is such a big part of early game potential, but also even down to the late game, because you know those abyssal arrows, if you land them on the right targets, they can change the course of some of these team fights.
That's true. So maybe again, in the hands of Ukir, who had a spectacular game number 1 on the Selena, it might be a different story as well for Omega. They might actually be able to get one off.
Maybe that was part of the plan though here, Rockhart's like, all right, if we get hit with an arrow, it doesn't matter because we have so many health bars.
We're fine. Yeah.
Right? So already first turtle going to be for the fight. Kirk's going to run up to join the fight, and Dora will get the turtle though. Shadow kill already going to be used. They get the Nether Realm out, and he has to get out of dodge. But now Onic wants to go ahead and fight back. They get the flicker out from Super Yoshi, but Lewis gets the kill, and Kirk will respond. Now the trade. Brusco could be in trouble. He might be trapped here. He's got Kirk around the corner though. Has enough shielding too, but Lewis will stick to Brusco. Gets the stun out into the arrow, but the arrow doesn't land, but Brusco can't get away as Ukir will clean up the kill. And now Kirk gets hit with another arrow. Still has a little bit of health to work with here. And Super Prince a little bit late to this one and doesn't have enough mana to help out with the fight.
Damn, I did not expect the Masha to last that long.
Yeah.
For that engagement to be extended. Still a very favorable trade win there for Omega. Of course, they got the turtle and they got a kill onto King Kong. Plus, Ukir still very on point with the Selena. The Abyssal Arrow has messed up Onyx so far in this game, and it's only been 3 minutes.
That's true. And again, the big plus for that 3-minute fight is Brusco didn't really have the shortcut.
Oh, Super Friends could be in trouble here. Shadow kill going to be used. Does survive it though. Not enough damage just yet from Andoryu, so they're fine. But yeah, like you guys mentioned, I think these arrows are just kind of messing with the tempo of the team fighting that Onic wants to go with. But once they start getting some of these items, especially in the hands of, you know, Kelra later on, that's where it could be devastating. That's what we've seen with the Harith so far.
That's right. And now we are seeing that Omega is back in the place where, okay, we don't need to take fights early on. We don't need to get too crazy. Andoryu is definitely going to have a fun time getting level 7 here.
Oh, again, there's the kick with the arrow help.
Nice save.
Another realm going to be used. Kelra joining the fight. Brusco's already going to be gone. They're going to fight under the Zaman Force, and now forcing him back. Super Yoshi will try to get away. Won't be able to get taken down, and now Luis joining the fight. They could be in trouble here. Super Prince forced outside of the bush, and he'll get back to safety, but now the turtle's up, and Smart Omega is in control.
Yeah, I like how Omega actually still really respected the last insanity of King Kong. They were watching their positioning, and when they really felt like, okay, it's time for us to back off, they backed off. Super Yoshi had some dashes and he was low. He was the main target of the last insanity of King, but he was able to get away just in time. Brusco way too deep.
Brusco just gonna get caught into everything. The kick, the arrow, as he falls deep into enemy territory.
We're getting so many resources to Jome with all these small things that are happening, so that is not a good thing if you are a Sonic right now. The Kimmy is very slow and steady right now, big comparison to before. You just throw out these shots. So every small bit of gold actually adds to the damage that these bullets are throwing.
Yeah, and really it's crazy how much Abyssal Arrow Ukir's been landing them. High value targets. If not leading to kills, he's stopping, and Onic are feeling it now. Not BOD for the rush for Kirk, but we'll go for the Blade of the Hep Disease. Let's see what his next item will be, if he's going to go Guardian Helmet or just for pure damage.
At some point, though, this lineup from Onic Philippines gets really difficult to kill, I feel like. You know, if once they're scaled up, but I feel like if Smart Omega continues to put this kind of pressure and just finds targets, they might be looking to get an early win here. Jome's going to go ahead and work on this turret. You have members of Onic Philippines ready to initiate if they have to. Whoa! Counter in trouble. Backs off. Brusco dropped down the shortcut. Super Yoshi waiting on the backside, but Jome's already out of the picture. This is going to be trouble for them, and who won't escape that one as Kirk goes in to get the kill. So they trade it the 2-for-1, but the mid turret in the mid lane, it will go down to Onic Philippines.
That's always going to be a trade-off. If you use the shortcut, another part of the map is going to be vulnerable, and we're seeing the effects happen right before our eyes. Super Yoshi up on top could be trouble as well.
Calra, oh look at Calra, wow, force. They just want to get this turret down. I don't think they're going to do anything else after that.
And now we're seeing it when we're talking about the lineup of Onic. They had to wait until a bit after the 5-minute mark mid-game for them to really be able to dish out what they can. But the Masha should be the problem for Omega now moving forward. Plus, if they cannot get the team fight start that they want, Onic's counter engage is actually quite strong. But it's still, in the end, Omega will run away with the turtle. They broke the tower first in mid. Onic, yes, going good for them, but they have to expend a lot every engagement. So expensive is their team fight.
That's true. Not only are they using up all these ultimates just to kind of put Luis low, or Super Yoshi low, but they're also using it to chase down Joe. And they're also, if they use the shortcut, they're also leaving, again, parts of the map vulnerable. So they are using up a lot of resources trying to get this done.
Yeah, I think that might just be the answer for them right now, too. You know, using the resources they have to. Onic Philippines, though, too, I think, you know, overloading with this Masha later on is going to be something that Smart Omega has to watch out for, especially if his job is just to go ahead and go for Jome, you know, go for Ukir, and that's all Kirk has to do. So it did look like he was working on that BOD next after locking into that Blade of Hepsi. So this turret, the tier 2 in the bottom lane, is going to be worked on. That's going to be taken down easily for Smart Omega as they have full control over on this side of the map.
Go. Easy tower taking, bulldozers,
oh, wow.
if you will.
Oh, the trap showed where Brusco is, so no more element of surprise there.
They know where he is. They're trying to collapse onto the opposite side, trying to avoid that shortcut, actually.
Brusco's like, yep, nope, I'm out of here.
Yeah, you see the members of Omega are thinking to us, all right, huh? Is he here? Let's check, let's check. All right.
We're good, we good.
Brusco already moved, though. How long is he going to hold? Oh, but look at the Abyssal trap placements here of Ukir. If Brusco decides to go to any of that shrubs, he's going to get spotted out.
So they know that area is safe. So pre-Lord, they'll know in advance where Onic is planning. They can't go too deep.
Okay,
Kirk
Kirk's
holding on to the recall.
He gets information. So Lord is up just in about 5 seconds. And we're going to see if Onic Philippines can actually contest and fight and win this one now.
Yeah.
Crucial fight coming up.
Very, very.
Brusco moves. Kirk will only have to wait for the portal of the chip. He can continue split pushing. Ah, so that's their macro strat. But Brusco's going top.
He might rush this. Look at that. I mean, Kirk is just going nonstop on that turret.
Yeah, Kirk is just going for the turret. They got the information. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down, and Kelra dropping down the Zombie Force, trying to fight back, keep them at bay here. Lewis could be in trouble, though. Super Prince jumping in. There's knockup from the Lord. They try to get control of it, and Andoru's going to join the fight. Kirk jumps in, looks to get Andoru, but King Kong will get the Lord. Wow. And Kirk found Andoru and took him out after the shadow kill. And Onic Philippines turns things around off that Lord take.
Yeah, Kirk went to work. Instantly found that Hayabusa. Didn't even have his BOD just yet. I think he just built it. Or maybe that is already his third item. But wow, what a call there by Kirk. He was locked in. He knew the target. He was able to disrupt Andoru enough. He wasn't able to get his retribution off anytime. It was just easy take for King Kong and Onic.
Yeah. Kirk went to work. It felt like he was like a Cho at that point, right? Just look for Haya. Look for, where is Andoru right now? And there was just no way for them to do the steal. I guess Omega could have maybe gone for like more kills, but then again, they don't have the burst. They have that slow burn, that slow DPS from that King.
Oh, revenge!
Revenge taken. Kirk's on, and now in the mid lane. Super Prince is gonna drop as well. The tier 2 turrets do fall, but man, Smart Omega will go ahead and just counterattack and clap back right when they can.
Whew, that was spicy right off the bat, and that's just showing the capabilities of Andoryu right now, who is a level ahead, now even with Andoryu and King Kong.
See how Onic are going to be able to recover from that. That could have been a much better push from their side, but it was a good call that Andoryu decided to just handle Kirk alone, even with not a lot of minion ways for him to spread out the damage of the shadow kill. Now Brusco is just going to be playing the chip like how Chip is played, the sneaky push. He's going to be the guy in the 4-1 split.
Sneaky on the side, obviously wants to step on these Y-walk markers. Can go for maybe a play behind the Lord if Omega goes and gets a little too feisty. But look at Omega; they're not giving a chance for any shortcuts to appear, sticking around on the bushes.
Yeah, this is part of it too. Is just the fact that again, Kelra, and we see this with the Harith so often. He hasn't been taken down. He's been able to farm up pretty well. Picks up a Holy Crystal, so his damage output for the next objective fight is going to be pretty threatening for Smart Omega, so they want to be able to go ahead and play into that. We take a look at the items too real quick. He's keeping toe-to-toe with Jom, actually, with this.
That's what you want to see. Brusco, again, on the other side, just controlling the flow. Right. Omega can't really push forward too much.
Okay, so interesting approach here for Jom. He goes for the attack speed route of the Kimmy. Again, for every point attack speed, if I'm not mistaken, it's a percentage or another point as well of magic power. So you get magic power if you build attack speed if you're Kimmy. So that's why it's good to still build physical with her. And again, as we mentioned earlier, her abilities do also scale with physical damage. So he's going that route, plus sustainability through the Blood Wing. So we're seeing different versions of Kimmy throughout the day. Earlier, Oheb went for the pure magic rush with the Holy Crystal.
He was swapping things in and out too.
Yeah. The core items here for Jom are the Feather of Heaven, Wind Talker, Blood Wings, and Divine Glaive.
So look how they're doing this again. Kirk's down bottom, alongside Brusco.
It's two of them this time, so the chip is close by. It can provide a lot of backup. And the other three of Onic are just rushing this Lord.
Kirk's still there. He's still going to go ahead and push that bottom turret. This is the time to go for the fight. There's the kick from Super Yoshi. But they still go. Kirk finally taken out by Andoryu, and Kelra firing off on Lewis. Pop with his Almond Force. They're looking for the kill. Pops will revitalize. Reinitiates with the glorious pathway to the fight.
He lives. Lewis holds on. Onic gets Sub Blast Insanity to get away on Doryu. Now he's going to be here for the fight.
Oh! King Kong in trouble. Nether Realms there, but Andoryu goes in, picks up the kill on King Kong. Ukir to fall, and now Kelra almost gets Jom. Jom has 1 HP, and the fight for the Lord going to break out as Andoryu looking to lock it in. Super Prince and Kelra alongside Brusco tries to keep him at bay. Pops the shadow kill, and Andoryu working on the Lord, and he'll get it. And now Kelra looks to pick up a kill, and Andoryu and gets a double as he takes out Super Yoshi.
What about that cha-cha-cha?
Yeah, he danced. He danced that so well.
The dance.
The dance. That's what we're talking about. But Omega still walk away with the Lord. They tried as best as they can to get Andoryu down, but he used the shadow kill just in time. There was still a lot of health left on the Lord, but Onic knew it would be too hard, too much to try and take Andoryu down. They couldn't get damage onto him because he was on top of the Lord. They wanted to increase their chances of extending the fight so they could get the other members down. And the fact that Jom was so low, he held on with a sliver of health every single time in that fight.
Yeah, let's watch that again. I love to watch that again.
Yeah, Onic overextended just a little bit. They tried to save him, they did. But at that point, King Kong's health was too low. You see here, Jom still alive. Kelra wants to damage Andoryu. Now he can take him down. Walks away with a double kill. Onic are able to shut down the Lord. Omega are not able to push with it, but Omega buy life with Andoryu being able to survive long enough to secure the Lord for the team.
That was super tempting if you were Onic. Like, you see HP bars, everyone's 1 HP.
Yeah.
I kind of understand why they overstayed there a bit. I guess they were trying to decide, should we go? These feel like very squishy targets. Maybe one pass will do it. But Omega, like we mentioned, just was able to really dance around the damage so well in that last one.
Yeah, they did a really good job at just kind of coordinating that fight around with what Onic did too. And so for Smart Omega, they're the fighting potential that they have, and as long as Jome doesn't die, he's actually pumping out quite a bit of damage here too, alongside Andoru. So now it looks like Onic Philippines wants to put pressure on the buffs, but they'll continue to do that until this next Lord comes up in about a minute. So they have some options here, unless it's, I don't think we see Smart Omega trying to get a pick off. It's better if they go ahead and wait for Onic Philippines to be the ones to go ahead and try to initiate these fights and then follow through from there.
I mean, that's what we saw, right? Essentially, with the X-Borg using Last Insanity already, that was a signal for Omega to actually go. And that's maybe what they want to wait for here on this next Lord, which is going to happen in 45 seconds. Although I don't see that same mistake happening twice here.
You see in the player camps, Kirk actually quite vocal right now. Same as Brusco. The two players who are designated roamers for the squad. And of course, again, I say that because ex-billionaires are essentially just roamers these days. See how they're juggling right now.
I mean, actually, you're absolutely right. Most of the time, it's going to be Kirk who is going to make a call. Am I going to do the split? Are you guys going to be able to handle it? Like, maybe that's why he's talking so much here.
Yeah, he's talking a lot with Brusco, who's now not providing vision. King Kong has turned into utility for Superfist and Kelra as the front line. Again, X-Borg late game is quite hard to take down, as the Masha and the Chip want to do something funky here.
Oh.
Catch it.
Arrow's not going to land. They're still up on that top side, too.
Yeah.
See how they play this out. King Kong working on the Lord. It's half health. Kirk and Brusco cooking something up, but it's going to be a reset for now.
Yeah, again, anytime if anyone wants to help defend against the Masha, they can call in the ultimate of the Chip. Plus, at the same time, with Y walking go anywhere, here comes Brusco.
Oh, Brusco.
Oh, was spotted by the trap.
They spotted out. Quarter of the health on the Lord here, too. Kelra jumping forward. Kirk still in that side of the jungle. Quite a hectic and chaotic fight that we're seeing here. Breakout. And Toru's going to jump in, trying to get the Lord, and he doesn't! And Toru will get the Lord! But the fight's still going to break out, and he is gone as Brusco picks up a kill. Super Yoshi, next up, Immortality popped. He's going to get taken out. Can't get away from that. Flickers forward, he does survive! He's able to get away, so Andoru goes down after getting the Lord. Is that enough, though, to go ahead and keep Onic Philippines from pushing into the base further?
Yeah, the escape artist does it once again. Because if Super Yoshi went down there, Onic would be able to make the call of, you know what, let's rush this Lord and try to end it already.
True. That would have been a 3v5.
Yep.
So they actually did a lot by keeping Super Yoshi alive here. But the Lord, as usual, will get dealt with by Onic here relatively easily.
Yeah.
They have so much firepower right now.
Andoru on point with a retribution against King Kong. Unable to take it. The only major objective that Onic has gotten in this game is one Lord. 3 turtles, 2 Lords secured by Omega.
Whoa, Super Yoshi goes in with a kick, not the direction he wanted to. Even with the arrow, now Andoru jumping in, popping the shadow kill, but he's under the Zaman Force. He's gonna have to try to escape now, but he can, as Kelra picks up a kill. And now Onic Philippines with a numbers advantage. Will look for possibly more, but maybe that's all they get in this one, unless they can push these waves in.
Man, Onic and Aurora both really want top 2, but teams are making them work for it.
That's true.
Onic probably went into the day
thinking
right in the back of their heads, a very small thought of, we should be able to sweep them, right?
Right.
But then now, game 3, 19 minutes in, nothing comes easy in MPL Philippines.
See what they do here. Still 15 seconds away for Andoru to be up. Conceal going to be used. The base turrets will go down at mid and top. Kelra dropping down the Zaman Force. A threat himself takes an arrow though. He's in trouble. Has to back off and disengage. Kirk will tank up a arrow himself and he's trying to get away, but Super Yoshi finding the mark. Popping the Revitalize, and it's Kirk that goes down. Andoru trying to join the fight, trying to run it down mid, but they'll disengage.
Kakashi's on the chase.
Still has the immortality. Andoru joins the fight, gets the shadow kill off, and now King Kong in trouble, gets kicked away from the team, tries to get away, but won't be able to. And Smart Omega might have found a window back in the game.
Oh, Kelra getting hit by the Abyssal Arrow, the second skill of the Kimi. Just enough crowd control, enough time, enough damage to force Onic to scramble in that. Omega almost got a major big turnaround that could lead to Onic losing their inhibitors and maybe even the game. But Brusco! He's going to the bottom lane!
He's going to the bottom lane. He's going to drop down the shortcut. They want to go for Luis. It's going to be a base race. They try to keep it together, and it's Super Fritz in Onic Philippines' base. And Doru jumps in through the gates. They're going to defend the base the best they can, and they're winning the fight as they take down Onic Philippines in that fight.
Omega decided not to go for the race. He said, you know what? We can take the portals too.
We can use these.
Yeah, we don't have to recall. We can take the chip portal. And Onic get clapped.
Oh, my brain. What was that? That was an insane decision-making moment for Omega.
Oh man, that's a lord for them too.
That's
smart Omega. Oh, Super Yoshi, top of the conceal, goes for the kick. This one's in the right direction, and now King Kong gonna be in trouble. Still has the armor, but he's just locked
with
down.
The crown?
Winter crown gonna be popped, but he goes down to Jome, and Omega might be looking to end the game here off of this once the Lord makes its way down the mid lane.
Don't tell me history will repeat itself in a Game 3 between Omega and Onic in the final weekend of MPL Philippines. In day 2, where they pick a Masha, will they lose and drop again to Omega, effectively taking them out of the race for the top 2.
Jome bought rapid boots. They mean business.
Kirk in the back.
They want to go.
Super Yoshi goes with the kick right on target. Super Fritz is gone. Kirk's gonna jump in. But there's way too much overloading on it. And even Kelra might not be able to do it himself.
He has a triple
He's
kill.
still gonna be going. Looking for Lewis now. Lord is still up. What does Kelra do? He's gotta take care of this Lord before it pushes into the base. It's Kelra against everyone. But he'll be enough to keep Onic Philippines in this game.
Just barely as well. Kelra staying alive was so massive.
They decided to play it safe. They knew they didn't have the firepower. Even though Kelra didn't have the ultimate, they didn't want to risk it. They didn't want to give a savage for the savage. Jome chased down here, clapped, and Kelra going forward. The dash forward to get the basic attack to land onto the Kimmy. Triple kill for him, leaving the 2 tankiest but least damage dealing heroes on the side of Omega to try and end it. They said, no, we can't, we shouldn't.
Jome died super early there, that's why. And Kelra staying alive just meant, okay, where's your firepower? Where is your damage? And they couldn't really do anything after that.
Yeah, he has a Wind of Nature on him. Does nothing against the magic damage of a Harith. And yes, he has to build Wind of Nature because of the threat of the clap of the Masha. But when it's the Harith going forward, fearless to try and take down that Kimmy, Wind of Nature does nothing.
Whew. Now we're in a bit of a reset here, but not really too much of a reset. Quite even in gold. But don't forget, Omega's base is very bare. So one wrong shortcut, one wrong boot could actually cost Omega the game here.
Oh, this is so crucial here. Super Yoshi's given the information. They have to go ahead and just not let this go in the hands of Onic Philippines if they really want to contest. Jome's gonna have to join this fight. You're half health, less than half health on the Lord here. Ukir firing off the arrows.
Lord's coming.
Kirk's already pushing in on that top. They got to deal with him too. They have Lewis there. Conceal going to be used. They go in forward. They might force the fight. Shortcut not going to be used yet too. The base is going to be worked on by the minions though. Kelra will clear out the Lord and King Kong will secure that. They're going to run down Lewis. Lewis has nowhere to go. He's got an immortality. But now Onic Philippines looking to end the game.
So much.
Half health on the base. King Kong and the rest of the crew showing up to the fight. Lord still in the mid lane. They might just wait for this one.
Kirk got Andoryu, and Onic got the Lord. Too much damage dealt by the minion waves. I think this is it.
This could be it. There's just not enough for them to clear this minion Lord wave in.
And they'll jump it in. Lord make its way, trying to slow it down with the glorious pathway. Super Yoshi trying to do everything he can to keep them from pushing in, but the base is going to be worked on, and the Super Fam will get it done. They needed this win, and they'll get it in Game 3.
Definitely one of the most hard-fought games so far for Omega. but Onic will be the ones who come out on top.
When you got nothing left to lose, you play as if you get the world if you get that win. This win meant the world to Omega, but it means way too much for Onic. They really want that top 2 seed. They're still alive in the race against Aurora.
Onic will stop at nothing, not even the green poison from Omega to get that upper bracket slot. Doesn't seem like Omega will be enough to slow them down.
Man, hats off to Omega here in their game against Onic Philippines. This is probably one of the best, I feel like, series we've seen from Smart Omega here, holding their own against a team that's been on a streak for now 8 games, 8 series in a row. So hats off to them as they take their bow here.
Yeah. And there was a post I remember seeing from Coach Bon channel. They finally got their playoff slot. We're talking about Christian Miles' coach, where he said the 1-game wins that they were getting in the season helped them out. If this was coming sooner for Omega, man.
Throw it over to the stage here. Who want to hear about Onic? What they think about it?
What
And
a series we have seen mula sa Smart Omega. Even though they will no longer be qualifying for the playoffs, pinakita nila sa buong barangay what they were definitely missing on, boys. Still a good run na naipakita nyo, Andoryu. Ano ang masasabi mo para sa lahat ng mga bagong barangay, lahat ng mga kabarangay na sumuporta sa inyo mula pa lamang nung una?
Sa mga kabarangay na sumuporta sa amin, pasensya na kasi despite na gusto ko manalo ngayong season at may gusto pa akong patunayan, syempre medyo masakit sa aming mga player. Gusto ko talaga mga bawi ngayong season, guys, kaso kinapos kami. So maraming salamat sa patuloy na pagsuporta.
And I'm sure proud pa rin ang mga kabarangay sa inyo. Tama ba?
Andoryu, and to everybody of the barangay, a valiant effort, but your journey ends here. Maraming salamat pa rin for giving your all. Once again, Smart Omega! You may now take your walk. And calling over our winners for this series, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations, Kelra. You are still in that running para makuha yung upper bracket spot. Is that something na nasa mindset ng buong team? Or ano ba ang approach nyo considering na kaya pang humabol sa upper brackets?
Sa amin sa upper bracket, din na namin iniisip kasi hindi kami may hawak nun eh. Kumbaga, aasa lang kami matalo yung ibang team, kaya di na namin iniisip yung upper bracket. Mas mag-focus lang kami sa laro namin.
Focusing on what you can control. I love the idea. And for everybody's information, once again, I just talked to one of the Cebol national team representatives para i-representa ang bansang Pilipinas. Kelra, what does that mean for you? This is your first time to be part of the national team. Anong pakiramdam na ngayon ay parte ka na ng Cebol?
Para sa akin sobrang saya kasi sa tagal-tagal ko naglalaro ng ML na nasama na rin ako sa Cebol. Masaya na malungkot kasi gusto ko silang kasama pero masaya dahil nakuha.
Still, congratulations for being part of it.
And tanongin naman natin si Coach. Coach, gusto naming malaman ano namang nararamdaman mo na isa si Kelra sa magre-representa ng Pilipinas, saka may advice ka ba sa kanya?
Oo, yun nga. Kunin mo lahat ng strategy ng Falcon.
Parang okay yun.
Oo. Tapos, yun yung pinakamagandang advice ko sa'yo eh. Kunin mo yung utak ni Trevor, lahat. Oo. Kunyari lang, huwag natin papahalan.
Kelra, may masasabi ka ba doon sa sinabi ni Coach?
Gets.
Noted.
Noted, actually. I want to know this time around kay King Kong naman. King Kong, really was a good performance. Nakita natin yung Smart Omega kanina. It brought you to 3-game series. Talk to us about this team. Kasi you've been in this situation before, back in your previous team. ano ba usually yung kinakailangan for you to be able to get back up at hopefully in the next seasons, mas lalo ka talagang pumalag? What did you do during your previous season?
Kailangan marunong ka mag-move on sa nakaraan.
King Kong, ano ba ang multo mo?
Ayan.
Sa totoo lang, si Kirk yung merong multa eh. Kagabi pa siya, sabi niya, Naruto siya pa din.
Naruto siya pa din? Shippuden yun ah! Pero sige, hayaan mo na. 4 out of 10 daw sabi ng audience. Pero okay lang, King Kong. I wanna know this time, nakuha mo na yung Naruto skin. May gusto ko ba bang makuhang iba? So may Sakura, may Gaara, may Kakashi, may Sasuke. Sasuke. Valid. Valid effort. Actually, meron pang hero na sinabi niya pero hindi pa natin nakikita, no?
Oo nga, King Kong. Sabi mo last week, abangan namin yung Lucas mo. Kailan ba yun?
Wala, hindi open-minded yung coach namin.
Ay!
Coach, mag-usap nga tayo.
Para
Bakit
may
daw hindi ka
violent reaction
open-minded?
si coach doon.
Nakaban eh. Binan.
Kung hindi nga naman open, hindi rin magiging open-minded. But the
Tama
door
naman.
is open for them at the upper bracket. Once again, your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Onic Philippines, the door is still open. 3 games man ang nakita natin ngayon, that didn't stop them from getting the win.
Muntik nang makalason ang lason, but Onic was able to bounce back and win that intense match.
Gusto ko ring malaman kung ano kaya ang masasabi ng ating mga casters. Kaya naman casters, balik sa inyo.
That was a very loaded interview for some reason.
Naruto Shippuden.
Naruto Shippuden.
That joke slapped more in the if you're watching the Filipino broadcast. I wish we could explain, but it's one of those things where if we explain it, it loses all its funniness.
Yeah. It took me a while to understand that. Like when I didn't know Tagalog very well, I realized like, okay, it makes sense. Like when you hear things in Filipino or Tagalog, it makes it so much more funny.
Yeah.
And if you hear it in English.
Yeah.
Let's go. So congratulations to Kelra, who is of course the C-Ball gold laner apparently. So there it is. And they're gonna try to steal as much information from Falcons as they can.
Yep, that was the advice of Coach Why Not to Kelra. What's your advice to Kelra, who is now joining the national team? Coach Why Not said, just pretend that you're there for winning. You're actually there to steal the strategies of Coach Trevor. He said jokingly.
Jokingly.
Please,
Okay.
I hope y'all understand the joke. Relax, y'all. Relax. That was funny.
Got no humor.
Yeah.
And right.
Yeah, he was good here. Well-deserved MVP. He was a monster. He was him.
Not that it was an easy way to do it, right? It was like Omega was the resilience of Omega. I just have to really commend the resilience here.
Oh yes,
really.
It made him work.
Yeah, it shows the Filipino spirit as well. That's what I really like about this. They don't have all the cards. They don't have the perfect cards, but they're able to use it slowly but surely. You know, trying to do as much trauma time as they can. You know, friendship moments.
Yeah, and they need to get creative. Brusco and Kirk, what they can do together with the macro that they can hold and the surprise plays that they can pull off with the shortcut. Omega responded in due time. Again, they very smartly took the portals instead of taking the base race. Instead of recalling, yes, you can take the chip portals instead of recalling.
You can go through them.
You can go through them. If you know, you know. But Onic, they held on as well. They matched the resiliency of Omega with just sheer firepower. It's like a nuke. We talked about how Masha before was like a bomb.
Yeah.
This is a straight up nuke that you don't know where it's going to be coming from because he's split pushing 1 second. Next thing you know, he's in a perfect spot to blast your jungler or gold laner because he came in over through the portal of a chip.
I think that's exactly what we saw when Omega was pushing, running down the mid, right? He nuked Jome and essentially nullified the push that Omega had with the Lord in that last one.
Yeah.
And then that was when Onic was able to strike.
That's what I said, man. Kirk had the work cut out for him. Even the build. So he eventually got to the double. Excuse me, the double BOD.
Yep.
Like you mentioned, I don't think he locked that until like the end, right? Like,
Yeah, he really saved onto it.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know he had the Blade of Half Season, and then he had BOD, and then he had Malefic Aurora, and then the Sea Halberd. So, but yeah, Kirk's job was he played it really well, and I think it kept Smart Omega guessing too. But at the same time, I would say Smart Omega played a lot of those moments really well, and you know, they nearly got them the victory.
Yeah, by the way, this export jungle for King Kong was the return of peak utility for him. He's the highest damage taken in the team.
Yeah.
As it was him playing Roamer for Super Prince and Kelra, while Brusco and Kurt would be the late entry. So that's like one of the sacrifices they had to do with this adjustment. And dare I say, going into the playoffs, Onic Philippines needed the series like this. Something that really tested them against a team that many people would expect that they would defeat. But then they were taken to the limit. Yeah. They were tested in the draft. They were tested in-game execution. They had to pull off some creative stuff. So this is good preparation for a team heading into the playoffs and still competing for a top 2 spot.
Essentially like good training for like, you know, maybe for the playoffs,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Like, you're trying to avoid these teams that are very poisonous, who can kind of, the dark horses who can catch you off guard.
Yeah.
Omega is definitely like the epitome of a dark horse team, especially way before. But now they will have to calm down for the moment, take that vacation. Jome, obviously.
Go to the beach.
Go to the beach. Jome leaving us with to be the BPI rich guy for this one, after their last match of the season.
It was nice to see the Kimmy twice today so far.
Oh, yes.
And I like that you pointed it out to Renmar that, yeah, so we've seen 2 different builds now for the Kimmy, and, you know, nonetheless, like, I think Jome was able to do quite a bit on the Kimmy, on the hero, and like I said, there could have been instances like maybe the Masha was the secret answer to go ahead and putting enough pressure on the Kimmy, because when we saw it win earlier today in the first match, it was mostly, yeah, they couldn't catch Ohead.
Yeah.
So I think that Masha actually played a really big role in being able to kind of keep Jome under control and not just freely hitting, hitting from the back end.
Yeah, and these were very specifically chosen tools as well. You don't pick the Masha willy-nilly, right?
Yeah.
So I really also have to commend Why Not for this. It was very creative troubleshooting during the draft, where it felt like Omega felt like they were ahead. So big props to Onic for this win, and to Why Not. Maybe you can get more info from Kelra, but we'll talk about that later. Again, it's a joke. Here's a mic check for it.
Target. Sabay kami. Okay. Boss game. Ulti pa, ya? Kaya. Full game. Ulti na Kimi. Nagonsil. Okay na, ulti mo na King. Shumadow. Patay, ya, Wanil. Ayun, Kimi. Ulti na ako, pre. Tingin kayo. Harap na lang. Tapos na to, kalmado. Ulti Kimi. Sa mid, pre. Tapos ito. Tuloy na lang. Ito. Hawa ko na, Ilos Boy. Tipi mo na ako kahit kanino. Oy. Tore, pre. Wala ka. Sangit na lang, Tore.
Very good maneuvers, very good execution, but you know what scared me the most is how calm their communications were.
Yeah, it sounds like Liquid shot calls. Liquid sounded the same way in their mic check earlier. Except I expected an explosion of after they won that from Onic, but no, it was just like, all right. It's not like they just went through a 26-28 minute game. It was like, all right,
good work.
The plan.
Yeah, they had first game was also like 20. What was the first game? 20.
Yeah, 20 plus.
Like this was a series. This was work.
It's a long day.
It was work, 100%. And we will definitely see a lot more games like this, especially in the playoffs, where you can catch it live. It's May 28th to June 1, and you can buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets to secure your playoff seats.
We also have giveaways. You can show your support for your favorite team by finding the post in the official social media pages of MPL Philippines, and then comment why you're excited for the playoffs.
Yeah, all you got to do is make sure that you tag 3 friends in the comment, then you share the post. Make sure that your share is public, and the best entry has a chance of winning an in-game code. Entries will be accepted until May 5, so comment away.
It's only a couple days.
Easy things to do. Tag a friend, share a post, and you get free stuff.
That's That's very fun. That's a fun way to also just get into the playoffs. We got playoffs and then spend fame.
Yeah.
So that's like a little rag right there. So keep doing that. And honestly, I sincerely want to know your thoughts about the playoffs. I know it's a few weeks out, but I think we also already have a bit of a preview from some of our games of what we can kind of expect coming this. What do you guys think about the series?
The series was amazing. I think the season itself, the regular season, has been one of the most competitive and fun seasons that we've had, and I can't wait to see how that plays out in the playoffs.
That's right. And in the playoffs, you can also bring your Naruto skins because the MLBBX Naruto collaboration is here.
It's here, and it started on May 2nd. You guys can try your luck with the skin draw to receive the exclusive skins for Naruto, Lucas, Sasuke Suyo, Sakura, Kalea, and Kakashi Hayabusa, plus other exclusive rewards. I didn't watch the anime.
You can also, I'm glad you're honest. I did. You can also participate in the Path of the Ninja event to get the exclusive Gaara skin for Veil for free, plus more exclusives, in-game items.
There you go.
I watched the anime. I did not finish it.
Oh,
that's one of my ghosts.
It's a lot of
one of your multos.
A lot of episodes.
Yeah, there are. Like I was halfway through, not even halfway, like a quarter through Shippuden, and during that time I just binged the entire thing plus the movies before Shippuden. Then when Shippuden came out, the little kiddo Renmar was just tired.
I started with Boruto. Is that wrong? Did I do it wrong?
No, you go Naruto and then you go Naruto Shippuden. AP Bren versus Falcons coming into match number 3, by the way.
Get out of here.
Get out. I'm going now. But yeah, before we go, obviously, we want to thank you guys for hanging out. It's been really fun for this one. I'm Rock Hard. This is, of course, Naisu, and we got Renmar. He's gonna finish Naruto, and obviously Naisu is gonna watch the whole anime in the 3 weeks before playoffs. So
I will. I think I will.
Bro, if you do that, you're going to come back here not prepared for the playoffs at all. You're just going to be full of Naruto references as if it just came out.
Yeah, so I can stop saying other anime references for Naruto.
Yeah.
It's going to be all Naruto for like a week, so get ready
Could
for that.
I watch it in a week?
No. Not really.
It's a solid month.
Woo! And again, if you haven't had the Naruto skins, pick them up. And we'll see you guys later for match number 3. We got all access coming in for you for Hans.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It was Onic Philippines getting a victory kontra sa Smart Omega. But before we head into a short break, kasama natin ngayon ang GAT. Hello guys, kamusta? How's it going?
Okay naman po. Kamusta po kayo lahat?
Kamusta po kayo?
Team Onic.
Okay, so for everybody who... For everybody who doesn't, who's not very much familiar with you guys, can you please introduce yourselves?
Hi everybody, my name is Gat Derek.
I'm Gat Hans.
I'm Gat Ethan. I'm Gat Michael. I'm Gat Charles, and kami po ang GAT!
God, it's so nice to have you guys here, right, Kalusi?
Parang kailangan ng sample, Hans.
Parang kailangan ng sample. Gusto niyo ba ng sample?
Gusto ba?
Okay. So for everybody who doesn't know, kung alam nyo yung kantang Daling Dale, sila po ang gumawa at sumayaw. At you know what? I'll leave it to you. Alright? So just go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. Come on. O dalim-dalim mo, sa'yo na gusto ko. Sige, igiling, wag hihinto.
O daling-dalim mo,
sa'yo na gusto ko. Sige, igiling, wag hihinto.
O yan na, hinto na.
Hinto na.
Yan. Sorry kasi wag hihinto. Pero kung gusto nyo sila actually na mas mapanood pa, Ethan, where can we actually find you? Para sa lahat ng mga tao na nagtataka.
You can follow us on IG po, GatPH.official, all our media po, accounts, and our Daling Dale social media music video is out now on YouTube, and you can also watch us sa Ang Mutyanek Section E. Ayun, thank you guys.
Curious ako, matagal na ba kayo naglalaro ng MLBB? Saka ano na bang rank nyo? Share nyo naman sa amin.
Ako, ngayon po, busy po kasi kaya Legend 1 pa lang ako.
Pamitik na yun.
Valid. Nagdarang ako sa Epic 4.
Okay lang yan, be proud.
Epic 4. Ako, 2018 naglalaro na ako eh. 2017 mga 2018. Rank ko ngayon though, epic na lang. Pababa ng pababa kasi. Pa-busy.
I haven't played ML yet. I'm still pretty new to it. It's my first time actually watching gameplay of it, so I'm very interested. And the boys have been trying to get me to play, so I'm definitely start playing now.
Yeah, because you actually require 5-man most of the time, right? So hopefully they could get you included. Kamusta, Charles? How's it going?
Ano ulit ito?
Oh, anong favorite? Ano na bang rank mo? Tsaka yung favorite mong hero?
Favorite ko pong hero si Dairot po. Siya talaga yung main ko dati pa. Pero I haven't played ML in a long time. I think a few months ever since may mga gaps po. Pero yun. First time ko rin po manood sa ML event kaya it's very nice to be here.
And it's so nice to have you here as well. Right now, I want to know kasi nagkaroon tayo ng Naruto collaboration, right?
Yan.
Does any of you watch Naruto?
Yes, of course.
Okay, there you go. I guess we leave it for Hans. Go ahead and ask a question.
Ano, kung may Naruto week kasi tayo ngayon and may mga Naruto skins, kayo anong skins ng Naruto yung gusto nyo makuha?
Ako po yung kay Lucas, which is si Naruto. And
Naruto.
also, syempre, that's Naruto. And also, yung kay Suyu, which is si Sasuke.
Right, there we have it. Actually, gusto ko malaman, sino ba yung sinuportahan nyo while you guys were here? Was
Oo
it
nga.
Onic or was it Omega?
Onic.
We're here to support Onic.
They were here to support Onic Philippines. Gusto ko lang malang, napanood nyo ba yung
yung
video
ginawa ni King Kong,
na ginawa nila King
dali-dali.
Kong tsaka
Yes.
ni Flap?
Yes.
Papasa ba sila? Papasa sila?
Papasa.
Kung may message kayo para kay King Kong tsaka kay Flap, anong masasabi nyo sa kanila?
Siyempre, congratulations. You deserve all your success. It's our first time watching, pero I think we'll come back.
So nice. Hopefully we get to see you again, right?
Sana makita rin namin kayong sumayaw with them. Mga players, no? Parang,
Ayan na!
na.
Flap, halika na dito, Flap!
na!
Halika dito!
Parang
Halika
ready!
dito! Ayan na!
Eto na!
Ayan na!
Flap!
Okay. Ito po ang pambato namin, sa totoo lang.
Andito pa ba si King Kong?
Okay, Flap TZ. Nakita mo na ngayon ang yung kompetisyon or inspirasyon. Anong masasabi mo sa kanila ngayon?
Ang gagwapo niyo, boss.
Mas gwapo ka, boss.
Paano, pwede daw ba yung sample pero kasama na si
Mabilis ang
Flap?
sample naman tayo with Flap.
Pwede na ba? Okay. Sige, let's do it.
Ayan!
Flap as the visual. 1, 2, 3.
O daling-dali mo, sayaw na gusto ko. Sige, igiling, huwag hihinto. O daling-dali mo, sayaw na gusto ko. Sige, igiling,
Kompleto.
huwag hihinto.
Let's go!
Grabe, daling-dali.
Hey!
Daling-dali. Daling-dali. Grabe, daling-dali. High five!
Grabe ka, Flap. Maraming salamat, Flap. Okay, guys, from 1 to 10, papasa na ba si Flap? 1 to 10?
11 out of 10.
Additional member yata, Hans.
Oh my goodness. Flap TZ, maraming salamat. But once again, Ethan, where can we find you and Gat? And ano pa ba yung mga abangan namin mula sa inyo?
Ayun po, meron din po pala kaming concert this January tuloy. June 20 sa New Frontier Theater. Kasama po namin Earl Agustin, ang kumanta po ng Tibok, Rob Daniel, Miss, and of course, Bawat Sandali by Amiel Sol. Kita-kita po tayo June 20. Kasama rin po namin ang Amotya Section E-Cast. Thank you.
There we finally have it. Gat, maraming salamat for giving us your time. Hopefully you enjoyed and we get to see you in another time dito sa MPL Arena. Pero huwag kayong aalis kasi marami pang laban. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines.
Woo! Thank you, MPL.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And we've got a match to close out the day for you. It's going to be a fun one. It is going to be the AP Bren versus Team Falcons. And you know some history between these. If you know, you know. We'll talk about that in a bit. But for the meantime, we'll be your casters for this one. On Rock Card, there's Ingan, and we got Redmar here for his first match of the day. And the Iron Man.
Almost every Saturday.
Every single one. And we're going to be here bringing you some fun matches, just like the last one, where we saw the world champions pushed to the edge by none other than Smart Omega. That was a fun one, wasn't it?
It was really iconic. I was part of the audience, and I almost lost my voice because what happened during the last 2 series, especially game number 3 between Omega and Onic.
Yeah, we got game 3 banging, game number 1 earlier in the very first series banging.
Yep.
Hopefully this one delivers as well.
For sure.
Honestly, I'm going to be personal here. If this ends up becoming like a stomp, very fast one, that's going to take some wins out of my sails. I want a very close fight here. I want Falcons to get tested by AP Bren.
We're going to bang our heads on the table.
Literally, yes.
We will be banging. So we're going to look at the Infinix standings here. And as we did mention, Onic still in the running to take that number 2 from Aurora if everything goes well for them.
That's how close this season is. Even until the last day, we don't know who's going to be with TLPH on the upper bracket.
Yeah, and right now, what this matchup between Falcons and AP Bren can bring to the table is momentum setting for Falcons, who will be the last team that Aurora will have to face at the closer of the season to determine whether or not they will secure their top 2 seed. So if Falcons want to end the season on a high note and beat RORA and stop them from getting to top 2, they have to get started here tonight by taking down AP Bren.
So at this point, it is going to be, we're going to try to talk about just a little bit of history. And they've already faced each other on the first round. But it's essentially the students versus their senpais or their senseis, right?
Yeah.
A veteran team just like Falcons has started their journey in AP Bren. The players that will eventually become the M5 World Champions are now facing essentially a mirror of their younger selves.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That's very interesting to see.
Yeah, they played under AP, it was Onic. Oh yeah, sorry.
You got
sorry.
this.
I got confused. But again, AP Bren, with the likes of King Kong, etc., as well as AP Bren, they started out not as dominant, so they're still on the right track. As long as every lose, they'll still learn a lesson. Yeah.
Essentially, just like Season 10 AP Bren, they didn't really, they weren't the best of the best just yet.
Yeah.
But we will be able to see the final flight of the Bees for the season.
Yeah, we're going to be counting from Season 10 because this is when we saw the lineup that we know them to have now. Flap TZ, Super Marco, significantly less buffer. Similar to Pantor.
Yes.
This was before they started lifting.
True.
So in Season 10, you already see a lot of potential from the Bees with high average kills, high KDA. Super Marco was starting to build up his bulletproof legacy in this season. It was a good run for AP Bren, who just felt the poison in the second round of the playoffs. But it was the poison of Blacklist International then. Blacklist would go on to the M4 World Championship, but they almost took them down in the lower bracket elimination match. While, of course, the debut of this AP Bren version that we have now in Season 15, not as illustrious as the then Bren Esports.
But just like before, the ending of that whole season still did not put... it basically just reminded us that they were still a pretty good team. They were a team that could really... What is happening here? This is too intimate. They were...
What you call a headlock.
It's always flat. They were not the team to beat. They were not the strongest team in that season, but we saw potential. That's something that maybe people might have seen in AP Bren for Season 15.
Yeah, of course, Super Marco, when he made his debut in Bren Esports, it was in a very tough Season 9. They didn't even make it to the playoffs, but we already saw some glimpses of the greatness to come from that young man, although we didn't get to see that until Season 10, Rise Up in 11, and of course Season 12 and the M5 World Championship when he really solidified himself as one of the best gold laners in the world. While Shizo, besides James Bounce, he's the other player in this AP Bren squad today that a lot of people really single out as, hey, if you're gonna rebuild around young players, you do so around James Bounce and Shizo. Sorry, I could not keep myself together. Flap TZ is just way too funny, man. Flap, why? Why are you choking out your gold laner, bro?
What are you trying to do here? Just restrict the air supply? Or what? Is that going to help out later? I don't know. Maybe they're doing something we don't know. Well, that's Falcons for you. Over the years, they've really built this camaraderie that's really come a long way from like very timid, very quiet AP Bren members back in Season 9, Season 10. You could barely hear Super Marco talk, and now we've seen him laugh for some reason. Eventually, right? So I'm trying to think that maybe that could be AP Bren, Season 15 next season, if they kind of just stick together. Stuff like that.
It could be. They really need to work on their chemistry, like how close Team Falcons are right now.
That's right. So if you're gonna build your own Team 7, who's going with you? Team 7, that's a big one. So James Banks, Kyle Teasy, Assassin Squad, or Shizu and Super Marco and Silent Snipers. Huh.
I feel like they're too quiet for my own personal good.
All of them are too quiet.
No, James Banks and Kyle Teasy are talkers, especially James Banks. He knows how to talk. I go with A, only because I feel like the silence of Shizu and Super Marco will unnerve me. As a naturally loud dude, I'll just be like, so do I also just shut up?
And actually, that's my reason. I'm going with B. Because I want to be the loud one in the group. And that's my contribution. I'm just loud.
I like it. I like it. That's very natural of you. I like A as well because I like to listen to people. So. That's good. What about you guys? Obviously, let us know. But for the predictions for this match, it will be very apparent. For me, a very Gigil team is going to be Falcons for me with the emotes with a nice try.
I'm going with the Bees. AP Bren. Although I love Flap TZ, I consider myself also a Falcons guy like Renmar here, but I believe in the Bees.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go with that too. That does not bode well for predictions. Let's go with this. There it is.
That?
I'm a Falcons guy through and through.
Was that the prediction?
Falcons guy.
What happened there? All right. Just hold it up here.
Forced to go with Falcons. Renmar, like Brigida, you're just too strong because of your gyps.
No, I think this is the one that Brigida cracked.
No, it was Aurora.
She was so excited. No, she also did it with a.
So she cracked two.
Yeah, because she whacks it when she's really excited. So she's broken like 2 of these banners that we have here.
Brigida, it's not breaking our props.
Brigida is break.
She has so much money, she can just pay for it.
That's true, though.
She's the richest caster.
She can buy a few thousand of those and not the biggest.
Yeah, and it won't scare her.
Guys, if you want Naruto skins, go
Naruto
hit her,
skins,
Facebook page up.
Message Brigida.
Brigida.
On Instagram.
Bridget NR.
IGFB.
Yeah.
TikTok.
Yeah. YT.
She doesn't have a YT, though.
She does?
No, but it's not like active.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, so message her and ask her to give you diamonds and skins because she is also one of the most generous people
Absolutely.
on the face of this planet.
She's giving away Naruto skins. Can you believe that? She's giving away Naruto skins. That's how much per skin. So thank you so much, Brigida. You're such a nice person. And I really, please send her a message. She will appreciate it. She loves giving away some stuff.
100%.
Aren't the Brigadudes messaging her enough prior to this one, and now you did this?
Well, you know, she can afford it. So as long as they can afford it, they're fine, right? Speaking of fine, let's watch these fine gentlemen walk the stage right now for their match.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, please welcome our marshals to the stage, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. Can the Hive surprise us once more? It's AP Bren! In the EXP lane, he's there! In the jungle, James Parks! In the mid lane, Chosker! In the roam, he's back, it's Sindel! And in the gold lane, Shizo! And their opponents, the Sky Shinobis, it's Team Falcons! In the EXP lane, put up that glorious pose, Flap TZ! That's different. In the jungle, Kyle TZ! What's going on? In the mid lane, Fuse! In the roam, Master Oakwood! Welcome back. And in the gold lane, Super Marco! And welcome their coaches, Coach Jeff and Coach
Trevor. We are gonna be making things a little bit different para sa laban na ito. All 5 players step forward. Iibahin natin to ng konti, Super Marco. Ano ba ang advice mo kay Shizu? Ikaw pa talaga nauna, no? Sige. O, ikaw muna. Anong hindi rin nagsasalita to eh! Shizu, anong masasabi mo kay Super Marco sa darating na playoffs?
Good luck. Malakas naman na yan. Good luck na lang masasabi ko.
Super Marco, ano naman ang advice na ibibigay mo kay Shizu?
Good luck next season. Bawi kayo.
Yakapin mo naman. One out of 5. Sindel, ano naman masasabi mo kay Ogwen?
Wala akong masasabi. Dapat siya.
Ikaw daw may masasabi. Ogwen, anong advice na mabibigay mo kay Sindel?
Ilan niya sa debut match niya sa Boss 5.
Hug mo na rin. Job Skirt, si Pew ang kaharap mo para sa araw na ito. Ano naman ang masasabi mo sa kanya?
Good luck sa playoffs. Kaya niya yan.
Pew, sabi niya good luck daw, kaya niyan. Ano naman ang may bibigay mo na advice kay Job Skirt?
Good luck. Sana nandito pa rin kayo next season.
Yakapin mo ba? Iba tong balaga na to ha. James Spanks, you're going up against Kyle TZ. Ano ang masasabi mo sa kanya?
Good luck lang sa laban and good luck sa playoffs niyo. Yan lang.
Best of luck sa playoffs, Kyle TZ. Ano namang advice na mabibigay mo kay James Spanks?
Ang advice ko na mabibigay sa kanya na huwag siyang panghinaan ng loob kahit na nag-lag sila this season. Pagpatuloy niyo lang kasi parang ayun yung magiging stepping stone mo para mas lalo kang lumakas.
Feeling ko hindi hug to eh, kiss to eh. Eto ang inaabangan ko. Der, anong masasabi mo kay Flap TZ?
Good luck, champion.
Flap TZ, ano namang advice ang mabibigay mo kay Der?
Ang advice na mabibigay ko ay mas galingan mo pa lalo at nakikitaan kita ng potential sa experience.
Flap, ikaw ang mamili. Kiss ba to o hug? Fist bump, gentlemen. We wish you the best of luck. That is gonna be the last match of the day. I cannot believe that happened. Casters, balik sa inyo.
One of the longest face-offs I've ever seen, but it was worth it.
That's so wholesome.
That's so wholesome. This is AP Bren. Again, they are starting off this whole season as rookies, each and every one of them essentially with each other. And, you know, they do have a good future ahead of them.
Yeah, these 5 young men have a chance to go out with a bang, especially after closing the hopes of Omega coming into the playoffs and sort of like putting on a cosplay of Twisted Minds with their crazy drafts yesterday, but with the addition of Sindel for this series, let's see what other heroes he can use out, especially considering the fact that Kekidot is used to using those kinds of jawheads, those kinds of setup packs. Will Sindel be able to bring out some sort of lineup like that for them?
Yeah, well, for Team Falcons, don't gotta do anything fancy. Welcome back the other Inigo cousin in Ogwen. Last time it was Panto that we saw in action, but now he is back on track here for Team Falcons and just don't need to do anything fancy. Although I would love it if we got to see a glimpse of what they could potentially be preparing for the playoffs with some unique picks. We've seen teams bring it out so far all week 8 long. hopefully they continue that. And if they want to go into their Aurora matchup to close out the season with really good momentum, I feel like they gotta be ruthless too about it. They can't allow AP Bren to get a game similar to what happened to them in their round 1 matchup in week 4. They have to be dominant, they have to be ruthless.
They have been, and of course Coach Trevor being known as one of the brighter minds of MLBB, basically in the whole world. Also bagging a championship of his own. I'm pretty sure we will see something crazy, and hopefully they will be willing to at least let that out this regular season day. Right now, the stats really are showing that, you know what, Falcons AP Bren are here to play, man. It is going to be a bit of an uphill.
Yeah, looking at the kill participation, you'd think that AP Bren has a slight advantage when it comes to that, but because the amount of kills that they have in each game are so low compared to Team Falcons, it's natural that their kill participation will be higher compared to Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's not just a hill that they have to climb, it's a whole damn mountain at this point to reach that high up, to reach the Falcons. Did you know that the natural flight trajectory of Falcons is significantly higher than that of a bee?
Yes, obviously. I mean, like
that was a lie. Bees can actually fly the same height as Falcons.
What, really? You didn't do your research.
Got him! That's another lie! I got all of you!
Wait, so what's right?
Falcons fly significantly higher.
Okay, it feels like it, right? Atmosphere and everything. Check out the smart ping test, though. What you got?
Darling, darling mo, galaw na gusto ko. Sige, igiling, igiling, huwag hihinto.
No, my cake. Wait ako.
Alam mo, sa'yo na gusto ko. Sige, igiling, igiling, huwag hihinto. Cappuccino assassino. Darling, 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 darling. Diba yo, Sasuke?
Our smart ping test bringing you low latency gaming with smart Sulit promo. Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Before we talk about the technicals of the game, yes, I will finalize it. Bees can actually fly remarkably high, up to 30,000 feet. Falcons only fly as high up as around 3,500 feet.
That's 10% of a bee's flight.
Yeah, bees are insane. So, for the Infinix keys to victory, they gotta utilize the element of surprise, similar to how we were surprised about that little factoid. I don't know what's in the race of the table as a roamer. We saw this a mid laner in game number 1, and he was prophetic. He said, well, this is my first and last game for that series, because he was subbed out in games 2 and 3. So now let's see what a registered gold laner brings to the table as a roamer. Challenged in Dull and Shizo's chemistry. Ogwen, Team Falcons, you guys are more solid with your roamer gold laner pickup, so that's gonna be as easy said as it is done. Well, take each game as a learning opportunity. Again, with how Falcons can use this as momentum heading into the playoffs and in their season closer match against Aurora tomorrow. Plus, with how AP Bren could use this really to learn a lot from Falcons. Just learn, have fun.
Yeah, literally the freshmen against the senpais, the upperclassmen here. Definitely a lot of that experience you could kind of bring your own games, especially if you play around with each other. So definitely a 100% learning opportunity, maybe for both of them. Maybe Falcons can also discover something here today that might influence how they play in the playoffs.
Yeah, and for AP Bren, again, the first key to victory is actually crucial because that's what they actually did during their last meeting, where they won game 1 in under 12 minutes 2 seconds. They literally caught Team Falcons by surprise, snowballed early on, and they couldn't be stopped for that game number 1. So if they pull that off once again, they can maybe upset Team Falcons.
That was on the back of a Hayabusa game from James Panks.
There we go. So again, the Hayabusa, we've seen a team get banned out with 4 or 5 junglers. You know what? Something tells me you can kind of do that against AP Bren and you might get similar results. like what happened in match 2 when Onyx owned King Kong, got banned out very significantly in their first game. So maybe something to think about. And if you're watching, maybe it can apply here as well. Here comes the draft for Game 1 of Falcons versus AP Bren.
I mean, if you're going to do that to James Banks, just yesterday alone, he debuted for himself another jungler in the form of that Leo Mord. So I'm pretty sure James Banks, along with his million moves, has a lot of picks in store for us for today.
That's a big question, right? Like, is that going to happen? Because right now, it feels like it is the AP Bren here banning out some of these junglers instead.
Whoa! A Moskov Rush as a comfort pick for Shizo? Oh, they banned the Joy, they banned the Hayabusa, so interesting choice by AP Bren.
Not bad, not bad. In fairness, it was Shizo's first breakout hero when he started playing, so I kind of get it. Yeah. But
yeah,
the result is a Fanny and a Badang left open here. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, and instead of picking up the Fanny, they picked the Moskov instead.
I think they were just literally expecting the Fanny pickup here. But again, Shizu, he excels with the Harith and the Moskov, and you take that out, it's kind of hard for Shizu to have his comfort back again. So I think they're really banking on the fact that Shizu will have enough time to eventually reach its power spike and even outplay Kyle TZ despite Kyle TZ having Fanny.
Okay. So are they going to have like a pick-off type roamer for Sindel here? Again, if this was Kekadot, I usually would have said Joe, but no, they go for the Lucas. It's high invade, strong pick for James Banks. A blind Valentina pickup though, but considering that they're up against a Fanny, they cannot go the, what do you call this? Artillery route, similar to a Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa.
Plus they need to take the Valentina away so that the Lucas counter wouldn't end up in the hands of few. Interesting choice here. Again, a registered gold laner is playing Roam here. So potentially Sindel will have to play something along the lines of a Cho, Franco, Kaja, if they really want to shut this Fanny down. If not that, they go high loss in the Roam.
Right now, they don't seem to be too... Yeah, they don't seem to be very concerned yet about the Fanny, which is very scary as well.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
if usually when this happens, like you don't lock in like a Kufra or a Franco, it goes very south very fast. So I'm a little scared for them here.
For AP Bren, if you're not sure if you're going to be able to use up the Cho or the Joheds to counter out the Fanny, a Hilda could be a perfect pickup. Instead of going for the usual setup, just literally delay Kyle TZ in his own jungle. But let's see if Team Falcons will eventually ban that out for Sindel.
They ban away the high loss, or they're going to ban the pick-off style roam. Bren, it's tough to read where this Badang is going to go. I think they start taking away Super Marco heroes, if ever. I think to be safe, you take away the Granger, the Beatrix. Either Granger Beatrix or Granger Bruno is what I'd like to see them take out. Problem is, because of what Falcons brings to the table, they also have an option to go Clint. So maybe they won't commit 2 bans on the side of Super Marco. And they just take away another potential roam pickup that could be strong invade up against what AP Bren brings to the table. Because you can still, even if you're willing to give the ultimate of this hero, you can still go Khalid if you're Team Falcons, which will make their map feel so small.
You feel like the Khalid is still going to be a good roam and just put the Badang on XP.
Yeah, it's either the Khalid or the Cho. I want the Falcons. I feel like they'll be encouraged to play fast, play aggressive in their roamer pickups.
Ooh, lots of roamers getting removed here. They're getting pushed into what big ones? Kufra?
Kufra, Johed still available.
Yeah.
I feel like the Jawhead will be a little bit too greedy, considering that we've seen Lucas be so strong also against the pick-off types. Could punish a Jawhead if Ogun isn't sharp with the execution.
I mean, at this point, if you go Jawhead for AP Bren, at least you have a tiny window of this potential snowball in the early game and just literally avoid the macro gameplay towards the late game, because Louis, again, is on the side of Team Falcons. Although they have a Valentina still, AP Bren's going up against experience.
You gotta think about that possibility of like Sindel using catch-off heroes. Franco could be in his history.
Yep, we mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, right. So that's basically what they're being left with here. Zelda Rome gonna be again, they need CC. They cannot ignore this Fanny, so they need some CC. I wonder where they're gonna take it from. Edith?
I think Falcons, they can just rush pick the Cho at 4 now.
Cho is great, yeah.
Yeah, Cho for Ogwen. Meshes very well with the low E. You get to apply a lot of pressure at the map. But if you want to play solid, they took away the Gatakashi. Yeah, they might actually go hard pick-off here for both of these two roamers.
Cho head, Cho, and again, Kufra and Franco are very unlikely, but they're still in the links. That's Kimmy.
Oh.
All right, this is getting scarier and scarier by the minute for AP Bren.
So now you really need crowd control, especially if you're going up against Kimmy.
Cho
has
there.
range, and there goes Sindel's Cho.
Final have 1. I don't know if 1's enough for this one.
This is either a Hilda or a CC. I'd rather see Hilda at this point.
Or Edith.
You need something that can invade the jungle. The Edith is a bit too slow for my taste. Or, yeah, if they need something tanky, Edith might be good, but I prefer if they try to see if they can send a Hilda to disrupt the map. Nothing wrong with both picks.
All right. This is going to be a big question mark. See what they end up with. They do need a very tanky front line, and the Edith is going to be their answer. Essentially leaving the Spear and the Cho as their main source of CC, aside from obviously the Unleash the Beast from the Lucas.
Yep.
And now we'll see if they'll flex Badang to the roam, because so far, whenever Badang is present for Team Falcons, always ends up with Flap TZ. Roamers up available there. Okay, they flexed Badang.
Oh, okay. So it's still roam Badang. Which I mean, the walls could be used to help set up for the Fanny a little bit good. Also, the center of the map could be annoying to deal with. Again, lineup-wise, I don't have a problem with the lineup of Falcons, hero-wise. But then again, it's the massive question mark of Sindel as the registered gold laner playing roam that I feel like I'm just obligated to say that this looks like a Falcons thing in game 1.
Does feel like it. I don't know if Sindel's multi-role dream starts here, but yeah, it's definitely not even a hill. It's really a mountain at this point, like you mentioned. I love the pick of Flap TZ on the Phobius. Obviously, a very powerful pick we still haven't seen much answers to. And again, this Fanny could go crazy very early on because the Cho is essentially the only reliable source of CC they have that can actually chase the Fanny around the map.
In terms of the early to late game potential, all so much better for the side of Team Falcons.
Welcome to Mobile
really
Legends.
Have to be careful here that they do not slip up on the early game execution. Because Falcons has one of those lineups that could just scale out of control quickly.
Yeah.
Especially with a Fanny on their side. Plus they have an offensive-minded roamer with them on the Badang. However, the same applies for Team Falcons. One slip up and you give James Pounce a lot of kills. Yeah, that's not going to go well for the Falcons.
Yeah, that's why King Kong has been flexing that Lucas for like a few days or weeks now, right? Because it can really go crazy. The penetration on that hero is insane if you leave it alone. And the same can, like you mentioned, the same can be said, leaving a Fanny unchecked will actually result into disaster. A lot of people have already experienced this, although Fanny has been toned down recently.
The base damage of, I believe, the ultimate also was turned down, and at the same time, we also saw Carl TZ rock the Lucas, had amazing KDA up against the second-seeded Aurora.
Hell yeah.
So if James Pax channels his inner goat against Team Falcons, maybe we can see a replay of what happened during the first meeting, Game 1. A snowball from a team with Lucas and Moskov could do the job and end things even before the 12-minute mark.
And that Moskov is like my biggest worry. I know it's Shizo's one of Shizo's best heroes, but it's also like their only reliable DPS source.
Yeah.
So Valentina's not really that guy, that girl. So if Shizo goes down early on or gets dumped on over and over again, it's gonna be hard to climb out of that.
Yeah, their first pick is essentially a response to the Fanny that they know they gave up.
Yeah.
Like they were like, we give up the Fanny, so we will get the Moskov. As your first pick, as the first pick.
on blue side. And looking at the lineup of Team Falcons, you have a Badang, you have a Phobius. That combo alone ensures that they can literally go for the backline, go specifically for Shizu, despite having a Hilda or a Cho. So, oh, look at the fans right now enjoying.
Everyone's doing it.
Everyone's doing the glory. What do you call it again?
The glorious.
No, Renmar has his own version.
What?
What do you mean? It's always just been the glorious.
The glorious pathway and the flex. The flex.
No, that's the F-Flex. That's just his high. That's his
That's
high
for the
loss.
high loss.
That's his high loss. Yeah. The
glory.
F-Flex
Yeah,
or
but
the glorious
Flap
flap
loved
way.
that. Flap loved that, by the way.
Of course.
The flex.
Speaking of flex, of course, the buff flex. Thank you so much, cameraman. Let's go into the game. It is going to be game 1 of AP Bren versus Falcons PH.
Story of this matchup, will Sindel's Cho be enough to get a win against Team Falcons? We'll see. Because yesterday alone, we saw Sindel play 1 game, and that was with an Angela.
In the mid lane. So the registered gold laner played mid yesterday. Now he's playing roam.
Yes.
Nothing too crazy here. The emblems are Wilderness Blessings onto Sindel and to Chove Skirt, knowing that they need to get around the map quickly. And of course, Ogwin packing the pull yourself together, pushing cooldown reduction on this Badang as typical.
And this is the difficult part of having the Hilda on XP. Can't really disrupt the Fanny too much, can't go too far from your lane without losing out on a lot of those minions. So it'll be a bit more difficult to invade the Fanny, and I think he's getting ready to go for his first target soon.
Yeah.
So wait for that.
They can't get vision on where Kyle TZ is right now on the map because Ogwin has just been doing a lot to psycho out Sindel. We're just like, all right, stand in front of me because you have to defend your jungler. You will only see my jungler once every blue moon. They know where Kyle TZ is now,
Yeah,
obviously.
of course, he showed himself.
But for a majority of the time, they can't see him.
For sure. Yeah.
That's the recipe right there.
Flapty's even keeping Dare in check to make sure that, again, no invades will be happening for the side of Kyle TZ. But the fear is for AP Bren, if they play passively, especially against a team like Team Falcons, you can eventually expect that Falcons will force any fights or pickoffs that they have, especially since that they also have a Lu Yi in view.
Yeah, and that Lu Yi gonna come into play later on for sure. Of course, they don't want to take it quite yet, especially with Sindel roaming around, possibly checking. They don't really have that burst, so they want to just take it up on front. Of course, Shovskirt gonna be taking the diversion for themselves. Could make a play behind Ogwin or Flap. See if that happens here.
Now back to the control of the center of the map. They force out Sindel's flicker early on, and few flickers as well. Fortunately for Sindel, the damage wasn't enough from the captain.
Dang, okay, diversion already into the purple buff of Kyle.
Oh, they spotted out Kyle TZ, unleashed the beast, and draws the first blood. Skirt answers back and brings down Kyle.
It was a bit of overkill as well, like the Unleash the Beast blast. It really wasn't necessary, but they were able to take out the Fannies relatively easy.
Very correct call there by Chove Skirt, stealing the ultimate of the Lo Yi away to send him and James Bounce into the purple buff. Falcons did not expect that to come out of nowhere.
And they timed that perfectly. I wonder if they can time this fight well. Right now, Ogin up on front, there in the back.
Okay. We expect a kick, but got cancelled out by the fist crack. And the first man down there is Fuse. Spear of Destruction is going to connect Kyle TZ, going for the steel cables as Flap TZ has to walk back there. Dare flickers in.
Whoa.
Does he have enough damage though? Infernal Pursuit. And Flap was able to bring down Dare with him.
They just traded each other out, but at the end of the day, with Dare getting a double kill plus the turtle, that's a big win for AP Bren as they forced out the fist crack from Ogwin early on so that Ogwin doesn't kick back closer to the formation of AP Bren. Falcons lost a big component of their team fighting in the ultimate of the Badang early on.
It really was a big, big win. They were able to force out so much. Now they're just evening out on the gold almost. AP Bren still pretty much in the driver's seat here just because of that show. I think they could get something done on the bottom as well. Super Marco, though, of course, has that sixth sense. Very difficult to gank. Probably won't see him anytime soon.
Yeah. You need 5 members at least to take a kill onto the Bulletproof himself, but still AP Bren looking good up against Team Falcons so far. Even if Chovskirt has the Valentina, we haven't seen any crucial diversions yet early at this point coming in from Few. They're taking things slow, trying to take the discipline route, waiting for Super Marco at least to scale up alongside Kyle TZ. And now we can see AP Bren being a bit proactive now. Sindel spotting out where Ogwen and the potential rotation of Falcons will be coming from.
Yeah, I'm starting to see with how the map state right now, the Falcons will be able to get a call from Few to use a diversion in a very interesting spot. They might do it on the objective.
Okay, there's the tag team from Kyle TZ and Flap TZ. The TZ brothers up against there, and they will bring him down successfully.
It's a trade.
And that's a good trade for Shizu. He brought down Ogwen.
Yeah, Roamer for EXP laner, but that opens up the top side of the map for Team Falcons. While AP Bren, they will not have enough unless now Super Marco needs to get out of here.
Yeah, making the push happen right now is AP Bren. They're going behind that turret. And here comes the cavalry.
There's a diversion of the Flap TZ and Few. James Backstrom go back with the flash combo from the Unleash the Beast as they take down 2. They want to go for 3, but Ogwen! Oh my goodness! Welcome back, birthday boy! Making noise as he turned things around with a 3-kill swing for Falcon.
Unbelievable, beautiful timing here from Ogwen. The age really is showing. He's becoming more wise.
Yeah,
they call him the master.
Okay, Ogwen again setting things up and forcing out Dare to walk away as Kyle TZ already got that turtle.
Could have been a really good one there by AP Bren as James Bounce. Great timing, great patience. But they did not expect Ogwen to just swoop in from out of nowhere with a flicker plus the full combo from the Badang.
Super Marco, the Kimmy, just picked up a Sky Piercer. So we can expect things from the Bulletproof himself. He wants to be engaged early on in the fights.
Yeah, good thing Few was able to hold on long enough as well. The shielding from him to by time, bang, just perfectly lined up for Ogwen and Few.
Yeah, they caged the beast with the fist break.
That was insane. Honestly, very insane movement. At the same time, they didn't take it without any injuries, though. They did lose out a few, so that was essentially just equaled out. But Falcons, you know what? They are taking whatever they can around the map. Don't forget, Kyle TZ still on that fan. He can do really, really good damage if left unchecked.
Yeah. Especially later on if AP Bren decides to scatter away from the initial damage that can come from Few and Super Marco. So now Ogwen spotting things out there, taking control once again of the mid lane. No initiations yet so far, but James Max forced out to use that Retribution as Flap TZ just literally zoning out there.
See, she's already holding on to the far lane wave where Fannies are expected to push. Oh, he already used the dash? No, but Kyle TZ is not going to be swooping in. Diversion, though. Chovskirt's looking for an angle. Oh, they're looking to catch Kyle. He has a lot of energy, though.
Do they know? Plus a conceal from Falcons, but Kyle TZ was miles ahead. The kick was off angle. Now the counter attack from Team Falcons. Turn things around. First man down is James Banks. Now Kyle TZ up against Chovskirts alongside Few. Will he be able to take him down, though, as Super Marco also gets a kill onto Dare. Force out the flicker. But
burn, burn, burn!
Marco with a traction pulse to finish off Chovskirt. And just like that, Team Falcons is back on track.
That was beautiful zoning, beautiful use of your tools, and a big boom boom in the end.
I feel so bad there for AP Bren. They made the right call, the diversion up top. But I feel like Kyle TZ waited until he was out of the bush at the right time, as Falcons were already making their way up top. As Kyle TZ saw them coming in with the conceal, and AP Bren just walked into what they thought was a Kyle TZ kill. It turned into a Team Falcons turnaround.
Essentially outplayed and outplay.
Cindo was able to cast that ultimate, but now Flap TZ zoning out James Pax as Team Falcons reset the Lord. Flap TZ goes in with Infernal Pursuit, no more ult. Chovskirt has his own ult, but Ogwen again with a beautiful setup. Spear of Destruction also didn't connect, and 2 bodies from AP Bren will fall down.
Shizu getting hunted down here as well. Doesn't have the Spear Destruction, and that might leave the other Falcon members to be able to take out this Lord really easily.
The fists of the Master always just so on point. That's where AP Bren are getting clapped back in. It's the discipline of Ogwen to hold on to his fist break and fist crack to, once he see how many dashes are gone on the side of AP Bren, he just uses it. But at the same time at this point, because you're a Badang that built up a lot of cooldown reduction through emblems and items, you get your wall back up so quick.
They were able to really just maximize that. In fairness, I kind of understand it as well. By the way, Infinix hand cam here of a Fanny player, always fun to watch. I kind of get why Ogwen's doing that, because if you miss one part of that, that's just it, right? Unless like you're gonna have to wait for like 10 seconds, 8 seconds again, or whatever.
Yeah, especially with the mobility that AP Bren has. Ogwen needs to be on point with the casting of the fist break. And this is just Ogwen's way of saying to Flap TZ that this is how you play the Badang Flap. Now you learn from the master. Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. There are still holy shields, but Team Falcons managing the waves perfectly though. They might be able to pop the mid lane and the top lane. The Super Marco cleaning up the jungle of AP Bren.
All right, gonna be tricky here. They have to hunt the Super Marco. Sindel looking at it.
Okay. Kaltizi's not gonna overcommit alongside Team Falcons. Chopskirt, he has his own fist break, fist crack. So no initiations yet from Team Falcons, and they're just gonna play the discipline route again.
All right, looking at the items, the two junglers. Only 2 core items still for this Lucas. 3 already for Kyle TZ. Plus, he got to build himself a Dreadnought armor, so he should survive some of the initial outburst of physical damage coming out from the Lucas and the Hilda.
There's the conceal. Flickers are available for Flap and Ogwen as they try to work on Dare. Dare forced out to use the flicker. Now they were able to clear out the minions, but they have minions on the top. And Team Falcons might be able to take down an inhibitor with them as Shizu trying his best to clear it out. And still, Team Falcons, they're not going to over-engage.
The way Falcons are playing this, it feels like they're using Super Marco as like a bait. He's in the middle of the fight. He is right in the center.
Yeah, he knows he can be so well protected. He can flicker out. He has a second skill. And there's so many punishes to aggressive plays by AP Bren that you could dish out from the Badang, from the Fovis as well. So they can afford to tell Super Marco, dude, just stay in the front, it's fine. We got you.
Okay.
Oh!
Wow! Out. Fist break from Ogwen is there.
God, spicy.
They're literally baiting out Sindel to already commit the kick. That's why Kyle TZ keeps on entering in and out with the Fanny.
Yeah. That's at the level where Falcons is playing at right now. They go to the bottom lane. Not going to see anything there. No one's going to be clearing the minion waves. See if AP Bren changes their tune. Few already showed himself in the map, but not Ogwen. AP Bren don't know where Ogwen is.
Yeah, they're just trying to make AP Bren guess at this point. I love this mind games happening from the veterans, obviously. Falcons making sure that AP Bren does not get too complacent, that they don't get that much map control back in their favor.
Yeah. That's the beauty of having a Louis for your side, and at the same time, even if AP Bren has Chopskirt with the Valentina, he's not within range to also get his own diversion. And look at the damage from Mark, already half HP for Chopskirt. Forced to use out that regen as Team Falcons. They might be able to blitz out this Lord. James Pax got spotted out by Flap, and here comes a conceal from Team Falcons. They're waiting for an initiation as Kyle TZ clean Lord take, but they still want to go for more. Sindel connects with the kick, but it's off angle once again. No casualties for both teams.
Diversion.
Oh, they're going to spot out James Pax, and Ogwen again connects. Late entry coming in from Kyle TZ. They tried to answer back, but they were able to take down James Pax. Kyle TZ one hit away. Fear of destruction is not. It's gonna connect. He finds Kyle TZ.
All right, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers out of the map right now. Falcons, though, still have their marksmen, still have their Badang. Minion waves crashing in roughly at the same time. The middle one's going to come in first. Minion waves on the side lane is going to take some time. Let's see if they can get more inhibitors here, or they just have to respect that they got to back off.
They will.
A few.
Oh. Wait, look at few. Oh my god, there.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Forced out the flicker already, but Ogwen also flickers out. They want to go for the -1 and a mega kill coming in from Marco. Now they're working on the inhibitor, but they were able to clear out the minion, so they save another.
Yeah, a lot of health was lost on that turret. Below 50%, he got as low as. That was just the Lord and minion waves crashing in, and that was already getting dealt with by AP Bren, but they still lost health. They continue this pressure. They can keep this up.
This is relentless. They just keep going here.
Ogwen just taunting out AP Bren. And now Flap TZ
danger.
Trying to soak up the damage. Kyle TZ goes in again. Here comes Sindel. Off angle, Wave the Dragon once again. There's a diversion on the back. James backs up against 3. Who is he going to find? He used the red on the Super Marco, but Super Marco was able to flicker out. Now Flap TZ. Winter Crown play. One more hit away. But here comes the counter attack. And he was still alive. And Ogwen again with a clap back. They brought down Dare. Next man is James Pax.
I was surprised Flap could even do that. He pulled in 4. Actually bought some moments there for the rest of Falcons to actually just do dish out so much damage.
He still had a Dark Wave and Infernal Pursuit with him. And Ogwin, he was standing there. He was waiting. Diversion? But it's few to go with Kyle.
At this point, you don't know.
For a moment.
It's a friendly.
I didn't see the circle in the map. I just saw the circle on the grass. That's where my eyes were at.
But imagine if Chomskirt, Sindel, and Shizu committed that diversion.
Probably would have sworn.
Yeah. Easy kill for AP Bren.
Easiest penalty of my life.
That's true.
If I got surprised right at that moment.
You know, if Kyle TZ was spacing out, for sure he got scared that moment.
Just like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
In fairness, the cameraman was really intent on that. So I thought it wasn't an enemy diversion as well.
I also thought it was from Chomskirt.
But maybe. I wasn't the only one thinking that. Oh?
Oh.
There's a good one. Oh, it's Few and Ogwin.
There. Careful with your bushes. Careful with the check.
Oh, gotta wait. No, they don't need to dive on this.
All right, not yet. Not quite yet.
They can just wait. No magic sentry to check. Few and Ogwin can just take their sweet time here.
Yep.
Or are they just gonna go back?
Looks like they are.
No.
Already got the
holding
Thunder
on.
Fender
Okay.
anyway, so that's mission success already for Kyle TZ.
Okay, yeah, they reset it instead. Okay. Oh, still very competitive. AP Bren does have a chance here. Chizo's full build. He's got bands and stacks.
Crazy.
Same thing for Super Marco, who, by the way, again, another unique take on the Kimmy. This time rocking the Sky Piercer with it. And he has a good amount of stacks. If I'm not mistaken, he could be at 3 at this point.
It feels like there's no final build for the Kimmy yet at this point.
Yeah,
right?
everyone's like showing. Yeah, it's very versatile again because of the skills scaling both to physical and magic. There is room for you to introduce a bit more physical damage dealing items instead of magic. But I think it's unanimous that you want to have Divine Glaive on you as a Kimmy.
True, that's true.
Chomskirt has his own fist break, but Ogwin starts things off with Infernal Pursuit as well. Coming in from Flav as Kyle TZ already secured the Lord. Now they went for Chomskirt. One member down, make it 2. Asinda also falls in the hands of Team Falcons.
That's it. This is going to be a really tough defense here.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to defend against this, especially with 30 seconds on the clock.
By the time Chomskirt, out of sight of the map!
Diversion onto the back of Dare. Ogwin connects, but Shizu was able to flicker out. And now James backs onto the back, up against 5. Winter Crown play, but it's surrounded and swarmed by Team Falcons. And a godlike kill for Super Marco, who also has a Sky Piercer. Now Team Falcons 5-man push with Lord in the middle lane.
That no visual diversion, love that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay.
So
Spirit Destruction, last attempt to defend Kyle TZ again
flap.
with a late entry.
Whoa!
And they bring down 2, make it 3, 2 left to defend, and Falcons takes game 1.
What an explosive end to that game. You could really tell everyone is just exploding left and right there. And that's just a combo they came up with here. Beautiful usage of both the Badang and the Phobias.
Yeah. Back and forth, early to mid. Of course, we saw some wins from AP Bren early on that made even me, the Falcons guy here, go, whoa, wait a minute. But then eventually just reached a point where it was way too much farm, not enough kills dished onto Super Marco. And the diversions coming in from Few were just wrecking AP Bren's formation. And right there in the end, I love how they set that up because Flap TZ saw the members of AP Bren line up. He flickered forward, Dark Wave to help set up for Kyle TZ, who eventually swooped in and took down 2 to 3 in just one big combo from the Fanny.
And again, Ogwin, after having some personal issues, according to Flap TZ.
Which was just his birthday, apparently.
His birthday. Still went back with a bang. An amazing game from Master Ogwin. In fact, he was the one who turned things around because during leading up to that point, it was AP Bren was actually leading.
That's actually true, and I was a little bit surprised at how more controlled Ogwin is today compared to usual, where he, it's a bit more like whenever he can, he throws stuff out.
Yeah.
The years really have shown. that 1 year plus one.
But that's the effect of having your own house, buying your own house. You mature up.
MVP is going to be Super Marco for this one, though. As usual, I don't think he died on the Kimmy, did he? Oh, he has one.
He died 1. Still no changes for the bulletproof. Still doesn't even speak.
Ooh. Interesting approach. He doesn't, maybe he saw this Feather of Heaven, but he went for the Magic Lantern. Concentrated Energy, we already saw that. Divine Glaive, one of the core items. Sky Piercer, of course, is one of the standout item builds as he got here. And then the Wind of Nature. So the fact that Kimmy's already difficult to catch it punishes you even more if you cannot catch the Kimmy. It doesn't have the insane range as it does with its key abilities. Yes, key abilities in terms of dealing crowd control. It's not like the old Granger where his Death Sonatas are just like absolute game changers. But if you cannot reach that Kimmy and it has Sky Piercer stacks on it, it's devastating because you're also playing with burn damage with it.
Lantern really helps, by the way. That was a pretty nice pickup.
Yeah, for sure. For helping shut down the front line, definitely.
And you still have to give credit to AP Bren though, because there were attempts, especially from James Max, who always waits from behind, trying to catch Team Falcons by surprise. But the problem was the sustain was just too much, and at the same time, he's always going against 5 members. It's always 1v4, 1v5. And unfortunately for AP Bren, they weren't able to pull off a comeback. But again, Team Falcons, they're just literally showing that after the Seabolt combine, they're one of the teams to watch out for. Look at that beautiful Infernal Pursuit combo.
Yeah, Dark Wave, Infernal Pursuit into the fist break too. That was disgusting.
As they say, very disgusting.
That was nasty.
That was nasty. Yeah, it achieved the effect. It wasn't just for visuals, right? It got so much. It pushed AP Bren into weird positions. In the end, that Lord attack was just so easy, undefendable at some point.
The game lasted 17 minutes, but majority of the game was dominated by Team Falcons. They literally just tried to be disciplined enough to not make, those over-aggressive plays, because they still respect the comeback potential of AP Bren, especially if Sindel finds Way of the Dragon on the proper target, which is super important. But the problem was Team Falcons was literally disciplined all throughout.
Yeah, great discipline. They really played around their conditions very well. Let's see if the emblem if there's anything crazy. Thrill and Mystery Shot this time around for Super Marco. And yeah, again, it just goes to show how annoying a Rome Badang can be, especially paired up with a Fanny that likes the fact that there are more walls that he can play around with. And it seems like they've practiced this and done this enough that every time a wall comes up from Ogre Nihalities, he makes the most out of it. So easy for him to dish out a combo. So he rushes the cooldown reduction, of course. Oracle, he has the support emblem set as well. On side of AP Bren, again, the reason why James Pounce is so devastating here, even at the times where they were already coming back from behind. He got his 2 core items and he went with the Blood Wings as well. Excuse me, Queen's Wings. Both have 2 wings, sometimes it mix them up. With really good spell vamp, the reduction as well, a little bit of damage. So I feel like it's one of those games where it's tough. Because the best thing you could say right now to AP Bren is just like, you showed that you could actually dance with them early on. Could have just executed better. That was it. I had no problem with their draft. Even though the numbers look really good there here for Falcons, there could have been a world where AP Bren ran away with this before 13, 14 minutes.
That's true. I think the Lucas here of James Mount was actually pretty insane. And even in times where they were behind, he was actually pulling out some moves that made Falcons really take a step back. It's really crazy. But again, Super Marco, our BPI rich guy there, was really, really, I would say, safe on that Kimmy. No matter, even with that Lucas out in the field.
Yeah, even if AP Bren was literally trying a 3-man, 4-man rotation on the holding to try and give Shizu enough space, Super Marco was always 3-4 steps ahead. And I think the main factor on why AP Bren weren't able to pull off what they intended to do, which was the split push and eventually lead towards the late game, was because, okay, the Moscow pick counters out the Fanny pick, but they forgot to factor in the potential of a Luyi that could literally, diversion into where Shizu is split pushing and eventually just literally kill off their winning potential.
The tries on that Luyi, by the way, I love that sometimes we can't tell. There's so many diversions happening on the map. Sometimes we can't really tell. So I love that they were able to really try. But then again, it does feel like you're gonna need to eat more rice, as we say in the Philippines.
Yeah.
You kind of need more
to get
rice
stronger,
to get strong,
to grow.
Right, in
taller.
that specific game. The veterancy really felt. It really felt throughout. Each and every decision, even until the very late game, was very calculated. Despite some very weird, very rookie moves. Rookie in the same sense, like it's a new guy playing it, but it works. Like
rookie
it's really
tendencies,
crazy. Yeah, rookie tendencies. it felt like AP Bren could also have a chance there. So I kind of agree. The draft wasn't like a huge problem, but maybe we can talk about that on the draft for game number 2. So we're gonna have a sub out. Hey!
Oh!
This might be fun.
Yeah, Flap TZ out, Adora in, Sindel out, Kick it out in.
Oh! Alright, we can talk about that later for sure. I wonder if they're gonna say anything here, because we do have another all-access segment here alongside Hans and Kalusi.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kasama natin ngayon ang MPL Smart Battle Trips! Guys, hello, isang magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Actually, we are together with two lovely ladies. Please pakilala naman tayo sa ating mga manonood.
I'm Angel Papasin po from Munton Student Leaders Philippines and one of the winners for MPL Smart Battle Trips.
Please, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Lyra from Community Hero Rizal.
Alright, there we have it. We have Angel and Lyra. Girls, it's nice to have you here. Same goes for all of you dudes na nandyan sa likod. Gusto ko lang malaman, kamusta ba ang experience, Lyra, watching the battle trips? Is this your first time watching?
Hindi po. Second time po ng battle trip pero nanonood na ako ng
So, kamusta ang panonood, being part of the battle trips? Kasi I think marami kayong ginawa kanina, di ba?
Sobrang na-enjoy po namin. Madami kaming natutunan dun sa Sports Writing 101. Yung dapat malaman yung fundamentals ng pagsusulat. Tapos dapat may updated ka rin sa game. Like that. Tapos yung production, nakita din natin sa likod. Sobrang amazing. Daming monitor.
Lyra, ikaw na nga nagsabi, marami kayong natutunan kanina. Ano yung masasabi mong pinakatumatak na learning sa'yo during this battle trip?
Yung paggawa ng caption para makakuha ka ng ano ba yun? Para maengganyo mo yung mga taong basahin yung buong details ng game.
Yeah, I like it. Engagement is key. Angel, ikaw naman, if there's any learning that you have.
For me naman po, ang pinakatumatak po talaga sa akin earlier is yung experience po ng speaker po kanina. Kasi it's very inspiring po, especially as a esports student leader. It only shows po na esports is not just about gaming. It's also, there is more into it po. It's not just the pro players. There are a lot of people behind it.
It's great to hear na na-inspire ka.
And I guess the audience agrees.
Yeah.
I like that.
In the future ba, may gusto ba sa inyong pumasok sa esports?
Me po. Actually, ang dream ko po before is mag-manage ng team. Then eventually po, gusto ko na rin pong maging involved sa mga tournament.
Ano bang favorite mong team sa MPL ngayon? Ano yung favorite mong team sa MPL ngayon? If there's
Aurora po.
Aurora. So Aurora, baka naghahanap kayo ng manager dyan na extra. Matt, hindi. I got you, Matt. Pero in case lang, Angel's right here. Ikaw naman, what's your favorite
Ikaw,
team?
Lyra.
Team AP Bren tsaka Falcons po.
Sakto. Naglalaban sila ngayon.
Naglalaban sila. Sino ang susuportahan mo sa laban na to, Lyra?
Falcons. Team Falcons po.
Team Falcons.
Oo, kasi syempre, nandito eh. Medyo mahihiya ka talaga ng konti. But Angel, I actually wanna know, paano ba makakasali ang ating mga students and of course, yung ibang mga gusto makasali sa MPL Smart Battle Trips?
For MSL Philippines po, sa page po kasi nila, nagpo-post po sila ng parang pa-game. Tapos sasagutan nyo lang po yun. And pwede ka na pong manalo. And magkaroon ng chance na makapunta sa MPL Arena.
Is it the same for you? Ganun din ba yung kailangan gawin?
Yes po. Abangan nyo din po. May mga mini-games din po sila sa pages.
Alright, so forms, mini games, yun lang ang kailangan nila makita. Right, Kalusi? I think we have to do one more thing.
Mabilisan lang. Patingin naman ang best ninja pose nyo.
In 1, 2, 3.
Ayan. Flap easy mo siya. Mukhang ready na ang ating mga ninjas for Game 2. Kaya casters, balik sa inyo.
No, that was a feint. Right. Fade away.
I did mine so fast, you didn't even see it.
Do it again, do it again.
There
You
we
just
go.
did. Yeah, right there. You didn't see that? Put it on super slow-mo, 0.0001.
I'll slow it down for you.
There you go.
There we go.
Man, that was crazy.
That's a sushi senpai for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Sushi Senpai. There you go. We got again. We just want to repeat substitutions here for game number 2. Flap TZ is out. And Pandora is A.
Yes.
We're gonna have some fun there. And of course, Sindel, he's done his usual job of appearing in game 1. And then Kekda is back in.
Yeah. It's cool here because this time even Falcons, it's in their DNA as well. You know, the sudden switch ups. Sindel is just like alternate universe Pandora.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And this time I think we'll see Pandora in his comfort role, unless the Unigo cousins kind of mess around and say, hey, you want a role switch? You put Pandora back in the room, but then Ogwen's playing EXP this time.
I mean, they could probably... There are no rules against that, right?
Yeah.
Like, they can do it if they want to. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
And again, Ogwen goes with the Badang on XP.
Yeah.
Same hero.
Same hero.
Pandora goes with the Phobius bro.
That would be... I would love to see that.
I would not want that. I don't like that.
Why?
The Phobius Rome, no.
Phobius Rome?
No.
No, why not?
So this time, for
Straight
sure,
up, sorry, but no.
coming into this draft, AP Bren should literally ban out Kalea because there are 2 good Kalea users right now for Team Falcons.
Yeah, Kalea is such a huge flex for them, right? I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised if even Badang as well.
Yeah.
So now I have to think about, if they pick the Badang, who's playing it? If they pick the Kalea, who's playing it?
Yeah.
It's so easy to just ban out Nakalea, but at the same time, you're also thinking, you know what? We have a lot of junglers that also need to get banned out here, so it might not be as easy as you guys think. So watch out for that in this coming draft here. Then again, I'm also waiting for Kalea jungle. I'm waiting for Kalea, Kalea go.
AP
Like
Bren
it.
decided to go blue side, right? Again today for this game.
I don't think they showed it yet. Did they show it yet?
I think they did, but
I think they did. Yeah, while we were talking.
will they repeat again the Moscow first pick? I mean,
That's too much, isn't it? Can't we just talk about that for a few moments? Was that...
No, it's tough because they had to ban like the... If ever they could just ban out the Fanny instead of the Joy, leave a Joy first pick option for them available.
yeah.
It didn't feel like it had the desired effect.
No, I feel like them picking the Moskov was like already them sort of like pinched. Because the Kalea was banned, you can't first pick the Kalea.
Yeah.
Clearly they didn't want to first pick the Fanny, so they picked up the Moskov instead. It would also be tough if they decide to switch things up. They banned the Fanny, then they picked up the first pick Joy. They probably were thinking about the potential Badang showing up. Because we've seen Badangs before force Joys into very uncomfortable scenarios in Season 15.
So, getting into another uncomfortable scenario, like, for example, doing a ninja pose while you're running. Running in ninja style.
Running in ninja style.
It's a very uncomfortable scenario, but we do it because it's fun.
Yep.
Maybe that's what they're doing here. Maybe that's what they're doing here.
Maybe that's a sign for James Panks.
Just having fun, What about James Panks? Sign to do what?
Maybe.
Oh.
Instead, go for the Hayabusa with the Kakashi skin.
Was Hayabusa banned out early?
Yeah, they banned it in the
Yeah, it
first
was banned
phase.
out. Yeah. Good point. Whew. So many options here, and I still have a lot of faith in the Lucas jungle. Somehow it's just so crazy.
Yeah, no, it is.
Just keep it alive.
I think we've already solidified that the Lucas jungle is great.
It's too much.
Like at this point, it's really freaking good.
So
It's S tier. It's up there. That's why teams can test it and really think about it in the bannings now.
So I would actually, if I was AP Bren, I might consider keeping that. Again, kind of depends on what they choose as their first pick right now. So that's the big question in my mind. And how important is it that Shizu gets his comfort hero? Like, what's the pool for Shizu looking like right now? We got 3 heroes at least. That's
Moskov, Harith,
Harith, Granger.
Literally the top meta gold laners for the longest.
So I'm thinking maybe you can ban some of those out. If you're Falcons, right? You're thinking about Falcons here, and you look at AP Bren trying to focus so much on keeping Shizu a comfort hero. Maybe you want to go that route. Just, again, have some fun with this one.
I feel like they don't need to. Even if Shizu ends up with a comfort hero in his hands, nothing really crazy happens. I think for them, that's not a priority. They only banned the Harith. That was it. And that's generally just because Harith is freaking scary.
Pretty strong still, despite the changes, right?
Yeah.
So I know what you mean. Yeah. And the Granger obviously is like... Did we even see a Granger today?
Today, no.
I don't think we saw Granger today.
I believe we did not.
So... Yeah, big questions here. Like what's gonna be appearing here is going to be up in the air.
So today we didn't see a Granger.
For AP Bren, if they decide to go again with the Lucas, does that mean that they're also going to pair it up again with the Valentina? 'Cause so far, almost all the Lucas games, if not all, are always paired up with the Valentina.
Yeah.
Keep it alive.
Yeah, you can't give the Valentina away to another team if they're going to be playing the Lucas. So, yeah, they're just going to have to. It's also really tough, though, because when you're playing a pick-off style roamer, you pair it up with the Valentina, you can't get that instant burst you want right away. Your burst will come in from your jungler, which, I mean, we got to see.
Yeah, especially since Kekedot is slotted in proficient Jawhead Cho user as well. So let's see if AP Bren will decide to go to that route, because right now they're on the red side.
And we are on the jungle bands here for AP Bren. This is going to be fun. So they might be able to put Kyle TZ to the test here if they go decide free jungle bans. For some reason, Matilda not getting banned out today as well, I think. There goes that chip. What are you thinking about here?
Oh, you take out Kalea immediately.
Kalea's out.
But they take out
no.
Hayabusa.
Is that a Kalea insta-lock here? Feels like a Kalea insta-lock. You do it?
Yeah, let's go Kalea, honestly.
Yeah, let's go Kalea.
I got no problem with that at all. It's either the Kalea, the Jushin, or...
There we go.
Kalea. Yeah, you got like a mega flex. For the first time in a long time, we're going to see the Unigo cousins play together, Pandora and Ogwin.
Is this a Phobius Moscow for AP Bren or Lucas?
Yeah. I can't even remember the last time these cousins played together on stage in MPL. Do you remember? Like, it feels like a long time ago.
It was probably season 13.
Yeah, so... Oh, they go with Granger.
Sheesh. All right, first Granger of the day.
Yeah, with the Harith gone, it'll still be tough to go Moskov. You need that instant gratification with the burst that the Granger can dish out. Paired up with a double burst. Not gonna like it.
And one thing's for sure, this guy's gonna have to go Purify because you know you're the target here, whoever the Kalea is.
If I'm few, just lock into Farsa already.
Boom.
Or Lucas Valen.
Or the Lucas Valen, that's true.
For Kyle TZ, I mean, Kyle TZ was literally one of the first successful
They
Lucas
no need to
users.
Valen because you don't have
There's
to worry about the
already-
Valen getting picked.
But they could
You can
flex
just
it
go-
to XP.
You can just go Farsa Lucas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the Lucas will go on to the jungle lane. So
It feels like the Farsa got an indirect buff because of the range reduction of Ranger, right? It's just not as easy to hit him anymore.
There we go. Still with the Valentina.
Okay.
That's called the champion's mindset.
Yeah. Worked out for them.
In fairness, there's like a chance it does go XP, so they don't want to risk it, I guess. And there goes Val
Oh, okay.
Personally, a big fan.
Yeah. Lucas needs to go to the jungle now.
100% win rate so far. Really.
So now if you watch the AP Bren, you take out the Phobius literally. That enables this lineup for AP Bren when they picked out the Leomord. This was literally game 2 draft of AP Bren versus Omega.
And that can be really scary. We've seen Leomord comps get really bursty, explosive. Combo that with a Granger. Despite the nerf, I still think it can be really, really nasty.
Yeah.
Goes to Moscow out. We're still thinking about the gold laners here for Falcons. PH.
I mean, if ever, it's just going to be a Beatrix or a Clint even for Super Marco. With the presence of the Leomord, might be tough for a Clint to position. These are the Beatrix, they can get some fast basic attacks in first. These are those two.
Can it still be a Kimmy for Super Marco? Or is it too scary for it because of the Leomord?
Yes, actually, it could be. Especially if they're going to put... Considering that there's going to be like strong pick-off, crowd control already, Gata Kacha still open for Team Falcons to take if AP Bren aren't going to pick it up. They can go Gata Kacha Kalea. Because since it's Pandon now, maybe they have a Gata Kacha XP option. But again, you can just flex either position. It's totally fine.
Then that just leaves so many options here for Falcons at this point. So the whole draft is their oyster with what we have here. Namor jungle, really curious to see. And again, you can still kind of flex this Lucas on XP, right?
Yeah.
So I would also
Pandora. Yeah.
Okay, then I think that's a Kalea XP, considering that
You
they're
think?
Falcons are picking up a Fulvius EXP ban.
I lost. Oh, shucks. There you go. Okay. Kale XP, will we see it today? Literally the lineup during game 2 except the Phobius against Omega for AP Bren.
Crazily enough, I would hate to see a Kufra here if I was a Laymord on the other side. Kufra roam. Which Oakwood has actually played before.
Yep. Yeah. Here's the Kimmy and Bea. Oh, the Bea.
Yeah.
Bea.
As we mentioned earlier.
Is it Flex, Kalia, Rome, Kalia, XP, Kalia, Rome?
XP the Kalea.
XP Kalea sounds great.
Yeah, for Pandora especially, right?
Yeah, then just pick up a Gata Kasha in the room. Ah, no.
Okay, CC for Pando.
Yeah,
Okay.
still an EXP lane CC. Oh, okay, yeah. With the glue gone, with the Phobius gone. Now, if you're AP Bren, it's like Hilda.
Hilda.
That's pretty good. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat that CC in lane now because of all these bans.
Yeah, because now you have to force the high loss into your roam. You have to get Hilda up against the CC.
I love it. I love the misdirection here because they kind of just forced all the gold and jungle bans, and then we forgot, you know what? You might get beaten out in the XP.
Yeah.
I love the mind games here.
Even the Edith won't do good against the CC in lane and map presence. It's going to be a bit too team fight centric if they go Edith.
Arlott.
Whoa.
Not what I would suggest here.
Giving the final slash to Few, he's already showed that he's really good with that.
Don't know about that, man. Falcons heavy for me on this one, on the draft.
Likewise.
Oh man, this is gonna be so difficult to beat out. Not to mention giving a tool to Few, like you mentioned. That's so scary.
The good thing is though about this Arlott is that there's so much dive on the side of Falcons that a really good final slash could really mess up Team Falcons' team fighting here. But that's like one scenario. Every other scenario shows that Team Falcons should be able to sweep this up.
Oh. Forced out the Arlott for the side of AP Bren, but again, you have one more surprise factor in the form of there's Arlott, so still things could happen for AP Brennan as they try to extend it to 3 games, but I do have to agree with you guys. Team Falcons lineup looking so balanced and literally has a huge advantage over AP Bren.
Yeah, so here we go. We are looking at the possible last game. Honestly, with the draft, it's in my mind, it's just a possible last game here. AP Bren has to... They can
Welcome
minus
to
1
Mobile
really quickly,
Legends.
right? But that's it. Like you mentioned, that's one scenario. What are they going to do with the rest of the team fight? Let's see if they can do something about that as we go into game 2.
Could be another one of those series and games where Dare suddenly pops off in this game 2, maybe in game 3.
Oh,
never mind.
With that start,
never mind.
That's it.
I agree, Redmar, never mind. But we've seen AP Bren, especially yesterday, come back from a game like this, especially since they have the Leomord, and when they start going for those neutral objectives, a perfect setup from AP Bren could extend the game into their favor. So let's see what's going to happen as we head on to a tech pause.
Okay. So with this one, I can't believe how fast that was answered.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start off the game when you have an EXP Arlott. Because now it puts so much pressure in your lineup with the high loss going to be going down very quickly, maybe. And then the Arlott to now potentially suffer some more deaths early on as well. He just did not get the early game start that they wanted. Outplayed in the center of the map.
Because in the first place, it's already like a very difficult time to survive.
Yeah.
And then you just compound it even more. Man.
And not to mention, the Revitalize was also popped.
It was it?
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe you
I
noticed
believe
that.
so.
I did not notice that at all.
From Hylos, so quick kills. As we see here in the MPL arena, everyone's still having fun. They really are supporting AP Bren and Team Falcons. They want to give AP Bren a warm welcome to MPL Philippines.
Very shiny. Like it. I was blinded by a flash of light out of nowhere. I don't know if you guys were as well, but here in this one, oh, and here's fighting back there. So that again, flashbangs everywhere. Brent is one of our.
Hey, wait.
He's an usher today. Wow.
He's an usher. No, he's been ushering for like the past 2 weeks, so he's evolved.
Yeah, he ushers here and there. He does a lot. He's very active for the AP Bren and Falcons community.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's ushering today, because
And not to mention, he's been dominating the Fancy Laban.
He has.
So, yeah, Brent, good job for you.
He has so much airtime. I feel like that guy has more airtime than most people in the broadcast. Anyway, we're gonna get back into this one. Again, let's see where we picked off here, or where we left off, rather.
Coach Ducky!
So that's where Ducky is right
So that's what Ducky's been up to the past few months. I was wondering, what's he been up to, right?
Shout out to Coach Ducky. We miss seeing you here in the arena.
Again, going back to the game, not a good start for AP Bren. Yeah, Kekenot's Revitalize has been popped as he went down against the aggression of the mid duo of Team Falcons.
Yeah, that was wild. It just lost the first initial trade there.
Tempo swing.
Ooh, Super Marco has a vibe. He doesn't like how the map's looking right now.
He knows it. Yeah, he can feel it.
There.
And we're about to see. Initial big miss.
Super Marco wants to go for an early kill. Took a lot of time, but still got the job done for James Banks.
The lifesteal on the Leomord is just too good, especially with the killing spree.
Yeah,
Super Marco did everything he could as his flicker was already actually forced out in an initial engagement down bottom. No way he could escape the Leomord. That was a good call. I believe it was Shizo who potentially gave the information to James Banks. He's used his flicker, and so he changed his rotation so that he can gank Super Marco.
Yeah, and then they know the trade, obviously. There's a trade, of course, with the turtle, but that was as good as you can get if you are Shizo. You're getting a lot of advantages. You denied a gold truck as well.
Yeah, 100%.
And not to mention, almost the lead is non-existent as they equalize also the kill scoreboard. So now they're putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane once again. Again, they have Chop Skirt here with the Louis Can't go for initiation, and just like that, there were beautiful pickoff. Ogun was still able to escape, but AP Bren starting out strong again.
Yeah, that's what they need.
That's the way to go.
That's the way to go. That's exactly what they needed from this R-Lot pickup. Yes, you can give gold there onto the CC. You don't mind. Great call there, whoever it was, to tell Dare, hey, come over here to the mid, set something up for us, and let's get a big win. That's a good start here for AP Bren.
That's so cool because it was unexpected. Kyle TZ, though, with a pretty good combo. Oh, he misses out on that last shot, though.
Oh, but Super Marco, though, trying to go for it. Now they're trying to go for Kekedon. This pops to Revitalize and the glorious pathway. James Banks is in the picture now. Will they try to go and re-engage once again? They stunned out Few. Forced out the flicker. Phantom Steed.
No way!
With the jump in!
Oh, they couldn't get James Banks there in the end. Could have been a massive highlight for Few, but James Banks and AP Bren hold on.
Few said literally, hold my drink, I'll show you that I can also do that.
What is this guy eating?
Put it on picture. Give us a replay, please.
Please. I know, just a short one, man. That was so insane. Even I couldn't think about that.
But still, credit to AP Bren. They were able to pick off Ogwen, who literally just sacrificed himself for the sake of saving their mid laner. So AP Bren still not wasted initiation for them.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Again, now it's a bit scary because if you're Falcons, you're kind of just expecting that final slash out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Or the Phantom Steed from James Banks as well that Few manages to get. But now AP Bren, 5-man rotation on the Turtle Pit as Falcons will no longer contest.
True that. Man, this is becoming spicier than I thought it would be. This is a pretty cool matchup.
Yeah, AP Bren getting some wins. They're able to counter. James Banks is ballooning. Falcons needs to get something right here. It's going to be really bad for them.
5-man AP Bren on the bottom.
Marco, does he know?
Marco, do you?
He does.
He has a feeling. He has a feeling.
He knows.
Marco's Sixth Sense, man. I can't put my finger on.
Yeah, they're just going around the map so quickly. They know they can use this time, but no, they're gonna lose their tower up top now because they committed a full-on rotation for Dare to go to the bottom side. But AP Bren already countered that as well, so that they get the tower at the bottom. That's a great macro play, honestly, by AP Bren.
It really was.
Fedora already got the turtle up top, but she's already picked up a Sky Piercer, a turret rather.
It's alright.
She's a Sky Piercer pickup, so let's see if they want to go for the engages once again. They know that there are 5 members, 5 Bs in that brush. Who's going to initiate first? Dare has his flicker ready, but is not going to commit it anymore. Diversion
Charging it up.
Pandora got caught up by 5.
With a counter attack again from Falcon as Kyle Teasy goes in with the Unleash the Beast. Pandora is going to go down, but Shizu and Chomskirt as well. Super Marco dishing out the bullet. The final slash also connected as they bring down Kekidon. And now Kyle Teasy sets his eyes on Dare.
Kyle held on. James Banks got his 4th kill, but because of Killing Spree, the natural spell vamp you get as well from the Lucas, he held on long enough.
We've been so focused on the Lucas getting absorbed by the Valentina. We forgot Phantom Steed is also kind of crazy as well on the Valentina. Few did some work there.
He gets a lot of mobility. The fact that he gets a Steed, he gets 2 dashes already as well because of his ultimate, his ability get naturally.
Yeah. It's a bit crazy. No, I mean, damage is obviously won't have damage, but the crowd control and the slows are insane.
Yeah. And Super Marco was there.
Diversion.
So in terms of damage, they're not going to lack it, but
pick it up.
We're waiting for a diversion from Chovskirt. Going to
5v5.
bring out Shizu with him. So they're going to be ready for a 5v5 clash. Phantom Steed already casted out. Unleash the Beast coming in from Kyle Teasy. Super Marco gets the turtle. Now AP Bren, their HP is low. Kyle Teasy wants to go for more up against 3, even with the Revitalize. He wants to go all in as James Pax will bring him down.
And he with the diversion of his own sent the members of Falcons to the back, but they had to back off as Kyle fell. Kyle got a bit too greedy, chased the understandably low members of AP Bren. For the end, it would be Falcons to lose more there. They lose 2. They got the turtle, but they're losing control in the map as well.
I think that was just a miscalculation. They didn't know the Revitalize would be there, I guess. So, and again, AP Bren with just non-stop plays around the map. Make sure that there is going to be some sort of penalty here for Falcons if they do misstep.
Committed to Glorious Pathway already, now chasing after Ogwin, but Ogwin and Super Marco got away scot-free. And looking at James Max KDA, already 5-0-1 with the Leomord.
You have to watch out for that.
I wonder if he's going to be the one who picks up the Sky Piercer in this game. Let's see.
He should have.
Probably not, right? It's still gonna be Shizu.
I think you balance the chunky damage dealing items with the sustainability as well.
Yeah.
Considering that you are going to be in a team fight for a long amount of time once you have your ultimate up. Some damage reduction items are good. The last time we've seen Leomord, especially in the hands of MP the King, that's what he went for, the hybrid. So see their Hunter Strike War Axe. Then he's going to be going for a endless battle?
Yes, yes. I think that's just me. I'm just the Leomord jungler who just picks up the Sky Piercer because I don't care. So
maybe that's how good you are, Ron.
That's how bad I am, actually.
No, I get Sky Piercer too. But there's a reason why I'm stuck in my own dark system.
There you go.
Devo?
Big free man. Few again with the sixth sense, just knowing where they're coming from. Kyle Teasy, he sees James coming, and he's gonna walk out. Oh, no!
He wants to go for a 1v1 anime battle already. Casted the Phantom Steed and the Unleashed the Beast.
No, I can't believe it. We're in a world where we get to see the 9-tailed beast form of Naruto go up against a guy on a horse on a Ducati. On a Ducati!
That's true. Oh, and I don't know. It's just so crazy right now, right? We might see more. We might see more collabs in the future. Can't wait. But yeah, for now, hey!
Ogwin
Look at
jumps
that.
in with a Tidal Strike paired up with ultimate coming in from Marco. We're seeing a glorious pathway there. Ogwin is going to fall down, and Marco got the Lord. Good ultimate from Pandora to bring down 2. There was the only man left here. They're trying to chase after him. Pandora and Calteezy working on him. With the final slash, it's not going to connect, and a double from Pandora.
Shizu is left. Falcons has decimated AP Bren. The Lord, 4 kills, and they're gonna get hella towers to boot.
Look at those smiles from the cousins, Pandora and Ogwin. Just they know they got them. They know AP Bren's gonna be on the ropes here after this one.
That was such a good curtain call from Pandora.
Yeah.
Literally got 3.
He got 2.
He got
Dish
2,
out the curtain call. He was like, wait, that's James Max with like 1 HP right behind me. Let me just send a little bit of my blitz, yo-yo blitz over there and go back to the other 2 I was trying to kill.
Yeah, and for Pandora specifically, that was a crucial kill because that was a shutdown gold.
Huge,
That's huge for an XP laner.
Whew. It's also how they, again, what Kalea Beatrix has popped up as a really good combination together. 3 core items already for Kyle TZ, up to the Queen's Wings. And this battle was the 3rd item built by the Leomord. Wind and Nature 3rd item here for Super Marco. So this is definitely the attack speed Beatrix that you guys know I love. It's Sea Halberd, Malefic Gun, and the Wind and Nature.
Definitely more mobile compared to like the sniper build, right?
Yeah.
So this is definitely something that you're gonna have to think about. And again, it kind of shreds the high loss as well.
There's the conceal from Falcons using
Did they use it?
Pandora as bait. Yeah, but got spot. Oh, wait.
There you go.
No, but he doesn't know how many people actually there are in the shrub because you don't get the vision provided for you anymore.
Yeah.
You just get the indicator like at the top portion of your screen of who you hit and how much damage you dealt to them.
That's pretty huge.
There,
Again,
he
right
knows
there.
Pandora's there.
So that's something you have to think about. It's also something that you are, again, gonna have to mind your distance if you are a Granger. You can't just check with your ult anymore.
Have to watch out for the position of their.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
It's Super Marco being a huge bait there, but nope, AP Bren's not falling for it.
Fleeting time pickup here from Ogwen so they can be as aggressive as possible now, especially that flickers are up for both teams. 30 seconds before a major objective will spawn, but I think Team Falcons, they want to go for more and try to get a 1 member down from the Beast before engaging in a Lord fight.
All right. So that's going to be it. So we're going to have to wait for the next one. And AP Bren, I love the patience they're displaying here, knowing that they don't always need to use force and brute force their way to fights using diversion. They're being a lot more patient. I don't know how long they can keep this up, because right now it feels like they're the ones who are going to lose out resources if they keep this up.
Yeah, speaking of their
diversion!
All
right.
Painful gold deficit actually for their 3,000 behind the CC of Pandora.
Oh, damn.
He only has an Athena shield and a Dominance Ice. This Harlaw is going to go down quick. But if he's going to go down quick, he has to get a final slash in before he does. A good one to set things up for AP Bren.
Okay. Ogwen used up the conceal flicker, Tidal Strike, and it's gonna connect onto Dare. Dare was forced to flicker out, already coming to the finals. Last but few was able to find the slash of his own. Now Kyle TZ wrecking havoc, trying to bring down Tom Skirt, and he will do it successfully. James Pank still caught in the middle and got two with him, but Marco shuts him down.
Shizo, can he? Will he try? They don't have enough bodies. They don't know. It's way too risky. Shizo showed himself though.
Okay, he's trying though, but Pandora was there with the laser casted already.
Oh!
Marco gets the Lord, but Shizu with a major kill onto Pandora.
That could have been bad. That could have been an AP Bren Lord.
I really thought it was Shizo who got the last hit with the Death Sonata. But somehow, someway, it was the basic attack of Super Marco that got it.
I mean, that was so smart of James Panks. He actually caught Kyle TZ 2v1. He still won, and he was able to take him down with him.
What a bait that he did. The moment Pandora saw Shizo, I was like, oh yeah, easy target. Why show yourself? Boom, Wind of Nature right away.
Now they're going to try and defend this push or conceal, but got spotted out.
They know.
Yeah, they just have to deal with the minion waves now first.
Still defable for AP Bren.
Where does Trove Skirts plan to send this diversion? He wants to send this Liam, or he wants more information.
All right, so that's a defended Lord here, so they might just have to rely on some of these waves to get maybe a tower on top or bottom.
Yeah, they'll definitely get that second tower up top. Chovskirt, James Banks, what are you guys planning to do?
What's Chovy looking like?
They have to channel their inner MDL Game 7, but wait a minute! Ogwen again goes in right after there, but Ogwen is the first man down. Kyle T's trying to wreak havoc as Super Marco already picks up a kill and trades out there for Ogwen.
Did he try to catch Shizu or Chovskirt? Ogwen just punished hard there.
Yeah, I believe he just saw whoever the dude was, he saw was either Derek Ekadot. My eyes were on Chovskirt and the diversion play, because I thought they were really planning to send James Banks somewhere to the back. But I think they just decided to commit the fight under the turret and not risk James Banks getting caught off from going from a gank. Well, already? They want to chase?
Speaking of caught off, that could have been a big catch here.
Whoa, okay.
All right, James Banks knows that they cannot play this game too passively, or else they will lose out.
7-2-3 for the man with a million moves. Except this time he's the man with a million hooves, I guess.
I guess so. Since that is a motorcycle, you know.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's a bike.
But I mean, it's
my pun isn't worth it.
No, it's like a horse with a million hooves.
It's still
'cause
barbell.
It's
at
going
the end of the
around.
day.
Yeah, it's multiple horsepower.
Multiple horsepower. Oh, there you go.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, if you can do that, I think AP Bren can come back from this game also.
Hell yeah.
There's a possibility.
There's a
That
possibility.
is not as motivating as you think it is.
People did not see the connection, but it's okay. It sounded
I feel
motivational.
like somewhere AP Bren just had their nose. It's just like, someone say her name?
Okay. Few has his own Phantom Steed, so no diversion plays coming in from Falcon. So let's see if Chovskrit can utilize this. They're going to wait for the purple buff and eventually engage against Team Falcons. Luckily, they still have all their inhibitor turrets intact.
I guess that's what they're also trying to do, just not show Chovskrit on the map so that they will not give away the diversion. Why think what?
Did they say your name on the
They say my
Filipino
name
broadcast?
again?
Yeah, I think it's because of Leomord.
I heard your...
Other maybe
Yeah, I heard
Leomord,
Leomord
yeah.
and then Rockhard. It was a midnight giving you a shout out.
Shout out to the Filipino
Thank you.
broadcast.
We're gonna get where it's going.
Okay.
I'm not that good yet.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
There's a potential diversion.
4-man.
The Lord.
4-man, they're gonna wait it
Okay,
out.
okay. All right. Maybe we should just chill out a little bit.
Quiet.
Yeah, let's be quiet.
Just quiet.
Falcons doesn't know. Oh, okay. No, they got spotted. Oh, they panicked.
Oh,
I feel like
they panic!
Oh, they gave up their position a little bit too easy, but you know what? Why not? You just gotta be safe with it.
Yeah, be a little safe here. And they are doing just that, right? They're trying to bank on like a big error here from Falcons.
Yeah, might be a goal signal for Falcons. Know that the diversion isn't up for play. Few just zoning out 5 members. We're waiting
Final
for
slash!
their final slash. Paired up with a Phantom Steed. Ogun is going to fall down. Super Marco trying to hit, but he's not going to connect the Winter Crown coming in from Kyle Teasy as Super Marco brings down Dare, but Kyle Teasy also falls down. Another Lord for Marco, and he's going for more. Shizu's Immortality pump. It got shut down by Pandora.
All right, that's a little insane here. They're chasing it up, but there's no one home. K not able to make it out alive.
AP Bren, they were zoned out, pushed back because Kyle Teasy sacrificed himself for the team. Falcons still walk away with the Lord. They buy themselves time, but now AP Bren sent the diversion up top to allow so that they can intercept the Lord and that it wouldn't be used by Falcons. Falcons have bought themselves time. It's not over yet. It's a 5K gold lead, but at this point, AP Bren definitely comebackable.
Comebackable indeed. At least they're proving that there is a universe, there is a set of combos that can kind of delete 2 members of AP Bren, make that free.
Yeah, and it starts with Dare, as we mentioned, getting a good final slash in. Because of the difficulty he had to third item, Immortality Ogwin, not gonna go in.
Nice bait. Trying to bait out some ultimates, maybe make the fight a bit more in their favor.
Yeah. Okay, so the minion waves are still gonna be favoring Falcons here, as AP Bren hasn't even cracked the tower in the mid. Significant damage on the tower up top, but not the one there in the bottom lane. Unscathed right now. Dare. Forcing his final slash.
Oh, here it is! Okay. Now Dare's Immortality is going to be popped. Ogwin is trying to work on him. Dare's still alive, but he's going to fall down in the hands of Team Falcons. Super Marco with the amount of damage. Ogwin has to back off. Dangerously low health from the Kalea. 4 members are left for AP Bren.
That's -1 we're talking about here. That is happening for Falcons. Here comes a big going for broke play.
They send out James Pax and they find Super Marco! 1v1 with the nature popped already! And James Pax with the final pro to bring down the bulletproof. Now they're working on Pandora, soaking up the damage, but Kyle Teasy jumps in! With the Unleash the Beast curtain call gonna be casted out, but Keke Dot answers back with a Revitalize. Still 1 member down, but they were able to take down Marco.
What is up with the final weekend of MPL Philippines, man?
What is up with everyone?
There's only game 2. This could still potentially go to game number 3. Woo-wee! Gotta love what you see.
That's the effect of a patch, and at the same time, showing a new and improved MPL trophy.
That's true. They're really, I guess that inspired them a little bit to fight a bit harder here today, didn't they?
Okay, they know.
You know that? Okay. AP Bren, they are on the siege. They're waiting for Super Marco to get back on the field. That's Falcons for you.
This is a star-making performance for James Banks. Is currently 10-2-4. The man with a million moves, highly touted by the community. And now, in a potential game where they could lose, they could make a comeback. It's him leading the charge. Of course, getting sent into interesting angles by Chovskrit.
Okay.
Since Super Marco is in the picture now, AP Bren lost their window to try and engage Team Falcons as they're outnumbered, and now they are forced to have a Lord dance against Team Falcons.
Okay. Trying to say which shrubs Falcons will be holding. Mid-shrub makes sense. They're going to allow entry towards the top. No, it's going to be Kaltizi that they're going to be sending the defense brush for the back line. Good formation around Super Marco to help him out.
It's going to be a bit difficult here, though.
Yeah. They got to check the diversion shrubs, though.
Playing catch-up.
Alright. Minion waves. Minion wave at the bottom lane, not looking good here for AP Bren.
Yeah.
But they have minion wave spawning in just a few more seconds, so they can send a diversion after they clear the minion wave in the mid.
This is burstable.
Yes, burstable for Falcons.
Here comes the Phantom Seed from James Pack's diversion already cast as well. Ogwin gets there, they're forced out the flicker. Now Kaltizi joins the picture with the Unleash the Beast. Retribution battle is going to ensue here as Ogwin will fall down. James Pax, the man with a million moves, secures the Lord in a kill onto Pandora. Let's see if Team Falcons can answer back, but AP Bren, no casualties plus the Lord.
The man with a million moves gets the big money retry against Kyle TZ.
Whoa. That came out of nowhere almost. Like, you couldn't really tell when they were going to come in.
Yeah. And now Team Falcons forced to defend with 3 members, 20 seconds before Ogwin respawns. We might see a potential Game 3 if AP Bren manages to pull this off. Outer turrets are going to fall down. And now the Lord is sieging in onto the top lane. Ogwin will be right there for the final defense.
Though Nigo Cousins will be back. Few has the ultimate of the Arlot in his pocket. The final slash. Well-timed one, a good one. Can spell doom for AP Bren.
Okay. There's no flicker for there. So every initiation that AP Bren will ensue here is going to come from the front.
3 immortalities on the side of AP Bren.
That's
this
a
looks
lot.
good, very good for them.
Okay.
Only Ogwin has his immortality up.
Final slash already committed. Phantom C plus Glorious Pathway. And they burst it down. Pandora, all of a sudden they're gone. Ogwin with a conceal. They're trying to go for the defense. But AP Bren lives on and extends the series.
That was a little unbelievable how they were able to swoop that out under the hands of the Falcons. And we are pushed to game number 3.
They are at it again. Play Sindel in the first game, sub him out. Game 2, get the dub. And it was a long game. This will test the fortitude of Falcons, and even the fortitude of AP Bren. That was a long game. Number 2 was a crazy back and forth. James Panks is going to get his flowers. He will be the MVP in this game.
Yeah, guys, so far, James Panks Leomord is undefeated. 3-0 for James Panks.
Most Leomord are undefeated. Everyone who used it. It has 100% win rate.
Oh, until now?
Until now. So, I think so. I don't remember Leomord losing the season so far. Ever since that rework. But man, oh man, that was so unexpected for me, honestly. It kind of just depended on like their final slashes at the very end. Even without the flicker, they were able to make it work. And the combo with the High Losses Glorious Pathway, it became almost impossible for the rest of the Falcons to actually approach that big battlefield, that kill box set up by AP Bren.
Well-deserved MVP. James Pax has his own intermission number there. MVP with the Leomord 10-7. KDA.
Yeah, oh my goodness. The only sustainability that he has, the immortality, he didn't even go for a balanced build. He went for raw freaking damage. And being able to recover through killing spree, and of course the endless battle with him.
And it worked so well. It worked so well. Just a little bit of lifesteal, obviously, with endless battle, but that barely makes a mark. So that was this is actually a very glass cannon build here that did net them some pretty good pickoffs, starting with that very first on the bottom.
I mean, it goes well with his playstyle because, again, we can expect the Leomord to have those late entries wherein Falcon's resources already are expended. That's why even if he doesn't have defensive items apart from the immortality, it's hard to burst him down. With a 94% kill participation, he only suffered 2 deaths. That's amazing work from James Pax.
I'm also a little surprised by how the Lucas actually fell off in the late game here.
Yeah.
Didn't really do as much as we saw in the first few minutes.
Exactly. There were a lot of times where it's like, oh man, they're just gonna get wrecked. But Revitalize coming in the clutch for AP Bren. This was the one that you pointed out earlier, Rockhard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see if this one Kagadot will be able to get a good Revitalizer. No, he even goes down quick.
Yeah, he does.
So this time, I know there's no one the Falcons won. I'm waiting for the last big team fight. The explosion of skills. This happens way later.
That was a time where, yeah, even the Lucas didn't really do as much, and then James Banks' scaling really shown. Could have gotten free there, James Banks. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we also have to commend there. Even if he doesn't have a shiny KDA with 0-4-5 so far in the mid game, his crucial final slash was the glimpse of hope AP Bren needed to extend this game and eventually extend this series. I mean, even down to the Lord objectives, there was really clutch when it comes to his own final slash.
Yeah, okay.
Right here.
Here's the last big one.
The last big one.
He won the retry battle. Cal TZ, he decided to chase after that. And then in this one, now just way too much. Like, AP Bren could just throw bodies at that point. Wow.
They couldn't really go near because they were going to get slowed down by the glorious pathway.
Yeah.
The only big AoE was basically the Bennett's Rage.
Yeah, look at that. When there's no more pressure to make it into the playoffs, the teams eliminated from the playoffs are taking it to the top 4 teams in the league.
In consecutive matches, by the way.
Why do I feel like this happens every freaking season, man?
Every single one. I told you, Johnson works, man. Bring that Johnson out. It's going to work. Yeah, but I'm kidding. Obviously, here in this one, it was a tough one. 22 minutes and 43 seconds for AP Bren to actually eke out that victory. And I do mean eke it out, because it was no joke to climb over the lineup that Falcons have. Not to mention, prior to the last Lord Clash, one inhibitor turret already was broken from the side of AP Bren, but unfortunately it was on the middle lane, so they were able to keep all the minions kept in check, and at the same time, they were able to utilize the diversion to their advantage. Even if there was a split push brewing on the opposite lane, Chomskirt and Shizu was still able to handle that, and at the same time make it in time for that final Lord Clash. Overall, it was basically just AP Bren like just trusting themselves that, guys, we're gonna scale this, we're gonna scale this, don't worry. Just don't die, please. And all the while, obviously, they're trying to control that early game as well. So that was that's the story of AP Bren just surviving. And Shizu, by the way, survived this game.
Yeah, and speaking of early game, that was considering the fact that they bursted down Hylos before the first minute mark. So
that's true. So it didn't matter. Apparently, that first blood, it made it a bit difficult, but didn't make it impossible for them to win. So,
you know, if we lived in a universe wherein every team in the regular season would still make it to the playoffs, but if you finish in the bottom 2, you're gonna start off the playoffs as like you pit the bottom 2 against each other.
Yeah.
And then that one would like advance or something like that. I don't know how the math worked out.
Yeah.
If that was the case, if we lived in that universe, I'd be so scared of AP Bren, man.
A play-ins for the play-ins.
Yeah, like a play-ins for like a
wild
round 2
cards.
play-ins, like wild cards or something like that.
Well, we should implement the wild card.
I would be so scared of AP Bren.
Yo, wild card, hear me out. Bottom 2 teams, MPL. Top 2 teams, MDL.
Ooh, mini tournament.
Oh!
And then, fake fist fight. No.
Someday. You know what? We could suggest that. So we could suggest that, right?
I mean, it could
be pretty cool.
Extra, extra motivation for MPL talent, MPL teams.
Yeah. or like be like football, where they have in football you have like
regulation.
No, they have like community shields.
Oh.
Where it's like winners of cups, but then if you have like just like a little nice mini tournament in the off season for the MDL champions, and then maybe the MPL teams, maybe bottom 4 MPL teams, are the ones that didn't make it to the playoffs, so that they can get some reps in, get some experience in for the MDL teams, so also get a chance for the MDL teams to to prove themselves. Like, what if you win that little mini tournament?
That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. Someday we'll probably have that, because
that way everyone improves.
Yeah.
Everyone goes up. I actually like that idea. And at the same time, more job for us, guys. Let's go.
That's right.
Broadcast. I don't know if
right.
we're gonna get English casters. But,
Let's ask Max. Maybe he'll say something about that. I think he's here, so obviously not. But for the meantime, obviously we're gonna trying to take a breather because that game was intense. Way too intense, right? So we have a bit of a video happening for you guys. I don't know where they shot this. I don't know what that's about.
Very
but
intense.
it's gonna show on your screens in just a few moments.
Ang favorite na Naruto skin ko is syempre ang mismong Naruto ni Lucas. Kasi napakaganda ng effects niya. Pati yun, sobrang ganda. Grabe.
Favorite skin ko po ay syempre Naruto po.
Favorite Naruto skin ko yung kay Naruto kasi kuha niya yung kay Kurama at saka yung ulti niya.
Ang favorite ko naman is kay Sakura, kay Kaleya. Ang ganda ng effects niya.
I'll also say kay Naruto. With the same reason, dahil din kay Kurama.
So, ang favorite Naruto skin ko is si Naruto. Kasi main ko si Lucas and gina-jungle ko siya and sobrang OP niya talaga. And kapag nag-wolf form na siya, sobrang ganda talaga.
Favorite Naruto skin ko ay Naruto.
My favorite Naruto skin is yung kay Sasuke kasi he's really one of my favorite characters in the anime. So, finally, meron na siyang skin.
Hello po. So, ang favorite Naruto skin ko po ay yung kay Kakashi, Hayabusa. Kasi Hayabusa lang po yung ginagamit ko doon.
Ang favorite hero ko po sa MLA, si Kaleya. Tapos yung skin niya kasi maganda ngayon, yung kay Sakura, yung kay Sakura. Tapos ang gusto ko sa kanya, ang galing niyang kaya niyang pasukin yung hero sa loob ng tore tapos ilabas niya.
Ang favorite na Naruto
Man, very, very rich fans. They all have their Naruto skins, right? I envy all of them. I envy them. At this point, I'm on track of getting the Gaara skin alone.
Guys, y'all had the diamonds. You guys just decided to spend them. Told y'all.
I mean,
save for the Naruto collab. What did you do? Did you spend it on the Alpha?
The Alpha Gothic something.
When was the last time you played Alpha? There we freaking go.
I have the Sakura. You know what the best part is?
What?
I forgot to claim the Alpha skin.
You forgot to claim the Alpha
Forgot to? What? Yeah, because I was doing the daily draw, the discounted draw. And I was like 2 or 3 draws away from getting the skin. So you spent like 10,000 diamonds.
Yeah, something
and you
like
didn't
that.
claim it.
Yeah.
You're very smart there.
I know, right, guys?
I like it.
If you guys have extra
Maybe you just
money,
have that money.
you know, I'm accepting all kinds of donations.
Physically hurt to hear.
That did hurt. Like that's a lot. That's a lot of effort.
Can we not talk about it? Like my feeling.
Hey, you're the one who brought it up, so not us. For the meantime, though, blue side is going to be going for AP Bren. I love that. Can be a bit more creative. Maybe they'll have Sakura skins to give out. I don't know. They always ask us to give it. Apparently, you can gift it right away, even without owning the hero.
Okay,
So before you can only give out these event skins if you bought the hero first.
I'm gonna ask again the richest caster in terms of diamonds. Shout out to Miss
Brigida?
Yeah. To gift me the Kalea skin.
Brigida.
Just one. Yeah, just one. Just one, please. Come on. What are you thinking about, sir?
The draft.
Oh, sorry.
Thinking about the draft. Just thinking about work. Well, we're thinking about our skins in game.
You look so serious right now.
I'm analyzing the draft for game
so
1.
sorry.
Now that AP Bren's on the blue side again, I'm thinking, okay, are they going to put themselves in the situation where they're going to be picking up the Moskov as the first pick? Are they going to commit the first phase ban into Fanny? Are they going to open up the chip where either one of the Joy or Hayabusa for them so that they can take it? Yeah, that's what's going through my head.
It feels like there's so many options, right? There's so many available paths to go through the draft here. Will this Lucas still be prioritized with the way that we saw in game 1 or 2?
Maybe. But at the same time, we've also been seeing Fanny blue side ban, so that could be a route again that AP Bren does. So they're not forced to use out the Moskov in the first pick. And be
exactly
more
what I just
flexible.
said.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so that route for them, yeah.
It's a good route to go.
That's cool. Like, repetition allows us to get really get the message across.
Just like in the classroom.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But yes, 100%. I don't think that. Do you think we can get Shizu back on the Moskov just for fun? I think that was better for him, right?
I think based on the Granger performance.
That Granger game, maybe it's the reps of like having to do it in a season where Moskov is just king for the past like 8 weeks or 9, 10 weeks. 3
Not
months.
really. It was Granger who was king. Moskov was always just like the, all right, guys, I'm here if you need me. If you guys don't feel like playing Granger or Harith or Irithel,
I'm just here.
I'm just here.
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, maybe they got used to just practicing the Moscow so much that maybe that game just became muscle memory for them
Or
compared to
maybe-
the Moscow where they had to like make a lot of like decisions.
I'm sorry, you said Moskov twice. What do you mean? Granger, Moskov?
Granger, like maybe they got so used to playing the Granger.
Okay.
That
Sorry, thank you.
you know, it became muscle memory. The Granger just became muscle memory, and it was better for them compared to the Moscow, where it was more important for them to make good decisions.
Yeah.
What if in an alternate universe, Team Falcons decides to not ban Harith?
Not ban
Harith's
Harith.
up for grab for Shizu. But they're just not prepared to use it because they're not used to seeing Harith not banned.
Yeah, just one Harith ban I feel like is the only golden lane ban we'll get at this point, right?
Yeah, until the game.
Everyone else is open. Like you can just pick whoever. So they don't have problems with gold laners.
Yeah, if there's something I would change in the ordering for Team Falcons, is maybe they ban out the Kalea red side first. And then see if the Hayabusa ban is still going to come in for AP Bren. Because one of the things I want to see Team Falcons PH leveraging is potentially opening the juice in, so that that's an option for AP Bren. And then, if ever they do rush pick the juice in and the Hayabusa is open, you get the Hayabusa rush as one of the first 2 picks. Now that means that one of your bans has to be committed into, obviously, either the Joy, if it isn't banned out by AP Bren again, or they take out the Lucas also, Team Falcons. So I'm looking at the big juice and Hayabusa trade, maybe. That's the route that Team Falcons would try to leverage into if the draft allows them.
That's true. One thing's for sure as well in that sense is if you do go for the Hayabusa, ban out the Kalea. That's from my experience from my games.
Or I think Team Falcons don't even have to ban out the Kalea because looking at the previous drafts of AP Bren, they only used the Kalea once this whole tournament. So
Did it win?
I'm not sure if they won with that one, but I think as a team they only picked it once.
Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah.
I think get the numbers up on there on the Kalea.
Yeah.
Oh, they lost. I no, that's Team Falcons.
Oh, they lost.
No, that's Team
I
Falcons. Sorry.
I love that. I'm so sorry.
They did lose.
They did
Yeah,
lose.
they did
They
lose.
do lose.
Okay, good.
Unfortunately.
Good for Team Falcons. Yeah, so let's see if Team Falcons confident enough to open a lot of power picks to have good trades.
Yeah, that's
this
another
game.
good one too. They could potentially open up the Kalea instead. Yeah, I think it's in Team Falcons' hands to determine the draft a bit more. Because when you look at the 3 bands of Falcons, Juice and Kalea Harith, literally all of them can be switched up, so you change the drafting right away. Still, yes, very dependent on what AP Bren decides to ban. So let's see what the banning traits will be first off.
Onigo Cousins definitely going to be still in this one. No mid-round substitutions happened, which we were asking, can you actually even do that? We'll double check our rulebook. Actually, I'm not sure. No one's ever
you
done
sub
it.
in a sub did play?
Sub in after a sub in.
Because like I know in football you can't do it, right? If you sub in someone, you can't sub them out again. But now,
Interesting. Okay, so AP Bren decided to set the tone for the draft. They get the Loyi for themselves because they banned out Hayabusa, same as game number 1, and the Joy. But this time they banned the Fanny, which forced Team Falcons to ban out the Chip. They still kept the Kalea Juice in ban, so now the Harith is open for them. Thing is, the Harith might actually end up in the hands of AP Bren instead for Shizo if they decide to rush pick the Moscow for Super Marco here.
Free jungle ban as well. Like, just really forcing it to Kyle Easy.
Yeah.
To be a bit more creative, aside from that.
Yeah, the Suyo, Lucas. No, if you go Lucas here, that leaves Suyo potentially for James Banks, but he can just go Leomord again. They might run it back with a Leomord Loyi.
That sounds great. And maybe a Valentina as well for Falcons. That was a Harith though. And the Badang being left open, that sounds pretty huge.
Yeah, if ever they do pick the Leomord, the Badang would be a great stopper for it. You got to force out some things out of the Leomord first. Yeah, I think you just go Moscow with Leomord right now.
There's the Leomord.
Go for the Moscow.
Boom! Still Granger.
Still the Granger.
Oh,
Same lineup.
I thought they'd go Moscow.
Yeah, that sounded like they could. I guess the muscle memory really is kicking in for Shizu. Maybe they said, you know what, that game was pretty good for me, coach. Maybe I'll try that again.
All right, so they decide to run it back. No complaints here. They seem very comfortable with it. They have some very unique ideas around the Loyi and Leomord together. I like it.
Jungle pick here, maybe?
So it's going to be a CC or a jungle pick.
Oh, Lucas.
Feels like...
Yeah, we might just end up with the...
Whoa! Suyo.
Okay.
Okay. We go with the Suyo instead. So Falcons are going to need a strong combo in the center of the map to get some early pokes in. I wonder if they turtle or if they go for the Sicilian instead. Because if they get the Sicilian Harith combo locked in case they lose early to me this time around, knowing that they're up against a very confident team that probably will be way more aggressive this time, you gotta have like really good mid to late game insurance for you. I think I'd like to see a Sicilian on the side of Team Falcons.
Possibly, yes, they could. Honestly, I feel like despite the slow nerfs, you know, to the mid game of the Sicilian, the late game is relatively the same.
Yeah.
So, you know, that makes sense. Also, I'm hoping for like a mid lane Kimmy before the week ends. So I'm still hoping for that.
Could be now, could be tomorrow.
Could be tomorrow, probably.
Yeah.
AP Bren bans
But
out
it is too squishy. In this specific scenario, it will get demolished by the Leomord.
Yeah, and not just the Leomord, even in the laning phase, the Loyi, whoever the Loyi's going to be paired up with. Okay, I like the glue bands here. Huh.
Yeah.
They don't need to go pick up. They can just go for another double tanky front. I thought Hylos for AP Bren would be great. But if I'm Team Falcons, you have to think about taking one of those away. Either the Gatata or Hylos gets picked up by Falcons because you cannot give both of those picks to AP Bren. Especially if they decide to go double revitalize.
Oh, that's going to be so hard to break through.
Yeah, that's true. So now, Coach Jeff, AP Bren, did they go out and ban still a mid lane or the Gato at high loss?
The Fallen Stars.
They still opt for the mid lane ban.
We're trying to get rid of some shenanigans here from a few. Yeah. And there's the double revitalize.
They deny the high loss.
Yeah, they had to pick up one of those two picks for them. Baksha! Oh, is this a Baksha rope?
Rope or XP?
Oh, yeah, it could also be XP.
Woo-wee!
Baksha rope!
All right, if you're gonna go badang on us, you know what? Do your worst.
Oh.
We'll deal with
Oh,
that.
and that's a lot of shields on the side of Falcons. The Harith, the Badang.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
The mid laner, just go Sicilian. You need the Sicilian at this point.
Get the late game.
You need that range.
Yeah, you need the range. You can't go static with Eve. Farce is going to be risky. At this point, I think Falcons need to double down on the fact that mid to late game is going to be their sweet spot.
Their damage output is going to be so neutered as well because the Harith can't go too ham.
Not even an Aurora can handle this with good crowd control. Just focus on the mid to late. Go Sicilian.
Valir?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, against the Baksha Esmeralda, Leomord.
That's perfect.
Let's see if we can pull it off. Let's see.
It's a perfect answer, honestly. Wow, what a draft battle here in our game number 3. Oh my goodness, can it get better than this? Now I'm a bit torn. I'm a bit torn on this one. I'm gonna be real. It's gonna be hard to actually see who comes out on top unless they actually play it out this time.
Yeah, I think we have to get a really close look at our early jungle rotations. Who gets the second and third turtle of the game? Who's going to be going for the switch first? Looking at the numbers, the early to mid game and late game potential for Team Falcons significantly higher because they do have the Harith on their side. But this Esmeralda has shown to be such a bane against heroes such as Badang and Harith. She's so much stronger now. Good sustain. She holds on longer when she's up against heroes with shields.
Okay, load up in the game number 3 here. We are going the distance here in this one, and I am not
Mobile
disappointed
Legends
at all. This is going to be a very fair fight. We're going to see a Baksha roam.
Yeah.
So, you know, things going to be fun here.
Oh. Okay. You know, apart from the jungle rotations that you mentioned, I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that Super Marco needs to dominate the laning stages of the game before we head on to the neutral objectives, wherein there with the Esmeralda is going to be present in major team fights. Team Falcons need to make quick work of the early game.
Yeah, look at the start here. It was leashed by Kekadot with a little bit of help with damage from Shizo and Chovskirt, so that once James Banks gets to the purple buff, he's able to take it very quickly. So it matches the pace of the Suyo on the map, who will get the Little Wanderer. It's a 3-man rotation presence. It's going to be a Beetle invade for the Leomord. Same thing goes for the Suyo.
I'm not sure when we last saw Baksha, but I believe it's one of the last few persons to wait a minute. They're trying to go for Marco, and they went with it successfully.
Yeah.
Able to take him down, and the kill will go on to James Banks.
Hard dive right away again. Because of the Baksha marks, the shields of the Harith wouldn't be as strong.
Yeah. I believe the last time, or one of the last times we saw the Baksha was actually in the hands of Demon Kite at the jungler for Aurora. They actually won up against TLPH. So now it's on the Rome side, revitalized. Let's see how it's going to pair off against a team with a Valir for Team Falcons.
That's true. The Valir is definitely, it's not really like a band-aid. It's actually a really good counter to most of these heroes. But at the same time, it can kind of just get overwhelmed here very easily. So again, kind of have to see where they start off here, and then they're going to start off with the turtle. No falling star moon yet.
Darren Kekadot just really being a thorn in the neck of Team Falcons. There's going to be a diversion for Chovskirt and James Pax, but still, Kyle TZ will secure the turtle. They were to go for the Few trade, but Few was able to walk away. And now the clapback again from Team Falcons, but the sustain from AP Bren is just too much.
Yeah, look at there.
They did force out James Banks to walk away, but now Shizu and Super Marco in the picture. The clash will stop there.
And Pandora basically manhandled that trio. Yeah. Walking up on there. Power of a Hylos.
Yeah.
And your screens. And now, I think you're going to go after this one. Actually, I'm surprised Kekadot wasn't level 4 for that one.
Yeah. Same thing goes for Dare. He was able to hold on to the back line of Falcons, which messed up their potential re-engage into that team fight. That could have been a much bigger win for Falcons. They got the turtle, but they didn't walk away with a kill. Yeah, the early game sustainability. This is a bully ball lineup by AP Bren. Even if Few has a really good Searing Torrent and he provides space, he still ends up taking a lot of damage.
Big teleport. On the bottom, it's a 3v3, being a 3v4.
Okay, but it looks like AP Bren has to back off. Pandora already cast a glorious pathway, but the wall from Ogun will ensure that Kekadot will fall down.
They got Kekadot very hard there. They can actually block out the jump as well, so you can't really jump out right away if there's someone in front. So yeah, that's not an easy out, even if you're a Baksha.
Good stop, but my goodness, a full charge first skill coming in from the Leomord takes Ogun down by 15% health?
Almost half, yeah.
It's a huge chunk of health down. Then again, this isn't Badang that uses the support emblem, so you have to take that into consideration. Okay, they sent the Leomord down to the bottom lane. EXP lane, the Esmeralda still there. Both still going to be going for the buffs. Double lane for Super Marco. Same thing will go for Shizo once a wave crashes in. Could be a big fight for this turtle.
Yeah, just imagine James Max damage so far is like that already, and he can opt to go again full offensive and just have an immortality just like during game number 2, considering the fact that they have Dare and the Kekadot, 2 tanky frontliners that can tank up the damage for James Max. We can expect an early snowball from the Leomord of James Max, so Team Falcons, they need to prevent a potential snowball from the man with a million moves.
I mean, that's true. I mean, earlier it was a worse start from AP Bren, but they were able to scale up. What more now that it feels like it's more even Stevens?
Okay. Again, you have to watch out for here one of the main
diversion.
Another good angle.
Great angle here. There's James Pax again with the Phantom Steed. Countered down with a glorious pathway. Good pushes coming in from Few. Kekadot just soaking up the damage. Look at the sustain from the Baksha, but he has to back off. Health below half. Now Team Falcons still holding on to this turtle, and they're going to secure it successfully. Dare tries to go for the back, and Team Falcons, no casualties so far.
Man, these battlefields are getting very, very messy. So many land traps that you have to avoid and walk out of. And it's becoming very apparent that Falcons are able to navigate this a lot better. It's a lot harder for AP Bren to make stuff happen. With a Valyrian.
Lots of effects on the ground, things to avoid, some key stunts, knockbacks. So both of them have them in space, but then again, the reason why we hyped up the Valier pickup is a really good Searing Torrent does mess up the team fighting of AP Bren. However, they can recover. They have a very strong front line, which eventually they can just like, you know, bulldoze their way through it. Oh, Kaltizi.
Okay.
Oh, he flashed the sticker.
He knows.
He had a feeling. I was like, he even showed us a nice try. Okay.
All right. It seems like every member of Team Falcons has a sixth sense. Everyone's sensing some things that can't come from AP Bren. And now they're trying to help out Shizu here, but 3-1 rotation from Falcon will stop, and they're going to go back to the mid lane.
It feels like they just assume that if someone's gone on the map, he's right next to me.
Yeah.
That just feels like what they're looking at here.
This is the only time it's safe to assume things.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember there was a time, too, that the Esmeralda is great against lineups with the high loss, because against the Esme, the high loss like does nothing. Yeah, you're got the ring of punishment around you, but like it's only so much that you can do to it.
He can still dance and absorb you, your HP.
Exactly. Well, the Esmeralda is going to be the one who's really happy about that. He's like, all right, there's nothing I can do. She's just dancing around me.
Just regenerating health for me, bro.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time for Falcons, the Glorious Pathway paired up with a kit from Pew. It's just also too much from AP Bren. The slows are just immense. Even if AP Bren has a lot of sustain, eventually they're not going to be able to reach out the backline of Team Falcons.
It's the Phantom Steed of James Spanks. That's going to be the X factor here. And even, of course, a good diversion, which Chove Skirt has been a very... He's not hesitating to use it. Sending
Here we
James
go.
Spanks.
Gonna send out James Spanks. Still
Great
not
angle.
spotted out by Team Falcons. Already committed the Phantom Steed.
Kyle
Tekken
Teasy
jumps in. He also has to revitalize, but still gonna get bursted down by Kyle Teasy. Next man is Kyle, but two also fall down for AP Bren. An even trade. And Shizu wants to go for more. Here comes the Purify from there. And the Star Dance to bring down one more. Pandora bites the bullet of Shizu.
There you go. That is how it's done. A great counterplay, even in the end for Falcons. But AP Bren, their micro, their maneuverability, actually they netted them again. And there as well in front, just no one can really beat him down.
Massive wins for AP Bren. So unfortunate. AP Bren, where has this been? Where has this AP Bren been? The creativity in the draft. Let's not talk about the Moscow first pick, but what they've shown up in this game 2, now this game number 3, the confidence, good positioning, they're checking conditions. Where was this AP Bren for majority of the season? It hurts that we're only seeing this now.
It seems like the key so far for AP Bren is the tandem of Louis and the Leomord. Yeah, for the past 3 wins that they have, these are the 2 heroes that are consistent, and now they're aiming for a 4th win with these two heroes.
Now they've paired it up with an Esmeralda box shot.
And they spot out Ogwen. Still got caught out by the Piercer of Shizu. Another kill, another stack at Silent Kid. They're not even done. Might be too deep. James backs up against a lot of members. But still, he's alive.
Oh
and they were
my
able
God.
to turn things around by bringing down Few and Pandora. Next man is Marco. And again, the bullet of Shizu penetrates the bulletproof.
They can bulldoze this really quickly. Kyle Teasy is going to be so hard to defend this. Again, Owen's going to be back in. AP Bren showing off impressive team fighting.
There's Falling Star Moon. And now another diversion just to get on out of here.
Hi.
Falcons. This does not look good for them as AP Bren. They can just, again, bully the Suyo into submission here. The Esmeralda pick coming in clutch again for another team that was brave enough to pick it. First it was Aurora. Watch there. He's going to show up here. Big Falling Star Moon. Oh, they cut it out. But you saw the tail end of it right there, actually.
Yeah. Still, the Star Moon connected. Huge CC for AP Bren to keep Team Falcons at bay and eventually be able to take them down. And that's a 5k gold swing already for AP Bren. No more third turrets available, and at the same time, they're literally dominating this by trying to go for more. Crucial first objective up for grabs, and they go for the diversion once again. Few already casted the ultimate plus the flicker. Major resources expended now. Pandora got caught in the middle, already forced out the Glorious Pathway. There from the back after Few once again. The Phantom Steed is here this time, and Ogwen is gonna fall down.
The Esmeralda does so much.
It does.
It does so much to just break Falcons out of their tempo, force them to overreact, send them back at the time where they want to be pushing forward.
Oh boy. These were one of the rare times I saw Team Falcons kind of not in sync with the previous clash.
Duality!
Look at the pull from the Duality as they also get the Lord.
Devo.
And bring down Pandora, force down the Salmon, force down the diversion from the back to cut off the exit route. Kyle Teasy getting chased down by 4. Might be able to escape though there with the falling Storm Moon. Gonna connect it still. Ogwin in the picture this time, and only Pandora and Few will fall down.
I don't know how they're going to stop there here. This Esmeralda is just doing too much and not just absorbing too... They're not really doing anything about it. So, oh man, Falcons, what are you going to do?
Yeah, what Falcons needed is what they couldn't get. They need hard basic attack damage, continuous basic attack damage from a traditional marksman. You can't fault them for picking the Harif. You gotta credit AP Bren for picking the Esmeralda late into the draft, and even the Baksha as well.
It's also getting dealt with magic resistance.
Yeah. Now Kekedot already starts things out, might get bursted down, but the Revitalize was enough to sustain it. Acting as a secondary Lord for AP Bren as they burst down, Inhibitor down bottom. Now they're zoning out the members of Team Falcons. Lord still up, Supermark already used up the Zaman Force to try and to make kills here as Kekedon will fall down as well. Yeah. AP Bren has to retreat.
Ogwin held on to his ultimate, he didn't use it. The patience by Falcons. They lose Pandora, but they traded out the roamer of AP Bren as well. But AP Bren, cannot deny, it still has a significant lead. Look at the 2 gold laners. Super Marco only has 2 core items. While it's already full built for the Granger of Shizo, who has hella stacks, max stacks, on this Sky Piercer.
You know, I'm not used to saying AP Bren is winning, but at the same time, the 5 players of Falcons are losing.
So what does that mean?
So that's really weird for me right now. Again, Team Falcons trying to pull off a late game comeback here, but again, they have to worry about the stacks of Shizu. It's already 11 kills for the Granger.
Oh boy. Holy Crystal just got completed here for the Harif, so that's maybe something. But it's not going to be much, especially with a very tanky lineup that AP Bren has against Magic. They don't have that marksman. They needed that traditional marksman. They can't get it anymore. So what's it going to be? How are they going to deal with this?
I'm sensing could be a potential diversion now for Chobskirt.
Yeah, they're going to decide to send someone. Yeah. It's even really tough for Kaltizi to get any big damage in, because who's he going to chunk down? Oh my goodness! That's max stacks on that Sky Piercer.
Owen disappeared from the map.
Plus the Phantom Steed of James Panks.
It's like all these combos.
Yeah. Literally with that combo, they're sending Ogwin to vacation again.
Yeah, every single one.
They turned Ogwin into the 3rd movie of a magician-centric trilogy of movies. Now you see him. Now you don't.
Showing soon, I guess. We'll see that. Hopefully I'll see it's fun. But yeah, that one was not fun for Ogwin.
I just imagine the POV of Ogwin when that was happening. Like, he was just going to try and check the brush.
Blasted, dude.
Or even just try and bait out skills from AP Bren, but he got literally blasted.
Unbelievable.
Ogwin got cooked.
Not even enough time to react, no matter how fast your smartphone is, no matter how fast your Infinix is.
That's not good, though, because he is definitely the main... one of the main frontliners of the team, and if he can evaporate that fast, imagine what Few's gonna look like. Imagine what, you know,
when Marco's
gonna look like.
Oh.
Yeah. So you guys gotta get some time in, get you know.
I honestly have to ask the viewers right now, who are watching home, like, what do they think is happening for week number 8 with all the crazy series we are witnessing?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations, sir, for securing that Lucas Naruto skin. I envy you. Wow.
It's pretty good. Pretty good skin. I like it. Yeah. So, a bit of a pause here. We're going to try to see where we left off, or try to remember where we left off here. Definitely, they're not winning in the 5v5s, Falcons, right? So, I don't know if there's an option for them to split up the map. I think only the Suyo can do that.
It's tough, because now you have to worry about a diversion. The moment AP Bren gets info, it's like, oh, look, the Suyo's there. Chokskirt. It's going It'd be up to Joker to just be like, will I diversion or not? And there's no wrong call.
Yeah, there is no wrong call. They're playing around this Valier very, very nicely, by the way. I thought it was going to give them such a hard time, but the Valier is just getting bypassed here over and over again.
So we head on back to the game again. Chove Skirts diversion still up for grabs, but I think AP Bren's gonna resort instead to having a Lord Dance against Team Falcons. And as mentioned by Rockhart, they don't wanna. Team Falcons doesn't want to fight it out 5v5. Oh, now they're trying to go for Pandora. They just did that to his cousin. Oh my goodness, AP Bren.
The cousins are not having a fun time today.
AP Bren has something against the Onigo family.
Yes. It feels that way. They're just, I guess there's just too much front-loaded damage from AP Bren at this point because of how well they scale, even though it's only an AK gold lead,
Tough.
It feels like it's more.
It just proves the old adage in esports, it's all a mental game. Their last dance in Season 15, and AP Bren could potentially beat their big brothers in Falcons in 3.
Lord sieging in onto the bottom lane. Team Falcons are having a hard time clearing out a lot of minions. Mid lane inhibitor turret already taken down. They committed a combo onto Kekido, but he's still alive. Zaman Force already casted out by Super Marco. But still AP Bren unscathed. One inhibitor left for Team Falcons. They have minions onto the middle lane, and there with a beautiful falling star moon onto Super Marco.
Ooh.
Clear it. Still the defense for Team Falcons.
Ogwin was trying to look for the angle for the flicker set up play, but Shizu was able to spot him as Ogwin was concealed.
They're not grouping up too much. It's an empty bear base here.
Now, this is it, all in.
Oh, but he got stunned out, but he was able to take down Kekedot though. Ogwin with a crucial kill. Now here comes the Phantom Steed. Flickers are already casted out by Team Falcons. They don't want to engage when James Pax is on Barbiel.
That's best case scenario. You lose out all of your turrets, but you are able to do -1 maybe. But again, despite this, they can't really get much out of it because there's no Lord on the map.
James Pax brought out the Phantom Steed, brought out the Barbiel, but Few was able to use the Searing Torrent plus a combination of his Burst Fireball to get a stun off to James Pax. It didn't stop him from getting on the Ducati, but it did delay him from chasing the members of Falcons that looked like the Leomord could have just trampled them down. So that was a slight save there for Few, and at the beginning of that fight, how Pandora actually placed his glorious pathway as sort of divider. Instead of placing it directly onto the members of AP Bren, he placed it as a dividing line between AP Bren and Falcons.
And no one wants to step on that. We know it's just a slow, but no one just really wants to step on it, and it's working. It's working to divide the Falcons lineup. And somehow they're making it work.
In that case, it acted like, honestly, a landmine for AP Bren. If they step on it, they can get bursted down by Team Falcons. But looking at Shizu's stat 13-0-1, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I believe the highest kills with 0 deaths so far this season was 12, and I think Shizu just topped that already with 13 kills so far, unless he dies.
Let's see. Let's see. Immortality for Ogwin, so there's going to be a bit more leeway for him to make that perfect fist crack, fist break combo happen. But as you can see, AP Bren, they're not actually sticking together as 5. They're just trying to bait out some mistakes here for Falcons.
And so far, we haven't seen any Chove Skirt diversion yet. Not enough information access there by AP Bren. Again, they want to go with the Lord Dance because previously they won it. And they know that face value 5v5, they can go and take down Team Falcons in a Lord fight. But again, there's a crucial angle from Super Marco and Ogud, but I think they got spotted out by AP Bren.
Like they did. James Pax is up on front. Phantom Seed is ready. Few can't really walk too much. Pandora gets bursted as well.
AP Bren can just rush this. Super Marco's not there too far as the Badang as well. They have to clear up minion waves. Conceal play, they're going in!
Phantom Seed plus the ultimate coming in from there. They burst it down. Pandora. Now Ogwin trying to soak up the damage. He missed the combo! No! And James Pax secures the Lord. Immortalities pop for Kekedot. Now a diversion on top. Who are they going to find? They're targeting Few, and he takes him down. 15 kills, 0 deaths for Shizu. He wants to go for more, but this is the end signal. And AP Bren, against all odds, takes down Team Falcons.
They complete the reverse sweep, and Sindel should have been here since week number 1.
AP Bren in their last dance. Make a last stand. Looking at their bigger brothers. Told them earlier, good luck in the playoffs. But we will end our season with their heads held high. 30,000 feet up in the air. The bees are flying.
Man, Shizu 15-0.
Yeah, and that
With
is
the
confirmed.
Granger.
That is confirmed.
Highest
That is
kills.
the highest kills
With zero
deaths this season.
And he did it against the Bulletproof.
The silent kid.
Oh my goodness.
With a loud statement.
Apparently, Granger is it, especially for Shizu.
He's him. First pick the Moscow in game 1. And Granger had it all along. Woo!
All right. AP Bren, they're going to be able to end the season, again, like you mentioned, with their heads held high for this one. That is a performance you should be proud of, 100%. And they do it with, like, essentially their bigger brothers, right, at this point. Whew! That was something. Let's have a bit of an interview here on stage with Hans and Calusi.
Getting a victory and undefeated in week number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, AP Bren!
Wow!
Saan ang galing to, boys? Where has this been? Iba yung aura nyo today. I love what you're seeing, James Panks. Napagbigyan ka na naman dun sa kabayo mo at nakita na naman ng buong sambayanan kung ano ang kaya nyong gawin. Talk to us about the mindset na meron kayo ngayon.
Yung po rin po mindset namin, puso lang, tapos ibibigay pa rin namin yung best namin kahit laglag na kami. Ayan.
And James Pang, speaking of, tinalo nyo yung isa sa mga titans of MLBB. Gaano kahalaga yung win na to, especially sa'yo as a rookie, na nakatalo ka ng veterano sa MPL?
Sobrang halaga po kasi nakakataas ng confidence kasi yun nga yung gusto ko, makasabay ako sa mga jungler dito, tapos nagagawa ko na. Ayan.
And you definitely did.
And you know what? Whether manalo or matalo kayo, meron at meron nagpapakita. There are people showing up for this team right here. Anong masasabi mo para sa kanilang lahat?
Maraming salamat guys sa suporta nyo. Babawi kami.
Hopefully, we get to see that very soon. Actually, gusto kong makausap ang bawat isa siguro sa mga players kung ano lang yung isa sa mga bagay na natutunan nila all throughout the season. Shizu, I want to start off with you. Alright, considering nagaling ka sa MDL, now you're here at the MPL, a lot of people are supporting you. How would you describe your experience all throughout the season?
Yung experience ko, parang smooth naman. Pero hindi ko inaano na parang okay lang na nalaglag kami. Parang naisip ko lang sa sarili ko na paano kung tumapang pa kami ng mga last week. Paano kung nagawa na namin itong ginagawa namin ngayon sa last week, sa mga laban namin dati. Kaya pag may next season pa, babawi kami.
Tuloy
Next season
lang.
pa. Babawi sila. Let's ask Kekedat this time. Kekedat, you're back in the MPL. I want to know your thoughts about this season as well. Kamusta ang naging mindset ni Kekedat?
Wala. Masaya lang. Masaya maglaro.
Simple lang.
Masaya maglaro sa big stage.
And we're happy to have you here as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the entire season there. This one's for you also. We've seen ups and downs from you, pero naipakita mo in this final match kung ano ang kaya mo gawin. Anong mensahe mo para sa lahat ng sumusuporta?
Maraming salamat po sa mga supporter sa AP Bren kasi kahit na lubog kami, nandiyan po sila para support. Tsaka salamat din sa mga boss namin, kay AJ Ponce, tsaka kay Madam Blazy sa opportunity na makapag-MPL kami. Kung nandito pa kami next season, babawi kami. Tsaka itong laban ito para ito kay Yuri, sa aso ni Madam.
It's nice. It's finally nice to have you. And last but not the least, Job Skirt. Anong mensahe mo para sa lahat ng mga tao na naghiwala at sumuporta sa inyo until the end?
Thank you sa lahat ng supporters ng AP Bren and sorry kung may next season pa.
Kalusi, parang may na-miss out ako na isa. No, kasi nabanggit ko na yung main 5.
Parang may nagtatago.
Si Sinde, ayun na.
Ayun!
Ayun pala. Sindel?
Nakita pa?
Nakita pa. Okay, nakita ka naming maglaro from before. You got to see the playtime now. Ikaw ang tumapos, sabi ni Coach Jeff. Ano masasabi mo sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa AP Bren?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Lang. Dahil ko natutunan. Sa sobrang dami, nakalimutan ko eh.
And yun naman yung importante. You have fun and may natutunan ka.
At hindi makakalimutan ng mga tao ang nakuha at naibigay nyo for this match tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, AP Bren! You may now take your walk of victory. For the final time this season, you may now take your bow. AP Bren, the Hive Calusi, they left on a high note.
Gusto ko talaga i-commend yung AP Bren kasi pinakita pa rin nila yung puso hanggang dulo.
They managed to get a victory over one of the titans of MLBB. Ano kaya masasabi ng ating mga casters? Balik sa inyo.
Well, one thing's for sure. You can always add that to your resume.
Yeah.
I slay a Titan today.
Yeah. You beat the M5 World Champions. The PH reps again. And this guy can add to his resume highest kills without a death. 15-0-1 MVP performance from Shizu.
And he did it in season 15, man. So,
wow.
There's a poetry in there. 94% kill participation. Again, this means a lot for the members of AP Bren. They are carrying the colors and the name of the players who did this 2 years ago to win the World Championship here at home in the Philippines.
Can I just say the MVP graphic with Shizu and the Granger? He honestly kind of looked like Granger.
Yeah.
In that part.
Yeah, if Granger, you put his mask down, he's doing the Shizo smize.
Yeah, right?
He's just like that.
Just add a little bit of color, straighten it out a little.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's a curly-haired Granger.
There you go. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
No.
I'm reminded, I feel like we're all reminded yet again as to why, remember when Takbet was here with Omega Execration, we'd always give him like drafter of the universe type of deal with the things that he would push out. This draft right here was so good. I don't know if it was Coach Jeff's call, maybe even potentially the call of Coach CJ.
Yeah.
But the fact that they just decided, you know what, we go Baksha, we go Esme, and those would be two perfect picks that mess up what Falcons want to do with the map. It was sublime how they pulled off the strategy. You saw multiple times we were pointing out how much the effect that Esmeralda really had in every team fighting, and all the space provided by the very tanky front, a very aggressive jungler that once you see them going forward, you really gotta stay away from the Leomord and his ultimate. It gives so much space for Shizo.
It's like there's almost no counter to what they were doing
in
the game right now because of the last two picks. And it's actually amazing how they were able to do that, finesse it. So not just the players, right? Like even the coaches really knew what they were doing in this one.
Yeah, they were able to shut down the Harith. The Harith is dancing around the Zaman Force, is most likely also dancing under the Tortoise Puissance of the... I forgot how much of a mouthful the ultimate of Baksha is.
Tortoise Puissance.
The Poissons.
Of
the Baksha.
I knew that was gonna happen for some reason. Oh, you were gonna call it
You really gotta change the name of the ultimate of Baksha.
The Baksha.
I'm gonna start calling it Tortoise Croissants at this point.
Tortoise Croissants. There
So
you go.
yes, you guys understand the point I'm making, right? Correct? All right, there we go.
Yes, sir. Woo-wee! The Baksha. The Baksha. Ala eh. At that point,
Fun
it's
of that. I'm from my bloodlines from Batangas.
Yeah,
sir.
me too.
All right, cool, nice.
So, yeah, we already mentioned
We
as well.
pointed that out.
Jesus 1501 is the highest kill in the season, 0 deaths, rivaling even the guy who is right across with the Bulletproof.
Yeah. Two players that had the 12 kills, 0 deaths. It was Joe and Domenkite of Aurora. Now Shizo goes above them, 15-0-1, and he did it against Falcons. Against a Falcons team that, yes, they're locked in their 4th spot, but want to end their season on a high note as well.
I'm honestly hoping that, again, AP Bren retains this roster coming into the next season because, as you mentioned, Renmar, this is a scary team, a young team, a hungry team. And now they've somewhat proven that they belong in the big leagues. And our BPI rich guys, still Shizu at 862 gold per minute.
It's one of those let him cook moments, right? But this
The
team can
smirk
really
just
cook.
gets me all the time.
BBI rich guy is Shizu. He's also, that's probably the highest KDA in the game.
Yeah.
Right? 16.0.
Imagine they showed up at the end of the season like this when they already know they're not in playoff contention. Again, it's like tradition in MPL Philippines. We're out of playoff contention. Suddenly, people are going, wait, they 100% could have made it to the playoffs. Now I have a supposed strategy suggestion for the AP Bren coaching staff. If they're going to keep this entire roster together, the very first day of the season, for their setup for season 16, they have a meeting. Guys, you are not going to make it into the playoffs. And then they play with that mentality.
That's right.
And then they perform like how they've been performing for the last 2 days, for the last week of MPL. It's going to work.
And Sindel in game 1.
Yeah. Sindel in game 1, yeah.
That's all there is, right? So we have a bit of a mic check. Obviously, we want to see how they were talking in that game.
Oh, nauntog ko. Pigil ulit. Okay, walang baliw. Mamatay. Piso. Okay, patay ba? Go. Pwede. Kalma. Bitawan, Idol. Apat nandito sa red side. Saan na kaya natin? Tara. Ito, Ilos. Ingat. Tara ba? Pwede. Pwede daw, pre. Laban tayo, pre. Tore. Nice.
Very calm, very as usual, as the trend is in our mic checks.
Once again, I expected an explosion of nice. What we got in the end was nice.
All right. So all teams so far have been doing this on their mic checks. All the winning teams. So that's very interesting. And that here we are on the standings. Obviously, no movement for either of these teams. Oh wait. Yeah, they're
AP Bren went up one spot.
They went up one spot. They did. All right. And again, they are going to be keeping Falcons on 4th.
It hurts so much for Omega. They already lost it. They already got that one game. I mean, excuse me, they got the win. Oh, no, they didn't get the win earlier. And then AP Bren shows up right in the clutch. Doesn't end the season at the bottom of the standings. But it's all very close. It's a net game win differential of -2. Wild.
It is really wild. Here is the Infinix Fancy Laban standings here for Week 8, Day 2, where the Minds are getting inspired apparently by the victory or the playoff securedness of their team, and they have actually overtaken the Bees.
I'm honestly disappointed with Brent.
What?
He's here almost every day of MPL, and he's only in second place behind the Minds.
That's true.
Brent, you have a lot of catching up to do, Brent.
So Fancy Lab Community feature obviously is going to be shown here, where we will feature you on the socials. If you come out and join us. Big shout out to Fancy Cloud players from all the different communities.
If you think you got what it takes and you support your team, come here in the MPLPH arena, where we give out a lot of things and at the same time feature our community, and of course you get to have a lot of fun with your favorite ML personalities.
I love that so much. You see, of course, the Fancy Laban teams of all the communities. They even treat, they have the post-match results similar to like the teams in the league, so that's really cool.
What are your thoughts about this day, though? It's been a long one, honestly.
It's been 2 days of week number 8, and it's complete chaos and unpredictability. What else is in store for us tomorrow? I'm just excited, and I'm thankful that I'm just a fan tomorrow, not working.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the toughest playoffs heading into Season 15.
That's true. By the way, Rockhart, Ingan, and Renmar, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys. It's been a fun Week 8, Day 2. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Kalusi, this has got to be one of the most intense triple headers that we have seen all throughout the season.
Hans, I was at the edge of my seat the whole time kasi unang game pa lang. Kada play was a close call between both teams. But of course, Team Liquid wins it all. Epic Naruto versus Sasuke fight pa ngayon nakita natin nung huling laban eh.
Alam mo, sila ang ating top-seeded team and they're also gonna be the first ones na makakuha ng upper bracket spot. Ang tanong ay kung kanino ba mapupunta yung pangalawa. Will it go to Aurora Gaming or will it be for Onic Philippines? We're about to find that out.
Since you mentioned that, grabe rin yung galing na pinakita ng Onic kanina. It was a 2-1 series with Smart Omega refusing to give up. Pero dahil sa surprise X-board jungle pick ni King Kong, ginulat din nila ang barangay.
Alam mo, inaabangan ko rin yung Naruto. Lucas pala na bibitawan itong si The Beast. But you know what? We're about to find that out very soon kung gagamitin niya ba yan. Kasi moving on to the last match of the day, it was AP Bren ending the season on a high note after reverse sweeping Team Falcons, which is actually our Cebol representative. Gotta look out for that.
More action tomorrow at malalaman na rin natin sinong team ba ang susunod sa upper bracket.
The final lap and of course the final day of regular season ay bukas na. Kaya samahan nyo pa rin kami bukas at tunghayan natin ang Lakas ng Pinas. See you guys tomorrow!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP Racing may reset up. Built na katang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas.